Hi, welcome to this project, and we're going to be teaching you how to build an e-commerce website, also popularly known as an online store. So everything you're seeing here, we're going to be building it from scratch, and we're going to not just only build it for web, we're going to also optimize it for tablet and mobile. So you could see here, if I click here, you could see that it is optimized for mobile as well. So you understand how to upload your own products and how to create everything that you're seeing on this website. So on the shop page, you'll be able to create each and every one of these products. There are different products here ranging from single product to group products to variable products. That's products that you can have different kinds of stuff, and we would customize this in so many different ways. So some what you're seeing here may be even different from what you're going to begin with, because there are so many things that we did and changed in the website. So from variable products down to affiliate products, so you could see here that you could buy now and it's going to take you to another website. Also, we worked on a single product where you can also see everything that is needed, and we also give an example of how size charts work. So every example or everything you are seeing on the live website, we're going to show you how to build it, how your customers can have their own dashboard, how to add to cart, how to view your carts, even had custom stuffs here, and also your checkout. So you would have both the old checkouts, there's a new checkout and there is a old checkout. You know how to put in both of them on your website. Also attaching a payment gateway like Paystack or Flutter and so much more. So see you in the course. Hi, so in this chapter, we are going to be working on the dashboard settings for the e-commerce platform or online store. So the first thing we are going to do is, as usual, we are going to click on WP admin and we're going to enter. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to put in our email address and password. Then we're going to log in. So now, as usual, we are going to set up some few things in the dashboard. So because from other, if you viewed other projects, we do used to close this. So we're going to turn off every one of these. I think at a glance, I usually used to leave site health alone. So the first thing is this. Then the second thing is I'm going to come down to settings, because those are where few things need to be adjusted. So the maxi, I'm going to remove this to see if there's any other thing I need. So if your name is bmaxi, you put it there. If it's depending on whatever platform you want to create. Then the tagline, we are going to put this premium fashion taste. Let's just leave it at premium fashion. So the next thing is that we're going to add our site icon. So in order to do that, we are going to bring in our Figma document. Okay, so all you have to do is we are going to export this favicon. So this is our favicon here. We're going to right click on it, and you know the drill by now. We are going to export it, select it, then export as PNG. So, and the settings, the size is 512. So once exported, we are going to come here and upload it. Then here. So once we save it, it's going to appear here. So favicons are icons that show on either the left side of your tab that you open on your browser, and also they can also help in maybe in Google. Say for example, now you search for a word. So all these stuffs here are all favicons, right, or site icon, depending on what you want to call it. Then for example, you click on man, and if you see all these sites, all these things that shows here, that is what favicon does. So that is why it's very important. So now the next thing, just check everything if this is correct, and you click on save. So once saved, we can now see that it's now appearing here. So the next thing we have to do is, I don't think we usually do much here, but you can go through your writing settings to just either just be extra careful if there's anything. we've gone through all these. I don't think, yeah, some things in comments you can adjust, so user must be registered to log in. Yes, we are going to use comment because down the line we're going to work on a blog, so this is going to be important. Automatically close comments on posts. Okay, so let's just give this some little thingy, but when we are building the blog part, we will now pay full attention to this. Comment was manually approved. Then at the end of the day, you can just click on save. So the next thing is we're going to go to permalinks. You have to make sure it is on name post. Sometimes you might find it in plain or some weird name, right? So you have to take it to post. But of recent, it has been on post name. So yeah, so you can just click on save, but we don't need to save anything because it's already on post name. So why post name is better is, for example, now you are working on a home page. Let me not use home page, an about us page. So you are going to have www.yourname slash about us. But if it's going to have some weird names, take for example now day, it's going to have www. The date of today's, you should already get that. That doesn't work well. So the next thing is we are going to turn off some plugin. This plugin will give us issues. So if you install it and you have this plugin, this is a catch plugin, deactivate it for now. And if there's any other plugin like some spamware plugin, you deactivate everything. So for now, this is what we are going to do for the desktop. If there's anything we are going to need, we're going to install it or work on it along the line in the class. In this chapter, we are going to be talking about appearance and theme. So we're going to be working on installing a theme to the WordPress website. So, and this theme is going to allow us to build the website. So the first thing we're going to go to appearance. So when we go to appearance, we would delete this, but we have to bring in the theme that we want. So we're going to click on add new. You can click on add new here, and you can click on add new here. So you click on add new. Then you come down to Kadence because we're going to be using Kadence theme, and we'll be using for plugin or for page builder, we're going to be using Elementor. So we are merging both of them together. So we're going to activate it. So you just install this. Don't worry, just use and click on use classic themes for now. Currently it's using the Gutenberg editor, so you could see here, and you can also have a choice to use Elementor. So the next thing is we are going to delete some of those themes because it's always good to delete all these ones. We don't need them, so they might disturb us. So after deleting it, we are left with this. Then if there's any other thing that we need, we would install it or bring it in along in the class. So in this chapter, we're going to be installing plugins. So all you just have to do is come to plugins. So when you come to plugin, you can add new plugin from here. So when you click on add plugin, we're going to come to popular or recommended, which one you want to go for. So when you click on popular, we're going to install some plugins that we need. So the first one is Elementor. Then the most important one is WooCommerce, because this is going to be an e-commerce website. Then this is also important. We won't activate some of them yet because it might give us some little interference in the class. So yes, this is okay. This is a premium one, so we don't need to install that. Okay, we're going to install this. Yeah, when it comes to backup, you can choose which backup platform you want to use, right? So we would go with the first one that was in the first page, but trying to see which other one that we will be needing at the moment. So we're only just going to go back a little bit and select this particular one. I do like this one. You can use Updraft. Let me show you which one I'm talking about. You can use Updraft. It's cool and the integration is also smooth, but it doesn't mean you can have this. You can still have the one I installed, but just choose one, and also your hosting, do your backup. Then the last thing we are going to put in is a security plugin. Yeah, so we're going to install it. If there's any plugin we need along the line that would aid our design, we are going to install it. In this chapter, we're going to be setting up Elementor, and the first thing we have to do is we're going to activate it from the plugin section. So we're going to activate it here. So this is Elementor. You can create an account and do whatever you want to do here, or you can skip this for now. So we're going to skip this for now. Then site name, correct. Next. Site logo. We're going to do this later. Then we're going to skip this. So now this is just taking you to Elementor, but we're going to go out of this. We're going to clear this, and we're going to go back to our home page. If you want to know how to exit Elementor, so just in case for learning sake, you can click here at the top. That's this button, and you click on exit. Then decide later. Cancel. Then so this is a longer journey, right? It took you to a page. So this is a longer journey, so you can just simply trash this because we don't need it. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to go to the Elementor. So now Elementor has settings that we need to do, and we don't need to do everything at once, right? So we're going to be doing stage by stage. So you have some paid and free. So for now, I'm going to use everything free till we need any necessary thing for the paid version. So you could see for the e-commerce feature, form, everything you are seeing here is under the paid feature. So which is, somehow. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to go to the settings and check everything. So if you want Elementor to be the default color and this way, so we are using the theme color from the theme. So we're going to disable Elementor colors. We're going to disable Elementor fonts because we're not using anything. Elementor is just the builder, but the theme, which is Kadence, is using everything. So this time around, we are using two separate bodies, a theme and Elementor. Because why we are using Kadence theme is because Kadence theme has a lot of features we can use for e-commerce. So that is why we are using it. So now all you need to do is click on save, and we can go to integration. I don't think there is anything here. So if you want to enable anything, you can enable something simple. For now, we don't need anything to here. So same thing here. So you can disable and enable some features. So some features that are still in beta, you can uninstall it. So the next thing, we're going to go to role management. We don't need to do anything here. Element management, same thing. We don't really need to do anything here for now. Then tools. So tools is where we're going to do some little things. So tools is if you want to, there sometimes Elementor may have some issues, so you can come here and put your stuff in safe mode, right, to load. But for now we don't need it. Then this is URL. So in case a particular URL of your website is not having issues, you can redirect it to here, but you don't need for this. Then in case Elementor is having an issue, maybe probably you installed a newer version quickly and you started having issues, you can always roll back to an older version. Yeah. And also if you want to beta tester, if you want to put in new features, you can test as if you're in the testing phase. Then maintenance mode, this is where we are going to do something. When you come to a particular website, and take for example now the KKC workspace, if you come to the site, there is something here but you can't see it. So it is just the logo that you are seeing. So until we are ready to show you what is here before you can see it. So same thing with your clients, and if you don't want someone to see what you are building, you can create a coming soon page. So that is what we are going to create. I'm going to create a coming soon. So there's a difference between coming soon and maintenance. So coming soon allows for easy, Google will be able to index your stuff. Indexing meaning take for example, when you search something on Google, right, when you see all those blog or articles or anything that comes under Google search, when you search an item, those are already indexed sites. So if you put it on maintenance, your site will not be indexed, and it's going to take a couple of days before it comes out of this mode. So that's why I always prefer coming soon. So it's always good to know the why is this particular thing here. So here too, you have who can access this. You can put custom, admin, editor, and who can see beyond this coming soon phase, but we just leave it logged in. So far you have access to it. So the next thing here is we are going to create a new template in the new page because we don't have any existing templates. So you can come here to create. Now before we go create it, you have system info, nothing. You can click on it and see there's nothing too much to do there. And these ones are pro, submission, custom, everything here is pro, right? Then here, if you want to import anything to your, if you have maybe a template or something you want, you can import and export here. So if you come to this bottom here, because this is also part of what Elementor has template, so you might be wondering, okay, this template wasn't here before. So you can create a new template. So instead of, we right clicked and came to this place, right? So this is the same thing. If you just want to go directly to here instead of right clicking from that side, you can come here and add a new template. So you can also do it from here. So you can just click on add new and or import a particular template if you have one. So we're going to go back to tools and we're going to go back to maintenance mode. So we're going to be here for now. Then we're going to name this either under maintenance. You can always have this because sometimes the site can always keep going on maintenance. It's not just a one-time thing. So name it something that is going to be consistent. So under construction or under maintenance. May I just put a comment on? Or you can even have a separate coming soon and maintenance page. That could be another thing if you want. So the next thing is you select everything, just publish. And when you publish, you click edit with Elementor. So if you've not watched any of our previous Elementor video, this might be new to you. But if you've watched it, this is not going to be new to you. But I'll try to be as explanatory as possible for anybody that have not watched any of the previous projects, right? So the first thing you need to do is you have to convert the page to a canvas, meaning there's not going to be header, there's not going to be footer, it's only just going to be the body, right? So how that we're going to come here to settings and we are going to come to default page. Yeah, so page layout, and we're going to click on Elementor canvas. So this is going to convert it to a full, because if you check here, there is no header, there is no footer. So the next thing we are going to do, we're going to click on update, so that's going to save it. Then we are going to add a container here, so not now, and all we just need is the logo, right? Because we don't need much. So what we're going to do is, before we bring in, let's bring the logo here. So let's bring the logo first. So you're going to select the logo out here. So in case you're having issues, if you notice, it is here. So this is also how to use Figma, right? And there's also a Figma class in one of the bonus content, so you know how to use Figma. But I will export all these files for you to use, so you don't have to use them. You can just take them directly from the stuff. So I'm going to take it out because this guy is with everyone. So I'm going to take it out of the whole thing. It's going to be on its own. So yeah, this is it. I'm going to increase it a little bit. So don't worry, you would have this. Then I'm going to, as usual, export. So now we're going to take this color, right? Because the color that we are using is different. So we're going to take the color, and we're going to go back to our design. So now first I'm going to hit this, and I'm going to go to style, and I'm going to go to background type, and I'm going to change the color, right? So the color has changed. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change this width to this, and I'm going to give it 100. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to click on this again. Then we're going to come to minimum height. We're going to select this, and we're going to click on 100. Then 100 is going to cover the top and bottom, so that it's going to cover everywhere. So the next thing that we are going to do is that we're going to bring in the image. So how do we do it? We click on this place, wherever you are, whether you are lost in the jungle or something, just click on here and you're going to come back to your widgets. So Elementor calls them widgets. So we're going to bring in the image. We're going to delete this. We're going to select this. So when we select it, we are going to create a position for it. So in order to create a position, you can create a position from different places. You can put it at the center here. So, and depending, so this one is at start in the beginning. This is going to be the center, so it's going to be here. So whether for mobile or any other device. So if you want to check for mobile, all you have to do is click on responsive. You click on check for tablets, you check on mobile, and we are good to go. Then you click on update, then you click on here, click on exits. And the next thing we are going to do is you can close this tab, come back to this tab, refresh, then click on here, and you can find your coming soon. Then select template, then click on save. So now if you open an Ignito browser, let me copy this link. So anybody that is not logged in, let me open an Ignito so I could show you what that means. Then we paste it here. Okay, if you notice, it's not displaying yet. So how do you activate that? So from choose mode, we're going to put it on coming soon. Then we're going to click on save. So once it's on coming soon, you'll see that the maintenance mode is on. Then you can go to your Ignito browser, refresh, and voila, you have it. So this is how to put your, it's not coming soon. So you can either put text or whatever design that you want if you are already familiar with how to build with Elementor. So we close this, we don't need it for now. For the meantime, we are not doing anything with Elementor. So if there's anything we will need, we're going to refer to it back in the other episodes or chapters of the class. So in this chapter, we are going to be working on Kadence Customizer. That's the theme customizer. So we're going to be customizing it and putting our fonts and everything that needs to be done. So the first thing we have to do is we're going to close this. Then for the customizer, there are several places for you to attack it or view it. So the first place to view it is from here. You can come to the customizer, or from here, if you go to the site menu, you come down here and you can click on customizer. So one of the best places I feel easy to do it is always here. So I can always come back to my home page. So I'm going to click on customizer. So in the customizer, we're going to change some settings and we're going to move one step at the other. So the first thing is the color and fonts. So the colors, we're going to change the accents and alternate accents. So yeah, also called the same thing. So the next, we are going to go back to our Figma design, and you could see the color code here. So this is going to be the first color that we're going to introduce. We're going to click here and paste. Then for this, we are going to select the second one and we're going to paste. So the strong text, majority of them will take this color. Then strong text, you're going to take this color because the site doesn't have much colors. So medium text, we're going to change this medium text to green. So there's a reason why we're going to change that. So copy that so we can have green. Then sorry, is that for strong text? No, sorry, for strong text, let me just put in this one here for this medium. Then for strong text, we're going to use this color. That's for all the text. So you can always change this if these are not working to your favor. You can always change them along the line. So subtle text, I think this is going to be fair enough for it. This is subtle background color. So let's check out design if we have any subtle color, but I don't think there is any other subtle color than this other one here. So we are going to just use something far from here. So you can copy this color code and the subtle background. We're going to use this and we are going to shift it. So I'm going to add this to our design file so we can have it as well. If you see the same color, so let's adjust it here to see if it's going to give us that subtle. Yes, let's use this for subtle. Go back and change it. Then this, what color is this? Lighter, just give it the same thing. Then this is going to be a pure white. Our background is going to be pure white. Then when you are done, you click on publish. So this is it. Then you can check this background contents. I don't think for now there is nothing for us to do here. So for buttons, depending on how our button is, for now I feel we don't have anything to do. Okay, for buttons that have this, the background can be that the milk brown would be this, but it doesn't make sense having it. Okay, there is no color selected, it's just white. So but we have to select a color so that we know what's going to be there. So black. So for when it's dark, then when it's black, we're going to have this. So we can always come here to adjust it if it's not looking like what we want. So then same thing with the settings, the buttons and everything. But for now, this is, I think this will do. And typography, this is where we're going to do a little bit of adjustment. So from the base typography, we are going to change this to what we have in the design. So the body typography we made use of Urbanist. So majority of the design here was used with Urbanist, just the logo that was a little bit different from it. So um, sometimes some designs are like that. You can just use one color. No, didn't I copy it? Um, okay, Urbanist, it's not copyable. Let me just spell it. Okay, so you're going to select it. You could see how it transformed and made design. So fonts really play a big role in your design. So we're going to reduce it to around, I think 14 will do justice to that. So we can refresh to see how it looks like. So you can either refresh or tap something to see how it looks like. So you can also tap here too to bring it down and see what it looks like. So the next thing is the header, same font type. So it's just I think it did justice to what we want. So I think this is fair enough. We don't need to change anything here. So if we wanted to change any size, we can change the size from here, or padding or anything settings. We can click here and change the font size or anything. But I think the font and everything is okay for this. So this is the button. So I've seen the button. Our buttons have a sharp edge, no radius. So you remove the radius. So you see, this is our button. So what radius means is at the edge is going to be sharp or smooth or something. So let me increase it so you see what I mean. So if you see, this is how it is. So 0, no radius. Okay, so the header setting. So for the header, we are only going to bring in 2 set of elements, right? So when we go to the e-commerce stage, we're going to bring more elements. So when you click on the header, you have the logo. So we're going to go to the logo. And before we go to the logo, we're going to check the header color from our design. Okay, the header color is white. So there are 2 headers. That's the top header, and let me zoom in. The top header has something like a button, and the primary header. So if you come here, we have primary header, and we have top header, and we have bottom roll header. So but let's work with this first. So we're going to bring in our logo, skip cropping, and we're going to say logo only, and we're going to reduce it. So let's say 100. I think this is fine for now. If you want to check how it looks like in a full version, you can click here to hide control. You can look at it and see your site. I'm like, okay, this is fine, this is not fine, and you can click here. So the next thing is we are going to add our primary navigations. We don't have navigations, right? So we're going to click here. So normally you can come to appearance. When we're in appearance chapter, I would have done it here, but most of the times I usually prefer doing it here. So if you check our previous projects, I explain how to do it here, but preferable, you see how easy it is to do it from here. So you click on primary navigation, you're going to click on menu. So now, because of there is no new menu, this is the primary menu, this is secondary menu. You can have a secondary menu, you have mobile menu. Like if you want the menu on your mobile to be different from the menu of your web or tablet, so you can have it here. Then the footer is at the bottom, so this footer menu here, you can change it. So next thing is we are going to create a new menu. So you can come back here and create new menu, and you can come to all locations to see it here and create a new menu if you don't have any menu. So we're going to come back here and create a new menu, and and we're going to call this new menu top menu or main menu. I used to avoid using any of the names that are already on the site, like primary or something. I'm going to select this to, because this is going to ask, okay, where do you want it to show? Is it on the primary or secondary, wherever you want it? Then you click on next. Then once you've done that, you click on add item. So now by default, if you go to page here, you can just click on add new, and but that will take us time. So very simple thing here. We have 3 to 4 primary pages, right? Starting from the home page, you add, we have the about us page, we have the contact us page, and I think one other page that is not here is return policy, because you have to have return policy. Then if there's any other page that we need in the site, we are going to add them. For now, we don't need anything. So other pages are going to still come in, like shop and the rest. But when you install the WooCommerce plugin, it comes with some pre-made settings. So we are just going to click and publish. So you have it here, but we don't want green. So we are going to change this from, we're going to, when from here, let me go back so that you know where you're coming from. So after we created this, that's edit our menu, that's all our menu here, we just went backwards. Then you can, from here, there's a pencil tab, you can click on it. And when you click on the pencil tab, it takes you to the settings. So anything you click here, this is the setting here. So when you click on it, you come down to design, and when you come down to design, you can change the color. So initial color, like the initial color you see, we obviously will choose black. That's the initial color you see. Then when you hover around it, we would choose a little bit of light, even if it doesn't reflect like that. Then we would choose a lighter color here. So let me see if our design, we can get a much lighter color than what we have. Yes, so let's use this for our lighter color. So in order to change this, we can just go back to, we first of all publish, and go back to our global colors, go back to colors, and we're going to change this to this. So at least it's going to be transparent enough. Then we are going to go back to here, and this is it. So now, so if you see, as I hovered around it, you could see that there is a difference in it here. So if you go back to the design, let's see the position of the menu. So the menu is in the middle. So how are you going to do that? So okay, I think we need to create a blog page as well. We're going to do that as well. We omitted blog, click on edit. So we're going to remove, we have shop, we have the home, we have the shop. Let's check what pages are here. We have the shop, we have sales, and we have blog. So we're going to add to that blog. We're going to add sales. So now this is where the magic happens. So these ones, the rest would go to footer, right? So the home page, we're going to leave it there just for the editing purpose, for a class purpose. We're going to remove it later on. So we are going to only retain this. So, and in order to take, for example, now, if you look at the design, right, the sales came before the blog. So, and in this arrangement, the blog came for the sales. So how do you do that? All you just have to do is drag the block down, and when you drag the block down, if I click on publish, you could see it arrange itself here. But the problem is, what if you wanted, let's say, a sub menu? How does that work? So I can drag the blog and put it under the sales, then you can have a sub menu. So that's how you create sub menus. So but we don't need sub menus. So the next question is, okay, how do we push it to the middle? You don't have to stress yourself on that. Just come to the pen tool. Then when you click on the pen tool, you see this guy here, and you drag it here. So when you drag it here, you have this here, and when you have this, you are good to go. So later on in the design, we are going to add other pages, like you're going to have the cart, search, and these ones. But because some things are limited and some things come with the e-com, they are not going to show for now. Okay, so the next thing is the header. We're going to tap here and we are going to add something at the top here. So we're going to click on plus icon and you can put an HTML, right? Because of we're not using any pro theme, we are limited with some few things that we can actually really add here. So when we click on HTML, we can come here and copy the text. So you're going to click this, that's the HTML. You're going to click on it. Then you're going to remove this and paste. So you could see it here that there is the stuff up here. Then the next thing is you are seeing an arrow because that is actually a button to sales off. You can have it there. So if you click here, you can come to add and click on button, and you can drag the button to this place and you click on edit button. So you can choose what kind of button it is, whether it is outlined or filled, whatever button you want it to be. And you can customize it because at this stage we need to have some little bit of customization. So we're going to first of all bring it medium. Let me see. Okay, large is even better than medium. That's crazy. So on both the hover and the button, we are going to make it like this. We're going to put it white because obviously it's white. And the color, that's the text initial color, we're going to just make it all black because there's no hover state, you get. So if there's anything that has to do with shadows, because there's a button shadow on it, we're just going to put it in 0. So there's nothing like a button shadow. Okay, shadow 2 for the hover states. So is there anything that we need to do? Not yet. Then we're going to rename it sales off. So there's a limitation with the paid, sorry, the free version. So the free version, you won't be able to add some certain things. So take for example now, like an icon, you won't be able to do that. So we're going to leave that for now till we are on the page for the pro. So for the size, we're going to click on this and we're going to go to size. We're going to reduce it to size 14. Then we're going to come back to our design and check what if we are missing anything. So there's a little thing that we are kind of missing. This place is bolder than the rest. So we're going to give this around 800. So same thing with this, you can edit it through here or you can edit it through the HTML. So you can come to design and you can give it, I think it's 800. Is it 800 we gave it? Yes, 800. So now we have this, right? So we click on publish and the background is different. So the background, we're going to select the background. You can also click on this to come to the background. So we select the background, we change the background color to this color. Okay, you see that the button is showing, so we have to change that button. Yes, the button background color to this. So we have this. So what is just left here is the button. So we go back to our customizer homepage and click on publish, then check for other things that is missing. So the footer we have here, it's a little bit different. So we will do this a little bit different. So if you check, the footer has like, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 sections, right? So if you're going to check if it has a widget, because you can use a widget to customize this. So how do we do this? So if we come to footer, right, I think the footer has 2 sections. Yes, the footer has 2 sections. So this is another section here. So this is another section here. So in this section, if you notice, you can't go down because of some certain things. I don't know, that's some glitch in WordPress. So we're going to cancel this and we're going to bring it back up again, then go down. So now you can have this. So this one, thankfully, is already on the last side. So we're going to make it 3. So you can make the columns, you can adjust the columns. So we're going to make it 3. And we are going to add this here. I think something is on the right in this other side. Yes, these images. So we can just group them. So we can export the payments as PNG, group them as one. So, and if you notice, there's this subtle gap in between the designs, so we are going to also give it that. So if you come here, let's finish up with that. I think, what does it have there? So it's saying all rights reserved, and what do we have here? Okay, so I think what is going to be here that is going to be different is just all rights reserved. So we're going to click on edit, go to general, and we're going to remove the theme credit and just put a dash reserved. So, and on this side, we're able to have a widget. So a widget will give us more customization because there are some certain things we cannot do. So how do we create a widget? The first thing we have to come to is appearance. So we're going to go to widget. So if you notice, the widget has several sections: sidebar, footer 1, 2 to 6. And if you come here, you can notice that there is 1 to 6. So, but with the paid plan, there will definitely be more option, right? So before we go to the widget, we would need to install a particular plugin, that is Kadence block builder, because that is going to make our job much easier. So if you've watched the previous projects, you would know how to use this. So, but I'll still make it as simple as possible. So the first thing we have to do is we need to go to plugins. Let's open this in another tab so we don't have to close this. Then we are going to search for Kadence. I think I didn't spell that right. Okay, yeah, Kadence. Then we're going to look for Gutenberg block builder with AI. Then click on activate. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to come back here. We're going to refresh. We can close this for now. Okay, you will see the reason why I did that. So another problem or another hiccup that we might have is we would not be able to build it here because this is just too small to build. So what are we going to do? So the next thing is we're going to build it in a page. So normally when building websites or projects, I usually have one page that I call test page. So if I want to test a particular thing and I don't want to edit a live production website, I build in that page, copy and paste it in the live production site. I make sure everything is smooth before I move to the live production. It's like you building as a dev, you build in the tests or the back end, while when you are ready, you push to live because you don't edit in the live page. You get. So WordPress though has a staging environment, but depending on the plan you choose on your hosting, you may not have a staging environment. You get, but that is something for later. So what are you going to do? We are going to create a new page. So this page, we are going to call it either test or workspace. I think what workspace has a good ring to it. Okay, so we're going to call this workspace and we're going to publish. Don't worry about anything. So this is where we are going to do the needful. So now, if you are already familiar with projects that we've been doing, you'd already know how to work with Gutenberg Builder. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to add a role, because if you look at our design, we have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So let's see if we are able to even these rows will even fit in the design, right? But yeah, so let's see if this is possible. So we're going to create a role and we're going to search for role here. So you can either search from add from here or add from here, depending on where you want to add it from. So when you create that, we are going to have it 5. I think this is 5. So when we have this, we're going to start one section after the other. So the first section is that we're going to work on is this section. So First thing, we are going to have this. We're going to copy it. Then we're going to bring in an advanced text. Then we're going to paste. This is a little bit large, so I'll give it small. So I may stick with small all through because the footer is kind of shrinked. So, but I think if we expand it, if we use this button here and click on expand, it's going to give us a good size difference. So another thing we need to work on this role is we're going to come here, make it full width. We'll come here and give 10 inner width. So all this would play, when we finish setting up our customizer. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to add a form. So what do we do? As it's called form, you carry a form and you add here. So now originally the form comes with name, email, and this thing. So now note another thing again is we may not be able to 100% achieve this because some builders don't have certain things, right? But we would achieve something almost closely similar to this, right? So let's give it a try. So the next thing is we are going to delete some things like, okay, I'm going to go back. I think I need to refresh this page because it's supposed to show some certain things. Let me refresh. I would update and refresh the page. So after refreshing it, let me try again. So you have two options. You can select here and add form. So if it doesn't show, let me show you how it looks like. Probably maybe when we are done with the header settings, it might come back. So this is what it looks like. You have the duplicate field and you have a field for cancel. So because of I already know where it is, I can just easily come here and press the cancel, right? So yeah, so same thing goes to the text. You might not have this issue, or I would check why that went wrong. So the next thing is you can now make sure this one and this one are on the same line. And how do you go about that? You come to the email, you tap on it if you're already familiar with Kadence Blog Builder. You come to email settings. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to clean here, copy or X. Then we're going to put it in a placeholder. So this is a placeholder and this is a label. So we're going to put it in the placeholder. Then we are going to turn off the label. So if you turn it off, we don't have anything at the top. Then the next thing we are going to do is, so we're going to go to the design and see what was written there, and we're going to copy that, enter your email. So we're going to place it, we're going to place it in the placeholder. So enter your email. Then the next thing we are going to do is we are going to come down at the bottom and make this, let's give it, because of the spacing, let's just give it 60. 60 is fine by me. Then the next thing we're going to do, I think, so if you want, there are different actions in a form. You can choose to, okay, after submitting this form, what next? What action do you want? Email, redirect meaning if someone feels it to redirect them to another page, or you can just leave it blank since it's just a subscription form. The thing here is for subscription, you can even use a third-party platform and paste the embedded code. So this is not much of a hassle, right? So you can even use a third-party platform if you don't want to use this, but because of we already have an inbuilt form, we can use it here. So the next thing is you can use any of the third-party platform. At the end of the day, you can, after you close this, you can come to email settings. Not so much, you don't need to adjust anything here. That then message setting is successful. Like, okay, at the end of the day, you are telling the person that this is successful. So the next thing is styling. So the styling here is already okay. It already looks like what we have. here. So the next thing is this button styling. So the button styling we are going to do is we're going to tap the and go to submit because it's submit styling. Then remember we gave here, I think we gave here 80, right? If I'm not mistaken, 60. So we gave it 60. Then we are going to just come down to style and we are going to give it 40. So this completes this. So you have to make it balanced. So now you look at it. Let's preview it on our site. You can to preview it, you can right click on that or click on here to preview it. So to preview it, you could see how small it looks like, right? So don't worry about all this. We're going to set this all up when we are done with the customizer. So but this is just the important thing for us to just have this thing here. So we have this, and instead of submit, we're just going to use a 4-letter word that is not so much like join. We can't use a button because it doesn't support a button, so that is a little limitation for now. So you can not try the pro. The pro has it, so you can have this and have the join here. So the next thing is the distance. If you notice this, the distance is looking weird, so we are going to fix that. We're going to select back on the form, and when we select the form, we are going to come down and we're going to go to general, we're going to go to field, and we're going to come down a little bit, and we are going to adjust some certain things. Okay, yeah, sorry, style. We're going to go to style and field gap. So the gap between fields, you're going to adjust it a little bit. So let it be in 0. So when you click on update, refresh. So if you notice, the join looks like it's a little bit taller than it, so you can adjust this in the settings. So if you come down to the styling, submit, we can see the form should be mid or large or depending on what size. So this size is 14. Let's refresh and see how that looks like. Yeah, I think this is much better. So email, enter your email, then you can join. So if you join, because there's no field, it's going to tell you item required, please fix the errors and everything. So yeah, so the next thing is, I think that's all for our form. We can have that and fill that. So the next thing is icons. So we have social icon. So you can have a group of social icons here and you can drag it down at the bottom. So and when you click here, this is from WordPress itself. So I think we have on the design, we have Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest. So we have Facebook, Instagram. Who do we have again? YouTube, Twitter, or X. Then we have Pinterest. So next thing we are going to do, you can also show the labels if you want. Then icon colors, black, sorry, white. We're going to choose white. Background, black. So we have all of them looking alike. Small. Okay, so you have your design here. So after I use this, I noticed that it's kind of having, this. So instead of using this, we can actually use the normal icon. So how do we use the normal icon? So I'm going to delete this again, and we're going to use um, Kadence block. So we're going to use icon. So I tried out icon and found out that that is the best way to go about it. So when you create an icon, the first thing you do is, let's first of all click here, then add Facebook. Then all you just have to do is tap on the icon. Normally, if you want to add a link, because the links are very important, you tap on the icon and you can have the icon link here, because that is the most important thing in this icon, right? And before we duplicate, I think we can style the size. Yes, there's a general styling and there is normal styling. So let me check the icon, and I think we need something this small. Yeah, I think this is preferable. So when we duplicate, it's going to be easy. So if you want to put your link, you can just put your link. Let me just put hash. So at least it's clicking to somewhere. So you can tap on it and you can duplicate. So if you duplicate it, it just stacks accordingly. So the next one is I just forgot them. Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. Okay, Instagram. What's the difference? YouTube. Oh, sorry, I have to duplicate. Duplicate. Change this to YouTube. Then I'll duplicate again. What's there again? Twitter and Pinterest. Let me see if these ones have updated X. Yeah, cool. They have X. That's nice. Let me pick X. Then Pinterest. Okay, duplicate again. Pinterest. Let's go with this. So we have this here, and we can select all the icon and we can change their justification to the left, the right, and yeah, they are centered aligned, justified here. Okay, so I don't think there is any other thing that we need to do. So for example, now if you want to have something similar to this where you'd have you have it in a box, you can also do that as well. Yeah, so if you want to achieve that, let me show you how to do it. If you select one icon, instead of using this, you can use a background. You can change the background, but I'm just giving you this as an example. So if you see the background, then you can increase this to have it being in a box, but I don't want to go through that because that's not what we have in the design. So the other thing again that we need to adjust is the icon spacing. So how do you go to icon spacing? So if you select one of the icons, so I wish I did it for one, so it's going to affect the rest. So you can tap on one and you would come to icon spacing. Then the right hand side, you move it, nudge it a little bit. So let's not nudge it too much. Okay, there's what I can do. Let me do it this way, and I think I need to reduce the size a little bit. Let's just give it 20. Yeah, so we give it 20 and we are going to copy style. So when we copy style, when we click here, we're going to paste. See, it's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. So that is how to do simple work. So now there's a little bit problem. There is this particular icon. Like, remember, if you worked on um the former project, you could know how to do spacing. So we're going to come here. We're going to have a bottom spacing at the bottom, so that it's going to be space. Let's not use resets. Let's use okay, there is no padding, so let's give it this. So there's going to be an even space between, let's see, refresh, and let's see our page. Oh, sorry, it is the right one, but I think what happened is on each and every one of them, we did not. Okay, the problem is from me. So we did not set the color, right? So we are going to set color on one. So it's using the theme color. You know, the theme color has the major color as the front and has the over color as the second one. So we're going to, it adopted the theme color. So we're going to select the color and we're going to say from the initial is hover. So we're going to see the initial color is going to be dark and the hover is going to be this. So if you hover around it, it's going to show that, but I don't feel that hover should be that. So the hover should be this. So you see it has this. So we're going to the same thing we did here. We're going to copy, we are going to paste, we're going to paste, we're going to paste, we're going to paste. So when we are done, we're going to update, and when we update, we are going to refresh. Good. So we need to have an even distance between this and this as well. So the same way we did the spacings between here, also going to give that space here. So we're going to check here for the space we gave. Just small. You can also check it in numeric value. You can check it as 24. Then you tap on your text, and you can give it small or check the numeric value. So note there's difference between a padding and a margin. So we are going to we used margin in the other side. So we're going to give it margin of 24, right? So, and when we refresh, yeah, they are evenly justified. Yeah. So the same thing with our design, we have that even spacing. So now the next thing that we are going to fix is the remaining spacing. So we are done with this, and we are going to work on the other side. So another thing again is we can work on the spacing between the this thing. So we can say the spacing is going to be small, and so it's going to be a little bit tight if you want it to be. So, but I don't think we can adjust that yet until we are done with the other pages. So the other pages is not going to be that difficult as this one. So first we're going to need a write up. We're just going to copy this first, don't worry, and we're going to paste this. Then we are going to change this to body. So this one is already it's okay. This one did not. This was H2. So H2 is that small. Okay, let's see H2. H2 is not that small. I think it's probably the text that we made use of. That's why. If I bring it to body text, you see that it has changed. So we're going to change that to body text as well. And we are going to make it bold. So in order to make it bold, we are going to come down to this, and the weight, we are going to change it to bold. So same thing here. We are going to come here, and we are going to change this to bold. Okay, so now this one, another thing you need to also note is these are real pages, right? So these pages you can create them, but because of we are doing this as an example, you have to create these pages. We already have about us, we already have contact us, we have blog, then gift cards. If there are any gift cards, you can create. So these pages you can create them by default. We already have a return policy. We don't have shipping and delivery. So FAQs, all these pages, you are going to create them by default. So if you create them, you can have those pages yourself. So in the course of the design, we're only designing few pages. We're not designing all this, you get. But if you were to design all the pages, you have to create them before even coming here, or even after you come here. You have to create them so that you can copy the link and paste it here, because normally here you can't just start pushing all the links, and not links per se, putting all the menu, because they are menus, so you can't start arranging it here. Normally WordPress usually have a menu block. Let me show you what that looks like. It's actually called page lists. So you have a normal page list, but sometimes to configure this and give it the taste that you want, it's actually a little bit difficult. So that's why just create the pages and you can have them. So this page is coming from collection. Then what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate. Then why the space is so much is because of there is no bottom padding. So we're going to do this and leave it like this. Then we're going to use a padding to just, I think this distance is fair enough. Then here we are just going to remove it from bold to inherit, so that there's going to be a different hierarchy between the main text and the body text, like the title and this. So now how do we now do this? So we just come here, and the first one is clothing. I'm just going to copy all of them. So we're going to paste this. Okay, so we have clothing here, and if you want to add the link, this is what I was trying to talk about. You go to general and you come to links, and wherever link, because this is only category, so when we create a category, this particular link of the category, you're going to come here and paste it here, right? So when you paste it here, whenever someone clicks on it, it will take the person to that particular link. But I'm going to put hash here so I show you what it means. So, and these particular settings, we're going to set it from the customizer. I'll show you why it's showing you underline and why it's going to why it's also showing you this as well. We're going to set everything. So I'm going to duplicate. So the same thing. Okay, before we duplicate, we're going to do something first. We are going to come here and create that margin, because if you don't do this, it's going to give a very mighty space between both of them, you see. So I'm going to clear this. So you already know how to do this. I'm only just going to I'm going to make this as fast as I can, so you don't have to say I'm going to do it. So just give me, I'm going to speed this up. Okay, so when we are done doing this, the next thing that we are going to do is, since we already have this, you can just simply copy this. You copy this, not the whole, this section. So if you come here, you copy this section, this particular section that has everything, you copy it and you just click on paragraph and paste. So I'm just going to do this for everything, but we already understand that. So I'm going to click on update. So you can replace it with everything that is here. Okay, so I think we have just 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to speed do this so you can, I'm going to fill it up as well. So when you're done, you're going to publish, then we're going to check it in our site here. So you could see that there are other spaces here. So 1, 2, 3. So this is it. Then the next thing we are going to do is we have the last part, which is this. So it's almost the same thing, but the only difference is that this has icons. So how do we get to do this? So the first thing is we are going to still select everything, and we're going to copy, we're going to paste. Normal, we're going to change the heading to exclusive services. So when we change to exclusive services, so instead of we using this stuff that we'll be using, we delete everything, select everything and delete. Then, or before we delete, okay, so we can duplicate this, don't worry, duplicate this. Then we're going to change this to okay, instead of deleting, let's delete this first. So when we hit this, just the body of the section or the body here, you are going to have the ability to add lists. Let me check icon. Yes, icon list. So you're going to add an icon list. So the icon list is going to give you the ability to have this stuff. Let me remove this so that you can see what we are doing. Then the icon list, we are going to come to our design. The first one is call and has a call icon. So we're going to put text there, and we're going to change the icon to call. You can style the icon as you want, and do different kind of things that you want to the icon. Yeah. So the when you are done with one, you can duplicate, then we pick another thing. Then this icon is actually called envelope. The only problem I have with this thing is this thing doesn't have a streamlined envelope. So that is one problem I have with it. So it's not going to make everything look the same. So you can use what we call an info box for these two as well, just in case you don't want to use custom the icon that comes with this. If you want to use the exact icon that came with this, we can use info box. So like let's say for example, now because of we're able to get the exact icon, let's use info box. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to just hit this and I'm going to write info box. I don't want to show you that you can use both, so depending on what you want. So we're going to select this. So the little issue I have with this info box is you would have to start doing some little customization. So the info box, we would yeah, it's already on the left hand side. Then if you are confused, just close everything. Then first, the text, this text, we don't need it, so we're going to turn it off. So let's start making our life easier. Then the good thing is once you've done one, you would be able to do the other one. So then we need to come to the settings. We need to turn off some certain things. Okay, before we go to the advanced setting, let's come to container. We're going to link all these things and turn it to 0. Sorry, that was not 0. So that was the curves from the sides. So the next thing is there is a border. That's the border that is there. So I'm going to put 0 on it. Then there's a reason why I want to go here first. So we are going to come here and let me link this thing and put it to 0. So link reset, put it to 0. So there's not going to be any padding. Okay, so before we reduce the size of the text, the media, we're going to bring in the media. So this is if you want to use the custom, because this is for anything can happen. So we're going to export these stuffs as PNG. Then we are going to bring in them one after the other. So how do you change this from icon? You can change it to image. Then you are going to bring in the image. So we're going to bring in those stuff we exported. So the first one is, I think, the telephone. So that is it. So the image, we have some little stuff. So it has some border width. So we are going to put this to what it's supposed to be normally. Then inherit ratio will come in. Let me just put the ratio here. Then the border radius, there's a radius that's covering it, so we have to clear it to make it default. So you see that it has cleared. So anytime you border image, you just clear it and it will take it to the original one. So we have this, and I think it is the title that we're going to play with. So the margin, we're also going to check if there is anything on the image. So I think there's a margin to the right. So let me put it in 0 and see what that does. You see? So any little thing like this can affect your design. So you check for every media padding. Let's see if we put it to 0. Okay, good. We need this. So we need this distance a little bit. Yeah, we need a distance. Okay, we're not supposed to link right and top and bottom. So top and bottom we can have 0. Okay, let's see what this gives us. Okay, let's just put it at 13 for now. We'll come back to this guy just in case. So the title, you see this one is taking longer. Yeah, that's if you want to go with it. So we copy this and we close this down, come to the title, and the title we're going to change it to this. You see, very easy, makes things lemon squeezy. So we are going to edit the text and paste it. So we're going to make sure everything is okay before we leave here, because we don't want to duplicate it and now start noticing that there is a problem somewhere. So we're going to come here and we are going to see bottom margin and see what this does. Okay, top margin, good. I put everything to 0 because I don't want any margin or anything. You get? So text, we don't need this. Then the learn more, this is a button if you want the stuff to be clickable, right? So you put in a link there for the learn more. Then if you want it to be clickable, this learn more is like a button. Let me show you what it does. You see the learn more, right? So this one is where you put in a link. That's when you click this, it takes you to wherever you want it to take you to. That's if you need that. So now I think this guy, we don't need padding on the left hand side. Let's check is there any padding on the left hand side? Let's give it 0. Yes, we don't need it because the padding on the left hand side will not make this equal to this side. So is there any other thing? So let's check this. So the next thing is we are going to make sure that there is no space, because if you check here, distance between this top and this top is a little bit different. So let's see if we can do anything to that. So we're going to come to the margin and check the top and give it space. Let's give it this. If it's not going to do, let's give it a minus margin. Yeah, so I think we're going to give it a minus margin, and we have this. I think this is actually the same thing, so you can also give it minus. So I think it's padding that doesn't allow you for minus, but margins allows you for minus. Yeah, so I think as we have done this, we will duplicate it. Right, so I think we are safe to duplicate. So we duplicate it, and voila, here it is. So the next thing is we already have the details. So always finish on one, then you have the ability to work on the other one. So send us an email, then you paste. Also, you know what to do. Change the image, email. Then I think we are safe to duplicate. Yes, we are safe to duplicate. Okay, paste it. Then you can also change the image from here. So when you select it, you can change the image from here. Then click here. So that's another shortcut. Let's see what we've done, if we've done anything good. So we have this. I think we've done justice to it, right? Are you guys noticing something? I think these texts are a little bit bigger, right? Let's see. To me, it looks bigger in my eye. I don't know what font is this. Oh, this is 14. I don't think that thing was 14. So I'm giving every one of them 14. Then this, let's check the title font size. Oh, well, I think we should leave it. I think it's because of it looks, much than this. Maybe that's why it's looking a little bit bigger. So we're going to leave it. I think it's even smaller. So maybe just our eye adjustment or something. So on my eye precisely. Yeah. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to take this and we are going to push it to our widget. So how do we go about that? First of all, we need to make sure that here is full width and here is this. Then we're going to just copy this here. Pardon me, a few seconds. I am looking for the full. So if you come here, this full, let me delete this so that there's no confusion. We created that by mistake. Then I'm going to copy this, right? So when I copy this, remember, this is our workspace. Let me close this. We don't need this anymore. Ooh, we spent a lot of time on that widget. So the thing we have to do here is we are going to click on, should we have this as widget 1? Yes. So we're going to click on this paragraph and we're going to click on paste. You could see how a little bit scrambled it is. So imagine we were building it here, it would have been chaotic. So you can still keep this just in case you have some customization and some other things you want, and you can just copy it, remove this and paste it here. So that is how to do it effectively. So now we're going to refresh because things have changed. We're going to refresh this page. Okay, we're also going to close here. So we just have our widgets and here. So then the widget, once we've added it, we're going to publish. Then we are going to, oh, I would have refreshed before, I would have published before refreshing. Yeah. Okay, good. So you're going to come here, click on this. Then as usual, we can't see the bottom. So we're going to click on hide. So we're going to click on it again. Then now we can see this. So now how do we add our widget? So our widget is going to be around this area, right? So we are going to click on add new. We're going to put widget and we're going to click on this setting icon. Click on got it, and we are going to select the widget. So our widget was widget 1. I think we edited widget 1. So let's try it. So widget 1, then click on set. Yes, so you could see this is the widget. It can't even show here. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's just publish and see if this works. Then we would open a new tab, not a new tab, sorry, onto our home, and voila, we have this. So it worked, but I for no reason don't know why it's showing like this. Probably maybe the size right? So maybe the size of the page, maybe that's why. So let me do this. Still the same thing. It's not supposed to do this, but at the end of the day, if you load it on the website, it gives us exactly what we want. And even if we want to, even if we've not even done the mobile, you could see in a way it is very mobile responsive. We've not even gone to mobile, or it's already mobile responsive. There's already something seeing here that we can adjust, but we'll come to that later. So we've gotten this, and this is great. And if we come to our Figma file, sorry, this is exactly what we have. So we are going to give this edge, and the background is white, so we may not bother changing this stuff that had issues. So we're going to just change this and give this border here. So we have what we want. Everything is intact. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is, I think we can work on the spacing. I don't know what you guys think. So we can reduce, we can give it more spacing. Let's see what that will give us. It's going to give us something cool. I think it has published. Let's refresh. Yes, it has given us a good space, because this is where I was, thinking of. So we have a good amount of space in this, and we can even push this guy more to this side, so we have more spacing in this side. But I think this is to an extent fine by me, because why these guys have spaces, because the length of the text isn't that long as it's supposed to be. So the next thing we are going to do is the background. We're going to click on this, and we're going to change the background to white. We're going to publish, we're going to refresh. So I think same thing here. I think this is white. Click here and change this, and we publish. So then we're going to refresh, and we have this. So we're going to give a little bit of a stroke here. I'm going to give it a little bit of stroke here. So let's do that. In order to give the stroke, what we're going to do is we are going to, at the setting, this thing is not really making sense the way it did it there. So at the setting, we're going to come here, and that's this setting here. We'll tap on it and make sure we are there. Then we're going to give border here. We're going to give this, and we're going to give it 1, and we're going to apply this color. I think this color is what is there. Here we're going to do the same thing. We're going to come down, give it this, then we're going to give it this, then publish. So we're going to see what we've done. Let's push this here so we can easily see what we've done. So there you go. So now a little bit, let's come back to this. I want to finalize on this. Normally I'm not supposed to edit here. We're supposed to edit in our test area, but I feel what I want to do is not that difficult. So this particular section, I want to, let's use margin. I think the left margin. Okay, no, reset. That's the right margin. It's not supposed to work inward. Well, what I can do is I can, or you can, we can tilt the middle one to the left hand side. We can push it, but it's not supposed to affect this. So let us reset. Let's try this in the page editor so we don't make any mistake, because there we can see what we are doing. That's our workspace. I thought I could do it there. So what I want to do is I want to give a space between here and here. So right now here is supposed to be able to give a right padding or margin. It's not supposed to. Okay. I think the way we have to go is this way. That's the column, whether rows or column. Okay, I won't do rows because rows are for mobile, because rows are like, top. You won't have issues with that. So let me give it like 100. If I give it like 100, it's going to affect everything, and including this one. So if we give it 100 first, then this one, irrespective of what was given, we are going to expand it beyond its scope, and let's see how that looks like. Yeah, I think that's better. Then I think this your email, I think it's just we're going to start it with your email, so it's going to look like it's spelled your email perfectly. I just want to just do some cleanup. Normally I would even prefer this subscribe to come at the bottom. So you can do that if you want. So I would replace this. So how do I replace this? I've copied that one. I can choose to delete, then do this, then paste. We need to give us our normal size. When we refresh, we are going to have this spacing, right? So I think this is okay for now. So we are going to close some things so that we don't get confused. We're going to close this, and we're going to still leave this. This is all. So now this place, let's check if we've given it stroke and everything. Published. Let's see if it's showing at the top. This thing is very weird. It's not showing at the top yet. Okay, yes, we didn't give it a figure. So that's it. Refresh, and there you go. We have it. So let's continue with other aspects of the customizer. So we are done with the footer. Then the general layouts, we don't do too much here. Sidebar, if there is a sidebar, any need for a sidebar, we'll work on that. Comments, move comments. So comments, when it's time for our blog, we'll revisit our comments. Social links, so if there's any social link on the website minus the one we did there, everything would come under here, right? So performance, nothing to do there for now. Page, so page layout, we're going to come to general. Sometimes it goes to design, or you just have to just come to general, and we're going to open a page, not this kind of page. I am looking for, okay, yes, I just remember that we are supposed to make amends to this, but I'm trying to see if we can open a page. Okay, so now this is a page. This is going to be where we're going to work. So we're going to choose this, but we're going to just turn page title off totally. Then we can put for whatever page we need page title, we can always turn it on. Then default page layout is always in normal. Select on box. The spacings between content, well, you can disable it so there will not be any spacing. That's vertical. There's a vertical spacing in between content, so you can disable it or you can enable it. But for most pages, you can turn it on if you want. So this is going to affect. So I'm going to enable it, then just in case some pages needs it, then we can always disable it. So if it affects the site, we can always come back to change it. So show featured image, I think for each page this should work, and each page should have their own settings. Then you click on publish, so you can see this is a blank page. So before I come to this second widget, there's a widget we're supposed to add here. Let's finish up on other settings. So this is search results, nothing to do there for now. Then site identity, we've already done this. This is the site logo, that's the logo that we did here, and this is the favicon, that is what is here. So we've already done this. Then menus, we've already created our menus. Widgets, these are widgets that are added, but we are not doing it here. We did it in the widget area. So home page settings, so this is where we by default set our home page as the page that displays when someone opens the website. So we are going to choose static page, then we are going to choose the home page. So anytime someone clicks on www.bimazi.com, it's going to so then blog, we're going to select this blog as blog page. Okay, so we're going to click on publish. Then additional CSS, there's no need. Import, there's no need. So this is what took most of our time. So the next one is to add the widget here. So this widget is not going to take that long. So we're going to just add an image. So image, we just use advanced image. Then we're going to select image. We've already exported it. So that's this image, and click on select. And the image, we are going to position it to the right hand side. You know, it's on the right hand side of the design. So we're going to click on save, and we are going to go to the customizer, and we're going to hit refresh. So after hitting refresh, we are going to go back here, tap here, then we are going to go, since it's going to be at the bottom. Okay, after we refresh the customizer, it said has come to normal. Okay, so it just needed a refresh. So we are going to click on widgets and we are going to add number 2 widgets. Okay, so its head has done squishy again. So you see, very perfect. Finish the job. We go back to our design and see if everything. So this is perfect. And okay, just wanted to confirm something. So we publish, then we check our website. This is how you this is how you create this. So, and this is very simple, right? So for this email, I feel my mind is just telling me it's okay, but I think this is nice. You can put in your email. Say for example, now I put in my email here. I can just click join. So this is perfect. This is perfect. Let's not change it. Let's leave it. This is perfect. So what next is for us to work on each and every one of the landing pages. That's the home page, the about us page, contact us page, and any other page that is needed. So, but before that, remember the whole highlighting problem we had. Let's fix that. I'm always forgetting to fix that. So I'm refreshing so I don't have that issue of yeah, this thing big. So this problem that we're having when we highlight, we need to work on it. So we're going to come to colors. I think typography. No, colors. It was right. Then come down. So this is it. So now we are going to change it from the active one. Is this the active? Initial hover. So we're going to change it from this. Then you see that as I did it, it's then we're going to put it this. So when it changes, it has this. Then we're going to remove it from underline. But I feel the underline is nice. So let's leave it. It just gives it this interaction. Yeah, standard underline. But I want to confirm something. If the underline is there by default, if it's there by default, we are going to remove it. Okay, good. It's only there on hover. So good, 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 good. So we have our footer, we have our header, though other things will come in and we'll customize all those later on. So yeah. In this chapter, we are going to be building the home page and we're going to be using Elementor Page Builder. So the first thing is we are going to go to pages. We have already created a home page in the customizer, so there's not thing for us to do much or creating any new page. So all we just have to do is click on edit. So you can open this, right click on a new tab or edit it directly, but sometimes it's always, just open it in a new tab. So once it's open, all you just have to do is click on edit with Elementor. But sometimes you may want to, since the theme is being controlled from everything here, or the website itself is controlled from the theme, we can do some little settings. So we come to this particular page settings. If there's anything we don't have transparent header, we're going to disable page title. We'll leave these ones. We'll leave these ones because they're all default. Then we're going to disable padding. Then anything that has to do with featured image, we can still leave it on default because the customizer itself in general already has this at default. So all we just have to do is click on update. Once we click on update, we don't need to build with here because this is, if we want to build with Gutenberg or that's Kadence block builder, we'll use here. So in order to use Elementor, all we just have to do is click on edit with Elementor. So as you can see, our footer is already here and our header is here. So all we just have to do is that we are building the body, and the body we are going to be building is going to be the Figma page design. So we're going to go to the Figma design so we know what we are doing. So in the Figma design, we're going to build this section. So this is going to be the hero section. This is called the hero section. This is going to be our category section. This is going to be like, snippets of the shop, testimonial, few info, and some extra pages. So this is what we're going to build, and let's get to it. So the first thing is our hero section. So what do we need from here? We're going to export this. So I'm going to take this one out. So just in case you are using Figma. Okay. So we have it here. We can export this. Let's call it background image. Sometimes it's good to name your distance with even the business name, that's Bimadzi, for SEO purposes. So we're going to put Bimadzi BG image. So we're going to do a little tweak to that image because the image has to be a little bit edited. So I'm going to tap on it. Then whatever tool you want to use, though the image will be available for you, we are going to crop it to make sure we have an exact size. So there is a reason why we are doing this. So we have this exact images to be positioned right. So we save. Also again, you can check the size. Size is very, very important. We have in 6.4. So this is good. So now looking at our design, let's turn the background on back again. We turned it off before. So we're going to create these two sections, section 1, section 2, then here. So in Elementor, there are a few things you need to know. Almost, if you've gone through the previous project that we have, you may not have any problem. But if you've not, the first thing with Elementor is this is where you have site settings, team settings, user preference, and so many other options here that you can go through. So in the previous project, we explained everything that you are seeing here. And since the customization is 100% coming from the team, we would not do so much here. So the only few things is like preference. This is just like either dark mode or light mode, depending on which one you are good with. Then panel, then heading. Also, if you turn it on, you would see each and every what they do. Enable lightbox editing, hidden elements, not really. And just, these are a few things. You may just leave all of them here, so nothing too much for you to do here. So site setting is more like if you were editing with Elementor, would go here, but you don't. Like when I mean editing with Elementor, like Elementor was controlling majority of everything. So if you click on this, you can have different settings from Elementor. That's the team builder. We'll come to this when we are building other stuff. Then add-ons are like other things that are added onto the site to take you to a different website. So exit is if you want to exit this page. This other setting where you could change the setting, but we've done this in this place. If you remember when we were trying to edit, we've already done some certain things there. So default page, we just leave it to default. We're not doing anything here. So the navigator is if you're looking for a navigator, because everything that you're going to do here is going to reflect here. So but for now, we don't need it. You can always toggle it on and toggle it on. Then history. If you've done anything in the website, you can always go back to it and edit it, and in case there was any mistake anywhere. Then responsive mode, if you want to view it in desktop, mobile, tablets, whichever one you want to go with. Yeah. So that being said, let's get to the main thing. So anytime you are lost or don't know where you are, just click on this to just go back to the default widgets. So widgets are more like if you're building a house, like blocks and things that would enable you build your house. So to build your website, we need widgets to build each and every one of the pages with Elementor. So the first one we're going to use more of container because Elementor is still building this, it's still under development. So we're going to use more of the container. So we're going to not drag a container. We're just going to click on add, and we're going to use a flex box. So the flex box that we are going to need is 2. So we're using flex box, that's section 1 and section 2. That is what we need here. So now you can use this to expand and retract, more like retract, to see what you are building, right? So if you don't want to be disturbed in any way, like you don't want to be seeing this, you don't want to be seeing this, what you can do is temporarily you can change it to Elementor canvas, and you click on update. Then you are left with this blank sheet. But when you are done, don't forget to come back here and release it. If not, it will affect the site itself. Yeah. So just click on update. So we can be working with a blank canvas, but I feel we can work with this, and if you choose not to, you can always change it. So the first thing is we need to bring in the background. So if you click here, here is to edit any element. You can also tap on each. So this is a role or a container, depending on how you want to call it. So this is a role and there are sections inside the role. So you can tap here to edit it. So each and every one of these things has a properties here. So if you come back to the home, so whether you have image, text, every widget has its properties, right? So the background here has its properties, and when you click on properties, you see the flex box and you see all the settings that are here. So to make it very easy for you, you can just go back to the other project, that's the landing page project that used Elementor, to see effectively how this was done, because it was a one-page website. But I will still be referring to other things when needed. So the first thing we need to do is, so this is the layout, everything that has to do with layout. Sometimes you can just close this to have a breathing space, because sometimes overwhelming. So you just close it, then open it, and like, okay, what am I doing, right? So for the noun, we are not doing anything here. We just come to style and we're going to take the color. So this is the theme color, so everything that we have is here. So and we're going to take the background, so that's what we're going to take from there. And we're going to check our design. We have a smaller text and we have a larger text. So we are going to pick both of them. We're going to pick a text. So we're going to go back to our widgets. We're going to pick a header text. So there's a difference between a header text and a body text, but I feel the header text would still just do the justice that we want. So we're going to bring in header text, and the header text, we're going to come here and copy it. Text, copy, paste. If you paste it directly as I did here, you would find out that there's some little code error because it's copying the code from the Figma file. So all you just have to do is you select this, delete, and paste it here. Automatically just does that for you. So on our text too, we have the content. Sometimes it will be layout, content style, depending on what you are doing. So, and this is H2. We have H2, H1, depending on what you want, or you can leave it, or depending on how you want to so this one more like a paragraph, right? So, and this is more like a heading. Let's just keep it at H2 for now. And we're going to go to styling, and we're going to reduce this. So if you come to heading, like I said, you can close it and open it, and you can see alignment, either to take it to the left, right, center, depending on what choice you want. Then you have typography, where you can edit, and you can edit everything like stroke, text, and you can play around this right in your own time. So you can click on this and you can select a family, but there's default family already set on the system. So what we are going to only change is, we will look at it again once more, so we know what we're doing. Yeah, so we are going to first of all make everything capitalized, sorry, uppercase, not capitalized. Then we are, I think this is all that was done. Then the size, let's try 14. Yeah, we're going to use 14, and we don't, there's no style here, there's no style. So let's just copy this, because we're going to need this thing soon. So the next thing we are going to do is, you can choose to duplicate this, right? Or you can choose to just add a new one. So since this one has already been altered, we're just going to bring in a new one in here. So you just drag and bring it in here. So we have this, and we can paste it here. Women collection. So there's a little issue I usually have with using a header functionality, because if you notice, it did not bend the way I want it. If I had used a text editor, right, and I paste here, it does what I want. So it depends on what you want to do. So I think back then I learned a little code stuff, right? So what I do is, if I want it to go to another paragraph or another line, I will just do, I don't know what this sign is, more BR. Then you could see the sign. Then automatically it's it's a code for pushing things to another line. So this is what I do. Then I just like this header stuff. It's simple and not too complicated. That's why I use it. If not, you can use the paragraph. Sorry, I say paragraph text editor. So click on edit. Then you can increase the size, right? Because that size was a little bit bigger. So let's try H1 before we increase it. I don't think this would play well. So this is an H1 text. and we would increase it a little bit. Let's try 30 because that means it's around 30. So let's try 50. No, that 50 is too big. Let's try 40. So I think this 40 is a little bit fair enough. Go on with it. So if you notice, if I update, don't always forget to update, right? Because anything can happen anytime. So you notice that there's a space between here and here. So if you want to look at it real time, you can come here and put a default and click on update, and you can see what we are doing. So I think we'll leave it like this for the meantime, so you can see what you are doing. So the distance between here to here is kind of so much, but before we adjust that, let's do this first. So we come here. So there's what we call padding and margin. So I think what is affecting this is going to be the margin. Let's try it. So at the bottom we have, so okay, what we're gonna do, I think we did everything together. So this is what we call link. So if you click on link, it selects everything together. So we're going to unlink it, and we're just going to make it 0. And if the 0 doesn't work, you can try from the padding. So I think where the problem is here. If you could see, as I reduce it to 9, there was a space here. So here too, we are going to edit it because we need a very close distance between this and this. So another thing I just noticed is the thickness is too thick. We're going to adjust that later. So we're going to come here, we're going to unlink it, and we're going to go to the top, because I think the top will give us something. I think this is okay, that is too close. Okay, I think this is fair enough. Okay, so next thing that we are going to do is, I think we need to reduce the weight. We can take it to medium. Okay, I think, let me check what we can just simply check what this used, so we don't stress ourselves. Okay, it's used bold. Let me check black. Sorry, let me use, I use bold here. Okay, this was medium, this was bold. Okay, so here was bold. We can take this back to being bold. Okay, so we're going to edit here, and we're going to change it to medium. Good. So that is what we have here. So the next thing is we're going to bring in a button. So we're going to search button. We're just going to drag and drop. So same thing here. We are going to work on the bottom. We have this. So now this button, we are going to work on the button later on, because the button, we don't want to affect the we want the global button to be the same, right? So we would change the button here. Okay, yes. Okay, the global button is going to be like this because of the e-commerce and some other things, but the button on the page is going to change. So we're going to work on the buttons here. So now what do we do? The first thing is we're going to name our button explore now. So this is, you can have info sorted. It does not really mean, right? So you can put explore now. This is where you're going to put the link, and you can choose the link to open another tab and some other little things you can do here. And you can choose for the button to have an icon if you want the button to have an icon. So you can come to icon library, for example, and put a bell or something and change the position if you want to. But currently we are not doing that to the button. Or is there any design we did here? No, we didn't do that to the button. So now the next thing we are going to do is we're going to style the button, because this button is a little bit different from the normal one. So alignment, we're not going to touch alignment. Alignment is very fine. Typography is fine. Text shadow is fine. So what we're going to be doing is the color, right? So on this one, I still like the hover effect. So the hover is fine by me, but we are going to have the button background. So this is the text color. We don't touch that one. And the button type is classic or gradient. So if you wanted it to be a kind of a gradient thingy, but it doesn't make sense. So yeah, color. We're going to choose a global color for it. For now, I think let's just choose black. There's a reason I want to choose black. and we are going to reduce the opacity. Opacity is the transparent of the button. So we're going to the reason why we are reducing it is just in case it is being used. We're going to use this button in other background colors. So because currently it's taking the background of original size. So we're going to go to hover, and the hover we are going to, let's just make this, I'm coming. Let me show it's not going to pick any color. We're going to put black to make sure it's black. Hover text. If you hover, it's going to be black. So here's going to be this color, right? So if you hover around it, and if you hover around it, the background would be black. So exactly what we had before, right? So the next thing is the default one is going to have border. So we're going to have solid border. So when we come to our design, this is, we call them border. So let me zoom in. So we have this border, we have this curve at the side 5, and yeah, so this is 1. So we are going to have it solid. So for the border radius, what we are going to do is we are going to not unlink it, and we're going to add 5. From the design we chose 5. So this is it. So the next thing is we need to reduce the total number of sides of the border, the thickness. So normally you can have it, sometimes if you just want it to be at the bottom, you can just have like 5, to do all those kind of button effect and some stuff, right? So but we are not doing that. So we're going to link everything, and we're going to give it 1. I think 1 is the exact yeah, 1. We used 1 here. So okay, I think there's something else I'm noticing. The button, yes, and the button stuff, they are all in caps. So we're going to effect that. So we're going to go to the typography, and we are going to capitalize. I'm always doing this, uppercase, and let me try 14 because I don't know. Okay, yeah, that thing is 14. So we are also going to make it semi bold because we have it semi bold here. So, and again, that if you notice is the spacing between the stuff, that's the text. So you can have letter spacings like this. So you can just want to adjust letter spacings. So we're going to do it like that. So now I think we have what we want. Let's check our Figma design. Let's zoom out, and yes, we do have what we want. So I think I'm going to increase this size a little bit because like it's even competing with this, so it's going to be way much bigger. So we're going to click on it and come back here, and let's give it that 50 we're running away from. Let's give it 60. Let's see what 60 looks like. I think 60 looks way more cool, right? So yeah, let's leave it at 60, and we can reduce this. So we don't have 12 in our design, but I think we can try 12. 12 is the smallest you can go, right? So I think 12 does the job. So now looking at this, we need space between the header and the footer. So how do we do that? You can come down here and select this, and if you go to your padding, we can unlink this, and we can give it 88 because normally if it was that we wanted it full width, like cover everything here, we can actually do that. If we choose here, sorry, we can, sorry, to do that we would come to minimum height and choose this, and we'll choose 100, but we don't want it to be full width, so we're not going to do that. I just want to show you if you wanted it to be full width, but we are not doing that. So we're going to come back here, and we're going to give the top and bottom 80. So this is padding, so to give it a good amount of space. So we are going to check again if that's okay. Fair enough. So this is how our design looks like. So I think if we give it 100, it should be fair. Let's try 100. Yeah, I think this is much better. Okay, I feel this our button is a little bit big, right? I don't know what you guys think, but I feel it's a little bit big. Let's work on the text. So go to typography and let's give it 12. Yeah, I think uh let's check our design. We didn't even check the design to check the text. It's actually 14, but you know, when you are now designing, you now see something quite different. So I think the sweet spot is 12, and 12 give us exactly what we wanted. So we'll just take this note when we are building our button on our customizer. So the next thing is the image. So what we're going to do is still come down here and we're going to bring in the image basic. We're going to drag it and bring it here, and we're just going to delete this. Another thing you would notice is as I drop the image, everybody is aligning to the top, right? We don't want that. So if you want that, so everybody should not just align to the top, align to the center. Sorry, not here. Layout. I thought I was in layout. So align to the center. So when you align to the center, everything goes to the center, right? So you do that in your layout. So now we're going to delete this. We don't need this. Oh, sorry. You can go back. So let's use the back to. So we're supposed to edit, right, and delete it from here, not from that side. So we hit that and we are going to upload the image. So we're going to upload this, and alongside these images we'll need them later. So let me just upload this one at once. Good. So this is what we're looking for, and bravo. So immediately you bring in the image, it would give it its own size because the image has its own size itself, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to hit here and we're going to adjust the top and bottom. So let's say we give it 40 40, right? So I think this is actually nice. Okay, I don't think we need bottom. We don't need bottom because if we don't give it bottom, we're going to have issues here, right? We're going to have it cropping from this end. So we are going to remove the bottom to 0, and when you remove the bottom to 0, you would have this here. So if you notice, there's still, as we remove this 0, there's still little space here. So how you're going to fix that is this particular container has its own padding. So we're going to tap on it and we're going to go to, this is it, we're going to go to the advanced, then we are going to go to here and just put 0. So if you put 0, so now we have this perfect line here that it's coming from here, and this is blended. This is perfect. Okay, so now we have this. We are done with the hero section. If you want to adjust the image accordingly, you can adjust the image from having full or from medium. So you can, depending on what you want to do to it, but sometimes I just give it full. I prefer this even if the website has something similar to this, but I like the image as it's come here, so it just takes that screen thing. So the next thing we need to do is the next section. So when we are done, there are a few things that you would notice that here doesn't really align with this place, and that is going to be a problem. So the first thing that we need to do is we leave this in default, and I think we need to make some little adjustments to the customizer. So first I'm going to preview this page live. You click on preview. So I'm going to edit this. So we're going to make some few alter. So now we are going to come back to this page settings and keep everything in default. I think this is going to be default. Don't worry about this. We don't need to change this. And page title is disabled by default, so I think we should leave that. So we're going to click on view page. So this is how the page looks like, right? So originally. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to customizer, because the mistake is, since we are using the theme settings, we have to make the corrections from the theme and not on the page. So we're going to go back here and we are going to go to page layout. So we're going to go to page layout and we're going to click on page layout. The first thing is we're going to make it full width. If you make it full width, if you click here, you see it has done the needful. Then after making full width, we leave it on box, which is, I think it was already on unboxed, And I think this is the first thing we need to do. Then there is something that we need. So we're going to come here and we're going to go to general settings. And we're going to go to layout and we're going to copy this because this is the max width that the page goes. So we're going to close this and we're going to close here as well. And we can come back to our settings here and we're going to paste this here. So when I paste this, this is what we have. You could see it is now very well aligned. So once you've done that, we click on updates. So the next thing is our next section. So let's take a look at what our section looks like. So let's look at the section. So now we are having this section where we're going to have several images. Then we are going to also have text here. So okay, so what we're going to do is note this is a little bit different from this, right? So we have this here and we have this. So this is one section. This is I can call this how do I put this? I can call this one full section and I can that's one full roll, so you don't get yourself confused. Then one, two, three sections, right? Then we have another section. So let's not get ourselves so much confused. So now we're going to need just one big roll that takes everybody down. Then we are going to add containers inside. So we're going to add this container, and in this container, so don't get it confused. So if you want to understand it very well, let me turn on the navigator so you could understand it better. Okay, this hides the navigator. So if you look at this section here, right, this is the mother section. We have one container, that's this content. Let me use this to explain so that you can understand properly. So in this container here, right, we have one container on the left, one container on the right. That's just two containers containing their objects or widgets. So now this particular one, we want to create a container first, then a container that still carries another container inside. So now I'm going to add another container inside that would contain things. So this is one, and I'm going to duplicate it two. So this particular one now, I am going to edit it to not go down. It's going to go this way. So the original one, that's the mother container, the direction it's going, it's down. So let me show you what I mean. So if I, for example, now right click here and I duplicate, you see it goes down. If it didn't go down, it go this way. So but that's messy. So this is what I want to achieve. The reason why is we have the mother container that contains everything inside it. So you understand me now. So let's delete. I don't think we need to delete this. Let's leave it because we're going to use it for the other sections. So now the first thing is we're going to have three sections. So this one is going to be three. So we're going to duplicate it and it's going to be even. So let me update and view so I get to see what I'm doing. So it's not going to show yet, but you will see what we are doing in a moment. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to bring in text and we're going to bring the body text. So the first thing is we're going to copy this. We're going to use the header text, position it in, to paste our text first, then bring it in. Then we are going to, I don't know, for whatever reason why elements always have this spacing at the bottom. So I think this is too bold, right? That is medium. So I think I need to change this generally in the global settings so we don't have to be changing it on each design. So for H2 text, because I think this is an H2 text, let me check. Yes, this is an H2 text. So for H2 text, we need to be having everything not bold. So how do we change this? We come to customizer. Normally this is what we are supposed to do in the beginning, but I just feel like we won't have much issues changing all the stuff. So we're going to come to customizer and we're going to click on font. Did that thing close by itself? Okay, let's try this again. We're going to click on font. We're going to click on typography. We just want to put everything on regular. Because if you see, if I change this to irregular now, you see it goes to the normal one. This is 600. This is 5. This is this, and I think it's in medium. Yeah, medium. So we're going to leave them in medium, in regular. Everything that has to do with the header text, because that was just too bold. Regular and regular. So we're going to check everything, then we're going to publish. So we are done with that. You see that we're done. So once we click on update here, and we're going to refresh. So once we refresh, we have this right now. So you can choose, let's see what H3 is giving us. Let's see between H2 and H3. I think this, okay, it's small. Let's leave it at H2. And we're going to copy our text. You can choose to duplicate or just bring in our body text. Then we're going to, as usual, centralize it. So this, as usual, we are going to the bottom. Sorry, this is padding. Sorry, margin. I'm always used to what do they call it? The cadence block. You have the margin at the bottom and the padding at the top, so I'm always confusing it. So yeah, that's what happens when you use more than one software to design. So you have this here and this here. We click on it and the color is different. We have a light subtle color there. So, and that is what we're going to use. And I think these two, it has some issues with the top padding. Okay, yeah, we are going to give it 15. Let's so we see what we are doing. Okay, yes, this is fair. The distance is fine by me. So we have this. So you see what I'm saying in a jiffy now. We are done with this. So normally, as I duplicated this happened here. So before, if we didn't do this, after we are done with this section, we would have to now start creating a new section, which is, stressful in a way. So what we're going to do here, we're going to click on here and so there needs to be spacing. So we're going to try 40. That's the spacing between each section. So all section is going to have that. That's padding. So at the top padding, we're going to try 40. Yeah, I think 40 is it. Then the bottom to 40. Okay, so the next one, this one we're going to have 6, right? We have 1 2 3 4 5 6. Cool. So we have, this is 1 2, duplicate, 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, duplicate, 6. So now let's see what we're going to use best, and I would portray what we need. So we're going to click plus, and we need an info box. I think info box would do justice to what we want. So let's see if info box is something we have available. Info box. Okay, image box. I am taking Kadence too serious. Okay, so we have this, and once we do for one, we're going to apply it for the rest. So we're going to delete this, and we're going to add, I think the first image that we have here is the brown shirt. So we're going to select this, and we're going to leave it there for now. Then we are going to remove description. We don't want description. We don't need description. We are going to come to our design, and the first one is clothing. We're going to copy, and we're going to come here and add clothing to it. So now we're going to do little adjustments. First, we check the box because this is the box setting. Alignments. I think everything is cool for now, but I think the image spacing we need to adjust it a little bit. For okay, then let's go to image. Yeah, there you go. Then the text size, do we need to do anything here? No. Text size, we need to decrease it a little bit. Let's put 14. Okay, let's give it 20. No, 20 is a little bit big. Let's give it 18. Yeah. So, and it's a little bit bold. Let's see what it has in the design. Semi bold. Okay, so if we're giving it semi bold, we are going to be reducing it to around 16. Oh, let's just give. Okay, let's leave it at that. So semi bold here. Let's see what our design look like. Save, automatically refreshes. Then we have this. So normally when we have our category, once we click on this will take us to that particular category. So there will be a link here, but for now there is no link. So now we're going to copy this. We're going to right click, copy, and let me see if, okay, yeah, it does paste. So you can right click. Let me delete it and do it again. So you copy, right click, copy, and you paste. So once you paste here, all we're going to change is the image, and we're going to do this across everything. So I'm going to speed this because we already know how to do this. So after you've updated them, you are going to click on update, and we're going to check our site. It's going to refresh by itself. Then we have this. Isn't this beautiful? Yes, it is. Okay, so you can do an hover animation, right? So at least let's make it not look a little bit intriguing. So when someone, carry their mouse close, you can also do that with buttons. Sorry, I didn't bring that up, but I just felt like leaving it like this is going to be a little bit, dull. So if you right click here and come to style and come down to the image, you can choose to apply CSS, right? So let's go to hover. So one, you can have an over animation. So if I click on shrink, you see that once it goes, it shrinks. I like that. Then also I can come to the CS and say, okay, the saturation would reduce, meaning once you click on it, it goes gray. So just give that nice effect of, responsiveness or micro interaction, so whichever you would want to call it. So now instead of us doing it on everything, we can just right click, copy, then right click and paste style. So if you just do it for everybody. Paste style, paste style, paste style, paste style. So you could see that it's done on everybody. So just gives it that unique feel. So if you come and refresh, you can see that it does it. So it just gives it that nice feel to it, right? Okay, so that being said, we can duplicate this because the next section that we are going to be working on, it's almost similar, right? It's almost the same thing, if not similar. So if we've done one, we don't need to stress ourselves doing the second one. Then we can just put some certain things. So all we're just going to do is we're going to click on this, and we are going to right click and click on duplicate. So once we duplicate, we have one here and we have another one here. So we're going to just change text. You see, makes our job easy and fast. Okay, so here now, where there will be a little bit of problem is these particular details you are seeing on the design is coming from e-commerce, and we've not gotten WooCommerce plugin. Sorry about that. So the WooCommerce button is going to be what's going to generate this, and we are not yet at that stage, right? So once we have that, it will be displayed here. So what we're going to do, we're going to just keep a space for it. So, and by keeping a space, this is what we're going to do. We are going to delete, yeah, it doesn't need more than okay, so it just needs one space. So this is going to be it, and we are just going to put a right up here to just signify something is coming here. This is too big. Let's just put a text editor, and we're going to just write here product image, and we are going to centralize this. We're going to update, and once we come down to WooCommerce, we are going to come back here to update this page. So our product image is going to be displayed in this section. Yeah. So the next section, this is a testimonial page, so we can add our testimonials and everything that we want. So let's get this done. So same thing, we're going to duplicate, but this is going to be a little bit different. So let's go. So now I still prefer to duplicate this guy, right? So I'm going to duplicate this section. And sometimes you may not know how to drag, like, okay, this one is here, this one is here. So what are you going to do? You're going to just come here to the navigator, and if you want to close everything, just close everything at once. Like if you want to just tap here and everybody is going to close at once. And you can name your containers if you want. You can come here and you can name here section hero section. Yeah, so you have here as hero section, and we have here as our categories. Category, I don't do this at all or often, but just for learning sake you can do this. Then this particular one, we are going to call it our testimonials. Sorry. Then we're going to call this last page product image. Now this product image and testimonial, you can drag anything here. So I'm going to drag this, just hold it and drag it to the bottom. Once I drag it, automatically it just comes down here. So as you can see, it has already done the job. So we're going to delete this and leave 3 because we need 3 boxes. So we're going to delete. Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3. We're going to delete this and we're going to delete this. We're going to delete this. We don't need them for now. And this thing here, we are going to change the background color to this. So we have this save, and we can automatically loads it, and you see we have that here. So let's change the text. So this one has one text, not too bad. We'll just copy it and we can delete this and apply the text here. So what we are saying, nothing too much. Oh, sorry, this guy came with a lot of baggage. Yeah, then we update. So now we have here to work on. So with Elementor, you can create a review right from scratch. I'll show you how this looks like if you want to go for the pro. So I told you I'm going to introduce pro features, but you can also build it from scratch. But let me show you how it would look like if we were to build with a pro. So now this is one of the projects that has a pro in it. So if I go to reviews, so normally this pro doesn't have to be on your own head. You can tell you can put it in the client payment, so the client pays for it and makes your job very easy. So now if you come to reviews and you drag it as usual, you could see it gives you the option of this stuff. You can come here to edit it to have, like, 3 per view. You see it has already started doing exactly what we have in our design. If not that the design is not almost the same thing, right? You're only having the controls that it gives you. So we can also have, for each one you can also have ratings, right? So take for example that you have 5-star rating, and let's say you have 4-star rating, for example. So you see it has everything you need, so why stress yourself doing it? But because of design sake, we are going to design it from scratch, and you can edit and customize everything that you want to customize. Yeah, because this is a pro feature, but well, we don't have the pro, so we're going to build from scratch. So let's get it done. So we're going to take a good look at the design. So we have rating here, we have the text, we have the body, and we have our normal icon, image icon box. So let's work on one. Once we've done one, we can duplicate to the rest. So let's get it done. Let me take I need to take the size 20. Okay, so we just use. So the first thing is rating. We've already searched reviews, so rating is not a big deal. So we have this, and next thing is we would have to we'd have to make the box white. Let's just start with that. Background, select this, and we're going to make it white. So tap outside so that you could see what you are doing. You see, because it was looking like it had what did they call it, stroke, but it doesn't. So let's just have that for now. Then if you click edit, you can scale it to 5 to 4 5 scale. Okay, 5 scale meaning 5, then you can put it like 3, then okay, this is like okay 3 out of 5 or 6, so depending on what you want to do. So we're going to leave it at I think majority of them, yeah, all of them is 5-star. So 5-star or 5-star. Then we're going to bring in, should we, I'm kind of tempted to use image box for almost everything, right? So let's do it. Let's see if it's going to go well. Image box. So for the first one, I want to use an image box, right? So the first one is going to be an image box, but I want to see if I can, yes, remove the image, because this is just going to give us some simplicity and less stress. You see, we have that there, and content spacing. So you see, just less stress. So we open this, then the heading, content settings, title, we are going to, let's give it 20 and see. Perfect. Then the body, we're going to give it 14 as usual. Perfect. And let's do this. So this is already nice. So we've speed up things with that info box. So the next thing that we're going to check very well is this. So let me zoom in so that we could see what we are doing, right? I'm going to copy this, and the heading has a little bit of boldness. Let's check if that is semi-bold. Yes, that's semi-bold. So we are going to edit it, weight, semi-bold. The semi-bold is not bolding. So we are going to have this paste, excellent theme. We are going to come here, copy and paste. So we have this for now. I think everything here is doing okay, right? So let's duplicate. So we duplicate and we are going to add an image. So we're going to export those images so that we can have them in the design. So I'm going to select this. Okay, I'm going to export them. So we have it. Let me just copy her name first so I don't have to come back to the copying name. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to make it much smaller than what it's looking like. Then we're going to copy this. We're going to adjust this color as well. Good. And we are going to add our image. Let's just take all of them, select all, and we are going to add her. So it's not going to be at the top, it's going to be at the side, and the spacing, image spacing, content spacing. Okay, we're going to work on that soon. Let's reduce the size of the text. So we'll give it like 16. Then the body, as description, sorry, we'll give it like 12. Okay, then remember that the color is a little bit faint, so we're going to use our faint color. So we are having a little bit of hiccup here, so let's see if it goes down here. It doesn't go down, but let's see. So, you know, sometimes this thing always proves stubborn. Let's give it 10. Good. Let's give it 20, 30. 40. Okay, I think this is fair enough. Let's refresh. Then yeah, if this is to make it in the middle, we're gonna bring this in the middle. Then another thing, if you notice, I think on the design there is space between this. That's the padding. There's padding, so we're going to give it some padding. So how do we give it some padding? We select the box itself. That's this box, and we come here and we're going to give it, let's just say 20. I think 20 is fair. Let's see how 20 looks like. It's loading. Yeah, I said 20 is fair, not bad. 20 is okay. So we're going to look at the design once more to make sure we have done everything. We've done justice to everything, right? So yes. Okay, so now we can now copy and paste. So I'm going to quickly, sorry, you would if it does that. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete. We're going to delete, then we're going to duplicate. Yeah, so this is much better because when I pasted it, pasted inside, like creating an extra box. So that wasn't nice. So I think I would fast track this to bring in the other information. Okay, so after you've done everything and check everything's all right, you click on save. So don't worry, because of this is an example state, we have this excellent. It's supposed to be the real deal, the real thing. So this is just for an example. So we have our testimonials. Isn't that nice? So we look at the refreshed one and we have it. So on to the next section. So we're going to look at the section, next section, design. We're going to zoom out. So I think this one is going to be not as difficult as this, because this still use the same info box. So we're going to copy this info box because we don't need to, start reinventing the wheel again. So we just make few alters. So we'll alter some certain things here. So looking at this, we have okay, this section. So okay, let's do this. So we are going to have a flex box with I think, how many was those things? Well, if they are more than, they are less than that, we'll delete it. That's 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. Good. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste. You're going to select this and we are going to make everything in the center. So this guy is weird. When we now brought him here, it's now behaving a little bit. Okay, so let's give it like 10, 20. Okay, let's give it like 10. Let me give it 0. No, that's too far. 10. So we are going to, I think this size, I'm very okay with this size, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to give this the normal padding. Why I was duplicating things was I didn't want to start, changing things. So remember that the contents, right? We didn't do that. So the original content size of this was 1. So we need to apply it on all of them. Go to layout, paste, go to layout. That's the model layout. You paste, go to the model layout and you paste. I just noticed it here. Go to the model layout and you paste, right? So you refresh and you have this. So what we're going to do is we are going to edit this. This is not as difficult as the rest. So we are going to first of all export the images to make things a little bit easy and fast. So you can create your own custom icons or you can purchase a custom icon if you want. Okay, so we are going to export, and after exporting I just want to copy this text so we don't just come back again. So I'm going to select this, go back to content, paste, then we're going to go back to the image. I think you see the reason why Figma or designing before development is very nice. So we are going to replace this image with another image. So we're going to add everything. I think the first one is the car, right? Free shipping. I think we would give that thing a little bit of space. Yeah, I think 0 does job. Yeah, we don't need the whole padding and everything. So once we do this, we can copy this and we can paste. We are sure that okay, everything looks fine. Then we can copy, just do the rest the same. So I'm going to speed this up. Okay, so once you're done, don't forget to update just in case any funny thing would happen. So we're going to increase this size to 40 because we have been using 40 right from the concept. So the bottom is going to be 40. Okay, so after that we are going to do this section. So this section has one, two, this could be just one image depending on how you want to go about it, just like having two images here. And we have info here. So this is almost something like this guy. So I think we can use this and do this here, just duplicate and rearrange things. So when you are designing, you don't need to build almost everything from scratch, right? So you can do that. So let's do that. So you would duplicate this and remember our navigator, just bring it down here, and we can't name this hero section anymore. I think, what section is that? Just some shoe collection. We'll just call it shoe collection. Okay, so having this here, we're going to come here, and here's 40 and here is 40, and we are going to switch these containers. You can switch the containers, switch it, and we have this, and we can delete the image or bring in the other image. So we're going to bring in that image, going to group them, and we're going to export as one group. Let me just copy this, I like trying to do multitask. So we'll copy this. Yeah, we have that there. And if you notice, there's no space because of this guy. The spacing was very nice. If you check, there's actually no space in between these two guys. So how do you do that? So what we're going to do is that there's rows and there's column. So our column, our rows, we're going to give it 20. That's on mobile. Then columns 20. So that could do justice to it. So if it's not okay, we can always adjust it. So we're going to edit this, and I'm going to put it in H2, and I'm going to, let me remove this. I think if I remove this, it should give me the original size. Okay, so don't worry, we would adjust that, and we don't need to use that stuff we did here. I'll show you how to go about that. So let's bring in every other element that we need. The button, we are going to change the button to this. I don't know if it's me, but this button looks, is it me? But okay, button was looking like doesn't balanced. Okay, so yeah, so there's going to be a description text, and we're going to copy it here. So design is everything. Then here, let me see, we're going to use description text there because there are some things I would want to do that I won't be able to do with a normal text. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to drag. You can drag it up, right? I'm going to drag it up there, and you would come to your design, and let's just copy this for now. Okay, so this was highlighted green. So there are some little things that Elementor has as default that you can't really do, like when you highlight on a text and you're trying to make, except you know code and you try to start manipulating the code and everything. So okay, let me even paste it from here. Let me see if it's going to do that. So if I paste it from here, it didn't change, just give that okay. So we are going to, from here, we can select it and we can toggle this and we can change the color. We can get a custom color and we have to get the custom color for that. And we can change the size. So this particular size, if we, no. Okay, it changes the size of everything, jeez. Okay, so not highlighted. So we'll just leave it. Probably we'll come back to it. But if it was Kadence, I will be able to go and find a way to do this here. So yeah, like I said, if it was with code, you would be able to get through to some certain things. So we're not going that route. I'm going to change this to green. I need to get that green color. So we're going to tap on it and copy the color, and we are going to highlight it. Let's just bold it at least to make it a little bit different. And we're going to pick a custom color and we're going to paste the custom color, and I click on OK. And this one was a little bit fainted, so we're going to click on the custom color and use something faint. Yeah, I think that does the job. Still get the same result. The only difference is making this larger. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to make sure these things stay in a particular size. So if you look at this, let me bring up our design. There is a kind of, space between here. So how are we going to go about this? We can go about this by coming here, then we come to our padding, click on this, then we are going to make sure our left padding, no, this is not, that's going to be our right, so it's going to be our right padding. We're going to give it, let's give it 200. 200 is too much. Let's give it 180. Let's check our design to see how it looks like. Okay, overalls. Okay, let's try 50. Okay, we're getting to somewhere. I'm trying to get a sweet spot. 55. Okay, no matter how we do it, this particular area still shrinks, and not too bad. So just leave it at that. It's still cool the way it is. Okay, this guy didn't shrink as well as this did, so stop at overalls. So we are going to still push it to 80. Cool. So we're going to leave it at 80, and we are going to check it. So as you can see, this is it, and you can click on your button. Yep, that's it. So let's check. I don't know if I applied 40 to this. So looking a little bit, okay, yeah, applied 40, but looking a little bit too close, right? So we have everything set. So this is our home page, and if there is anything that we need to adjust later on, we are going to adjust it on our home page. So the next stop is the About Us page. In this chapter, we are going to be building the About Us page. So what we have to do first is go to our pages. When you go to your pages, you are going to go to the About. We've already created it when we were working on our customizer. So you are going to click on Edit like we did with the home page. So if there's anything we need to change again, we can come here. I think everything here has been preset. There's nothing really for us to change here. If there's any need, we'll come here to make any correction. So we'll click on Edit with Elementor. So once we get here, so the first thing we are going to do is we're going to look at our design, because there's nothing for us to set up here for now. So our design is actually first About Us, then the details and some other details, right? So but there's something I kind of noticed. So remember that we are going to apply a particular amount of width to this to make sure it reaches here. So I went back to our page. So you might kind of notice it. Then I checked. I noticed that the distance between here to here is not actually that equal. And if you get to here, this is where you're going to notice it big time. So I looked at it very well, and I'm like, is something still is kind of wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Customizer. I think that there's an added section to the left hand side to right hand side of the width of the website pages. So we're still going to go back to this general, and we're going to go back to layouts. Normally if we're building with a theme based builder, we won't have this issue because Elementor and the theme are not sitting on the same side. So this same place we copied this, we are going to remove this. So if I remove this and hit here, let me copy this because we are going to move it in our new section. So if I click on this and let me refresh here by clicking the home page, you will notice that it has rearranged itself, and if you check, you could see that it is, if not perfect, on the same line with this. So I noticed that and I was like, okay, we need to amend that. And if we come back to our editor, we're going to refresh. Sorry, we have to update. Then we have to refresh. Then if we create a new container, so the container we're going to create a one container. So on that container, let me cancel it again and do it back. We're going to create a container that goes down. And if you notice, this starts from here, but if we click on this and paste this here, it actually starts from this side. So once we start building, you would notice it. So the first thing that we are going to build is going to be the about us. So we would open this down because there are some elements that are here that we don't need to start recreating here because we've already created it, right? So we might just have to just copy and paste because that's one of the fastest way to build your website, so you don't have to recreate everything. So there's even, as you go as a designer, you would even create some sections as a template, and when you create these sections as templates, you can reuse them over and over and over and over again. So we're going to copy this because this is just straightforward, and I'm thinking we put this in kind of a section, not just one. I'm thinking of a three section. So let's do a three section. There's a reason why I want to do a three section. So let's go here, then let's do three section. And this section, you can actually change the percentage of this section. So this section, we can call it let's say 20, and that will leave us with 16. So the reason why is so that if you check our design, it's not going to go too out of box, you get, right? So we can have something like this. So the next thing that we are going to do is paste and about us. Then check our design again. We are going to duplicate, though there is somewhat of a distance between this and this. So instead of we duplicating, I feel we can come here, align this to the center. Okay, because this is fair enough. Then do this for this. Okay, good. Then we're going to duplicate this. Then this top one, we are going to give it not too much of a padding because there's not too much distance. Or we're going to give it a normal 40. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, this is good. Then here we might not really give it 40 at the top. We just leave it at 0 because we don't want the distance to be too much, but at the bottom we're definitely going to give it 40. So we are going to take the text that is supposed to be there and we're going to paste it here. And we're going to do, okay, we don't need to duplicate, just take the body text, just copy and centralize the text. You see? So we're going to update and we're going to click on the preview to see what we've done so far. Okay, this is coming out okay. Let me see if I give this a 40 padding at the top. So let's see if it's going to be like the space is going to be looking okay. Yeah, this looks more like there is that space. Okay, So I think what we'll do, the same line we put here at the bottom at the header, so we're going to fix it so there's going to be like a much demarcation between this section and this section. So we'll do that later on. So the next thing that we are going to do is the image. That one would be in a complete. So I'm just going to duplicate this. I'll delete this because this one already has a setting that we want. I'll delete this, I'll delete this, then this, I'll just put it 100. This is a percentage, you can take it back to pixels, right? And if you remove it, it just takes you back to 100. So percent, whichever one you want. So we're going to bring in our image here. Then we are going to edit it and we're going to bring in the image. So let's extract it from here. Okay, so we are changing it. Also, we should also be mindful of the size of the image. So this one is quite large. Let's save and see how it looks like. So should we work on the distance between the image? Yeah, so one has to go either this bottom or the image top. So let's remove the image. What I mean, which has to go, the padding. So we're going to remove the top of the padding of the image. Let's just do the sacrifice of the image. So we click on update. Okay, didn't really show that well, but I think this is fine. This still does the job. So this is more like when you go to the about us, you see about, and you get to see all this thing. Yeah. So yeah, where we got the inspirations for the images was from Mate's website itself. So the next thing that we're going to do is the next section. You know, we are fast with this. This one has to do with numbers and you know, their sides. So this is 4. Okay, so we are going to have a new one, and this is 4. We are not going to touch the inner because we even want it to shrink more. So we would work on that, but first let's work on the inner. What I mean, shrink the width. It's going to be between this, from this side to this side, right? So we have two options. We can actually use a normal text, meaning we can use a bigger text and a smaller text, but I want to try something, a counter. Let me put a counter here. Exactly, this is perfect. This is what I was aiming for, and this is what I want. So I am going to use this. I'm going to check my this thing again. Medium bold, medium bold. So let me just copy this. So I'm going to change this. Then I think this one was 1200, right? Yes, 1200. Okay, you can choose to show separator, you can choose not to show separator if you want. We don't want separator. This is starting number, starting from 0. This is prefix. Let me show you what this means. If I put and, it starts with and. I put and at the end, let's say and at the end, or dollar at the end, you get to see it that way. So we are going to style it a little bit. The number, the size is big, so let's start with let's see, 40. Yeah, I think 40 is fair. So if we are going to use 40 here, we are going to use something a little bit let's use something around 14 here. Yeah, then yes, this is going to be medium. We're going to click here and we're going to change it to medium. There we go. I think we are good to go with this, right? So we check again, cross check. Yes, and there's something that we need to do. There is a space in between these guys here. So how do we go about that? So this would work here. So at the end of the boxes, so I'm going to bring this here, and I'm going to make everything aligned to the center. Then this box here at the end, I'm going to have a border, right? So on the style, I'm going to go to border. I'm going to click this, and we're going to have it on the right hand side. Let's click on one, and border type solid. Sorry, this is border radius, not border this thing. This is a radius, sorry. So we are going to unlink it. This guy will go back to what it is. Then on the right, so we're going to have this here. Let's see if we have what we want. Yeah, we do have what we want. In the border color, we're going to use faint this, yeah, this guy. Tap on something else. It gave that, but we need much faint than this, so we can reduce it. I'm not seeing it, but let's see. Yeah, that's much better. So we have that there. If you want, you might work on the padding, so you can give everything 0, so it's not too much tall. So you have this. If there's anything that would give your site height, is going to be the primary container. Then primary container by default, you give it unlock, you give it 40/40 if you need real height. Okay, click on update, and I'm going to duplicate this because this already has what we want. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. So this is to duplicate, then duplicate. So we have our 4, and this is actually nice. So this third one, we're going to remove this, right? Because we do not need it there, because the last one doesn't have it. So we're going to come back to our border, and we are going to remove it. We're just going to press 0, and yeah, just leave it there. So we're going to quickly, okay, I want to fast forward, but there are some things you still need to know. This is 98, so 98 here, 98, and I'm going to put the percentage here, and the customer satisfied. So I still like it in this rather than the blocked later. Sometimes you design, and at the end of the day, when you are implementing, you find it a little bit different. So I would fast forward to do the remaining two because we already know how to do what we have here. Okay, so as we are done with this, we'll update, view it in our site. Lovely jubbly, and this is actually very nice. So all we just have to do is go to the next section. So we're going to take a look at the design of the next section. We already have something similar to this. So we're going to check our home page. Let's go. So we're going to check our home page, and I think, yes, this. So we're going to right click, copy, come here and paste. You see, makes our job faster. So we're going to go to design and export this image. Okay, so we're going to export. Then we're also going to export these guys. Okay, so let's start fixing things one after the other. This one is the easiest. Okay, so this one we're going to delete this, we don't need this, and this we are going to adjust it. So we copy this text, then we paste, same thing. So as for this section, if you notice in the design, I did not crop it from this very end. Reason being that the other section that follows it would have to have the same size and everything. Then I think we've been given 2020. I feel this is too close. I don't know if it's me, but I feel, sorry, I'm giving it to the role. Let's try 50. Yeah, 50 does the job. So let's even go back to, if you're on your edit settings, you can come here and give this 50. So I think that would make it much, the space will be very okay. Okay, so we're going to remove what we added here. That's the padding. And let's see if we put it back to 0 and do this. Yeah, because why we're going to do this is because the other side, let me see now. Let's take it back. But this time around, instead of giving it around that 180, let's give it 150. Sorry, I think was 180 much closer. I don't even, yeah, let's just leave it at 150. I think 150 is okay. So the next thing for our design is this. How do we achieve this? We have two ways to tackle this. Let me try something. If I duplicate this, oh no, it doesn't work. Let me try. I want to try something. It wouldn't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a container inside here, right? So when I mean a container inside here, you see what I mean. So I'm going to add a container inside here, and this container inside here, I'm going to make the container. So this container, I'm going to make it this way, and I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, it's not going to do because it's taking the shots from this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, then I'm going to add this one now, this container of its own. I'm going to add another one, so don't get it complicated, right? So what I'm going to do is, because this one now would control the ones inside, so the one inside now, even if I duplicate, it would have it as 2. You understand? Let me delete it again so we could understand. So the first thing I did is I brought in a new container, because inside this main one, we have 1, 2, but inside this 2, it has another subsections inside it. You get me? So now I have to create it in a way that I can have 2 extra containers inside it, right? So I'm going to click here, and in order to have those 2, because I cannot just, if I duplicate here, it's going to come down, because this master container is controlling this. When I say master container, this particular one, so this is this container. So let me turn, so this is the show container. I should have, okay, well, what I was trying to say, I've just renamed this one to just containers so it doesn't confuse anyone. Okay, so these 2 containers, so this is the main one and this is the other one. So this one, whatever is inside will control it. So if you click here and you see this direction, it goes down. So even if I create any container inside, because if I close it, you won't see the container. So even if I create any container or any element inside, it just keeps going down, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a container inside, which I have done, and that container I will create 2 extra containers that I can control from this one. So that is what I just did. So I'm going to bring in this and I'm going to duplicate it. So I'll come to this mother container here and do it like this, so you could see that, okay, I'm able to control this one inside. I don't know if we all understood. So here, so that it's not going to look like there was any this thing, I'm going to remove or anything that will have to do with padding. So padding meaning, so that anything we are going to put here is going to have sides and everything. So we are going to use an info box, sorry, an image box in Gutenberg is actually called info box. So first we're going to do some small alignments. No, this is correct, but yes, align everything to the left hand side. So okay, so I'm trying to check something. So as I did the box, I want to check the starting point between this and this. Let me see who is the culprit here. I'm going to pull up this guy, and the first one, we notice that we've already done the padding, so we put it at 0 so that if there's any padding, it's going to release it. Then this first container, let's do the same thing to it. Let's give it 0. You see, as we've given it 0, it has done what we needed it. There is no space between all the sides, so we're going to do the same thing here. We are going to apply 0 to it. So even if we're not seeing it for now, we would see it later on. So the first thing that we are going to do again is this container. I think we might give it some amount of spacing at the top. It doesn't need to be much. So we're going to click on it and we're going to give it some padding. Let's say 20 to 20 at the top. The reason being is so that there will be a space between this and this. So the space is still not there so much. We are still going to add, it's like, let's do it 40. Okay, yeah, I think that's fair enough. That's fair enough. So right, let's go back to this image to text spacing. It was too far. Content spacing, so same thing, work on that. So now the image we are going to change. So let's look at our design once more to be sure we are on the right path. So we have organic cotton here. I think we might change the size to be a little bit smaller. So we have organic, definitely we'll change the size. And so once we put in the organic cotton content, then let's bring in the other content. Then we are going to paste the other content here too. So we have this. So let's reduce the size of the title, content, then typography. Let's start with 18. I think 18 is fine by me, and I think it's bold. Let me do a zoom. Let me check. Semi bold, semi bold, and the body text. I'm sure definitely that thing is 14 because it's 14 we are using. Yeah, it's 14. We're using 14 for the our body text. So we have this. Then the image, we are going to change it. So we have that, and all we just have to do is just copy and paste. So once you've done for one, it's going to be easy for you to do it for the other one. So all we just have to do is first the image, we already know what image to use to replace it. Then we're going to just pick the text. Then we're going to add the text here and the body text. I'm going to add the body text. Then so we are going to, after updating, we are going to check our website and let's refresh. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to give this much spacing, and I think we need to give this a really good amount of gap because the gap is not gapping. Because this here has so much information that it looks like it's too close. So let's give it 80. Let's see 100. I think this 100 looks to me very fair, and the container that carries everything. So we're going to come back to this container and we are going to release it a little bit. When I mean release it a little bit, remember this padding that we had here? You can move this guy too if he's blocking your way. This padding, we're going to release it a little bit. Let's give it 100, so at least there will be lots of breathing space. Why is everything turning on its own? 100. Okay, is that fair enough? Yeah, I think this has given This has done the job a little bit. Then here too, I feel there too, we need to give it some space. So at the top, 40. Let's give it 40. And yeah, the background is not the same background that we are supposed to use. So this background is different. Did I take into consideration this color? Let me see. Let me see if this color is. You can cancel this. Let me see if this color is part of our color. No, we didn't put this as our color. Wow. Okay, not bad. We can manually fix it. I think it's only this that had the color. I don't know why I chose it, but yeah. So you can have this here. So this is this section, right? So I'll come here and check. Let me really check the height. It's 40. Let me give this 80. I'm having one good feelings that 80 would be nice on this thing. Yeah, you could see that breathing space with 80. So let's play around with 80. So with website development, after making some certain choices, you can keep updating things. So it's going to be ever improving. And we have to keep consistency with whenever we choose something. So I think this spacing, 80 spacing is a better one. So these two at the bottom, so all our spacings is going to be 80. Just give that enough reading room. So when we come back to the home page, remember this guy, we are going to make it 100 so that we have that consistency across designs. Then we're going to have here 80, 80. This is to give enough breath. I just felt like everything looked too close together. I can still give this 40 because this has a kind of a tight feel to it, right? This guy has a tight feel. So guys like this, because this one was purposely meant to look tight. Okay, good. So here too was also kind of meant to look tight, but I'm gonna get there. So you have good spacing. So here too, I wouldn't, let me try it and see. Okay, not bad. So yeah, good amount of spacing for breathing space, right? So this is nice. Then you can hit publish. So I don't think we need anything from the home page. So let's get to the other. Okay, the home page never ceases to be used. So we have something like this. We don't have something like this in this page. So we have this. So we're going to create our theme page. We're going to come to the home page and we're going to pick. I like this. So we're going to copy. We have something similar to this. We're going to paste. You see, our job is becoming a little bit easy. So meet our teams. Also be very careful and also be conscious of where you're actually editing, so you'll not be editing the home page, maybe thinking you're editing the current page that you have to. So we have 4 of these, so we're going to delete. That's 1, 2, and it's now I am noticing something here. Is it my eyes or the clothing doesn't look to be in the middle? Okay, so it is not my eye. I actually did notice that this was not looking centralized. Like, if you guys could check, so I know you guys can comment, but I actually found that of recent just now. So you can go back to your home page, and on the box, that's the box that carries each box, you can central align them. Well, I think it's central aligned here in a way, but just to be on a safe side, you just do it like this, right? So yeah, maybe it's because it's much, so it auto aligned itself. Yeah, so but because this one isn't much, so it came out very obvious. So you see, especially I think it was from the image side, the image itself, you could see that that thing is aligning straight up. So we update, never forget to update. And this time around we're going to have a description. So let's start with one as usual. So fun fact, I recorded and I didn't know I was not recording. I didn't press play. So I'm gonna do this again. So I already have done it here, so I'm going to show you how I did it. So we already know how this was created. So first, what I did was I changed here. So I've already uploaded the images, and if you want to know how that was done, so this the image itself and the background were grouped together. So just like this. So if I turn this one off, so I took it with the border and everything. So yeah. So now I'm going to select the first lady. I think she's the first, right? Okay, yeah. So then the name, I'm going to edit the name, paste, then the body. So now I feel the header text and the body text looks almost alike. So what we're going to do is we are going to come to the container and we are going to not stroke, sorry. We are going to make this 16 and we are going to still leave this at 14 because 14 is our normal body text. And once, as usual, once we do for one, we can replicate for the other ones. So if you check this setting, this is the same thing. And don't forget, if this is going to link to anywhere, let's say their profile or something, you can always have a link here. So if I check here, same thing, settings are the same. 16, I didn't touch this because it's already 14. So as usual, you know what to do. You can copy and paste, 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 and work on it. So that is what I did here, and so you didn't miss much at all. So this was what I did. Then fast forward and did every other person here. So I'm going to delete it, and we have this. So this is this section, right? So checking to check if we missed anything, and from what I'm saying, we did not miss anything. So yeah, so we're going to duplicate. Which one are we duplicating? We would duplicate this one and change the background. So that's what we're going to do. So we would first of all update. Please update because sometimes your system can crash and you would not be able to recover what you've done. So this is it, still having our effect, and this is looking lovely jubbly. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create next section. So we're going to duplicate stress, just speed. Then we are kind of going to delete this because we don't necessarily need what's inside. Yep. Then our background is using the same background. Let's just get the color code and yep, get the color code from here. You copy, then we're going to come here and we are going to paste. You can actually copy and paste stuff. I didn't copy it, so we can't paste it because I'm going to copy one of these styles that was already here. Okay, so I'm going to copy the text from our design and I'm going to edit this as well. A word of inspiration. So we are now going to make this. There are two ways to this, right? You can have each image in one side, which is actually one of the easiest routes to take, or we can attempt, let me see if there is a gallery function. Good, there's a gallery functionality here. So we can make this one field, make it just one, and let's attempt. There's no harm in trying because we've already been dealing with single sections, right? So let's attempt a gallery. Let's delete this, let's delete this, let's delete this, let's delete this. Then we're going to bring in a gallery. A gallery is like a number of images, and there's an advanced gallery, right? That's if you're using the pro plan. So let's import the images. So we're going to click on here. I'm going to click on upload, and always from the design side, do all the designs and make sure the designs are looking okay. Don't come into WordPress and start doing the sizing because it's going to get messy. So you click create gallery. You can change the positioning and everything if you want. So you could see here saying 4, and we have 5, right? Is it 5? No, I made that count wrong. So we have 6. I want to see if this is going to work. Make it full, because if you don't make it full, sometimes it's just going to mess up the whole thing. So you can randomize the order. Then lightbox is, if you tap on one, it's going to load up here. So you see why it's good to name your stuff, but we don't want lightbox. So that is what lightbox is. If I disable it, no. Even if I click on it, nothing happens. Custom, we need that sweet spacing. I don't want to take it to the far edge because this guy is not in the center. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to centralize. I'm going to first of all make them in the middle. Then let me see if I can centralize everything. Center. Yeah, I can centralize it from here, and that's from the body itself. Then okay, nothing to do here, so I'll come here and I'll do this. So we can update, and let's see what our site is looking at like. So this is it. This is lovely. And let me reduce the size to medium. Let me see what's gonna do. Medium reduce. So let's leave it to full. Yeah. So you click on update, and you have it here. So this is and so I think this is, yeah, we've gotten to the very bottom of it. Yes, we finally gotten to the bottom. So this is our about page, and if there's anything we are missing, we can always surely come back to update it. So I did not forget, I remember I told you guys we need to put a, stroke here. So let's do it before we close for this. So all we just have to do is we're going to come to the header, that's the heading settings here. So when you come to the heading settings, then we're going to look for this particular one. This is this. Then we're going to come to here, and we're going to give bottom, and we're going to give this, and we're going to give one, and we're going to give the color this. Yep. So yeah, makes it much cleaner. So contact us on to the next. In this chapter, we're going to be building the contact us page, but there's a problem that we are going to face. So if you come to our pages, and if we look at our design, let's open the contact us page, we have a little bit of an issue. Here is one of the main issues, right? So why this is an issue is with Elementor, you can create a form, but you have to have it paid. So we are starting with things that are free to view the website completely for free. Then when it comes to things that has to be paid, we are going to introduce them. But instead of us building it with Elementor, we can have a normal form, and we can still have it here. So don't worry, in the class we would still talk about Elementor form because it has different kinds of features, even down to Kadence form. There are advanced features that it has that we've not treated in any of the projects. So each and every one of these separate things would be touched. So we're going to be building this page with Gutenberg. At least it's a practice, it's a project, so we may not rely on just one. Since we built the footer and the header, yeah, the footer to be precise, with Gutenberg, we are also going to build this page with Gutenberg. So let's get into it. So the first thing is, we this time around we cannot escape copying anything, right? So we've copied for a while, so we're going to recreate this, that is this position and all this position from scratch. So the first thing that we're going to do is having a sense of what we've done here, and this is going to be also a good way to really understand WordPress, because almost everything is kind of the same, right? So just different positioning. So if you've watched other projects, you would have, or the project that had to do with Gutenberg, you would have already had a basic knowledge on how this works, right? So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to check if everything is intact. I think from the page, everything should be working as fine as it should. So the first thing is we are going to bring in a row, almost the same thing as a container in Elementor. So we're going to bring in a row, and the role we're going to make it 3. You see, almost the same thing here. So this time around, there are just little things that are different. So if you check here, this one has where you have the layer, the navigator in let me open only just one so I don't get myself confused. So this navigator here, it's the same thing as this guy here. So the properties is here. So if you check here, this is the properties. That's the same thing with if you tap on any element, you are going to find the properties on the left hand side here. So you see, almost similar to the same thing. So just that they are just different things here. So we're going to pick something like this job. This should do the job for us, this particular one. And we are going to add our header text. So our advanced text, we're going to add it here. And I really like this. I really like this builder. It's just seamless. So you have your contact us, and we're going to paste it, and we're just going to align it to the center. So now remember, we are using 80/80 now, but I don't think, did we apply the 80/80 here? Let's check. We use 40/40 because the distance between this and the home page isn't that much. So we're going to use, so in order to do the same thing in advance, and you can change this so you know that you are doing the same thing. 40/40. So a quick trick is, we've already built something similar to this, right? Anyways, it's for example purpose. That's when we're building the widgets. We built something similar to this. Would have just copied and paste, but let's do one and we can simply duplicate, because this one has to do with just text based. So let's not be lazy. Yeah, so let's copy this. I'm going to copy the New York, and this one we can simply duplicate it. Then we would come back here and change it to 80/80, right? So now we're going to change this from these 3, so we're going to change it to 4. Then another thing again here is, if I forget, you're going to change it to full width, and you're going to change it to 10. So it's going to take the 10 settings. Same thing here. Then we're going to make this 4 because it's 4 actually. Then the good thing with Kadence block is you can actually, for example, now if you click here, I can actually switch this, like, even down here. If you've watched previous projects, you'd already be familiar with all this, right? So we have the header. We've already had something here, but let's push it to this side because I think it's coming from the side. So we can, do this to see what we've done so far. So we are going to reduce this a little bit. Yes, I think this is fine by me, and I think the text, so we come to advanced settings, and I think we are going to make it bold, right? You see that the bold is even very seamless here, and we are going to replace this with this New York. Okay, then we are going to duplicate this particular layer. We're going to duplicate it. When we duplicate it, we're going to change this to paragraph. We're going to turn this off. If not turn it off, it won't see what it is. Then we're going to remove it to inherit. So now we are going to copy what we have here. Which is, these are lines of its own, right? So we're going to paste this, and you can hold shift and enter to give a good amount of space, and we're going to paste the other details, or we can just do this first. I'm going to use line this thing to make it okay. What I'm going to do is, instead of doing that, let's have this in one line. Then I'm going to duplicate, then have this in this other line. Don't worry, it looks far, but I'm going to adjust that. And the last one, email, I just want it to have independence of its own. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to come here and come to advanced, and same thing that always happen. The bottom margin, we are going to adjust it a little bit. So you see, as we did that, you can bring this here and you can put it to 0, or you can put it to 1. Let's give it 5. So the distance between each other would be 5. So same thing we did to this, we're going to do it to this. Come here, and we are going to just do it like this. Here 5, these 2, we're going to leave this one like this. There's a reason why, because last one we're going to bring a button under it. So how do we add a button? So you come here and we are going to click on advanced button. So this is taking the button from the pen. Remember we said we're going to work on this button, but we are going to redesign the same button that we have on so we're going to use this same button here. So all we have to do is we make the button smaller and make it outline, basically within few steps. On the style, we are going to first of all have the color black. Let's not assume. Let's put black, but we're going to reduce the opacity, right? And we're going to have a border. This opacity did not reduce well. So, and we have a border. Why is it not reducing all that? Okay, good. And we have a border, and we're going to give it this, sorry, the normal color. And the button is on the justified to the left hand side, and we're going to bring in the information view map. So this view map can be a button that will take people to either Google Map or wherever you want to send people to. And we're going to add an icon. Sorry for not telling you where I'm going to. So you're going to click on the button, it comes to icon, then you're going to click on a map icon. We call that in GPS. Let's try GPS. Let's try map. Okay, so I think it's location. I have seen it, but I want to get, okay, no, this is what it came up with. So we're going to change the position from the right hand side to the left hand side. Then we have that, and it already has a curve, right? So we're going to look at it again, and we have that. So this is exactly what we have. We're going to update, and we are going to check our site. So this is what we're going to use, and this is it. I think the top distance between this and this is a little bit much. I don't know what you think. So the distance is a little bit much. So let's give it like that's the top here. We're going to give it 40. So this one doesn't auto update like the way Elementor does. So one thing would always have its own pros and cons. So I think let's give this guy 5, because I think, yeah. So if we give it 5, I think we'll give it 10, because that is too close. Let's update. Yeah. So now on the button, we need an hover effect. So at least, so on the button style, we come to hover, give it a background, then we give it text. So you see, on hover, you got this. So we're going to update. So once we get this, we already, kind of done. So we're going to just copy, same thing, click on this and paste. So the pasting is a little bit different. Yeah, so we're going to do the same thing here, paste. We'll do the same thing here, paste. So we're going to click on update. We're going to check what we did. See, looking lovely. So if you click the button, it takes you to wherever I want you to take it to. The next section is the form section. So all we just have to do is the same thing. So the same way we created this, where we had, let me show you, is it this? I think it's going to be in the home page. Remember in the, no, let me don't just make you guys remember. Let me take you guys to the home page. So how to exit this, you click on exit, click on here to go back to the page. Then the home page, let's click edit with Elementor. So you know how we did and made everything that relates to this thing would be in one box. So everything that relates to this thing would be in one box, right? So we're going to do the same thing to this page. So everything that relates to this would be in one box. So how are we going to do that? So first, we are going to introduce just one layout, the same way we introduce one container. So when you introduce one container, then we are going to introduce another container inside. Then we're going to make it 3, right? So whatever thing we do in this main one, so if you come here, you can see we have the main container that has a section, then inside it we have the main container that has everything inside. So almost the same formula. Okay, so the next thing we are going to do is this particular one. We're going to make it 80/80 as usual, and we like this guy, so we're going to copy him, and we're going to duplicate, and we're going to convert this to the body text, and we're going to go to our design and take the wordings, and we're going to touch this. Then when we change this color, remember the color is different, so here. So you can also change the margin because the distance between both of them. So the margin, we can bring it to this here. So we can leave it at none. Check the ones that we've already been doing. Okay, let's just give it that second nudge, the first one. Okay, good. So once we are done with this, what we just have to do, it's easy and not really easy. So we are just going to duplicate this. So we just come here and duplicate. So this is where we're going to have our form. We're going to expand this a little bit. That's the sides, right? We're going to expand it because it's going to contain the form, right? So on the form, this is what we're looking at to make. So it's going to be like name, phone number, and message, just two forms. So how are we going to do this? So we're going to come here, sorry, that plus, and we're going to drag our form, and we are going to delete this. We're going to delete this. So now if you notice, we have our name here and we have a phone number. So we're going to change some things a little bit. So we're going to delete so remember the issue I told you we have. I still don't know why this is giving this issue to date. So we're going to fix that. So there's a delete function there on the forms, so you can delete it. If you hover around, you may not have this issue, so you have that. Then we are going to add a new one. So we are going to add a new field. This way you add a new field, and this field you can drag it. So this is what the form, this is the duplicate, cancel, up and down. So we can move the form up and down. So for some reasons I think either it broke or there will be an update. So I'm going to just move up. So let me just use this. I'm going to move it up, but you might not have this issue. So the first one, which is the name field, it's already correct, but I'm going to put it at 50%, right? So that is going to have that middle stuff. So that's how you're going to do it. Then we're going to come to this other field, and I think in the design it was called phone number. So you can change what field it sits. We're going to put phone number required. All of your form needs to be required so that the person, oh no, sorry, see, you're always trying not to make this mistake. This is text. This field is what's supposed to be phone number. Then always try to make them required. So we're going to put in the name. Let me check if it's inside or outside. Oh, it's inside, right? So we're going to have it inside the placeholder. So we're going to X this and place it here. We're going to turn off the the label. So we're going to turn off the label. Same thing we're going to do with this one. So but you're going to put it there so you're going to be able to know what form it's that. Then we're going to turn off the label, and we're going to still put name here and still make it required. And sorry, name. Okay, so the second one, which is the phone number, you have to going to come down to column width and make it 50. So both of them will be on the same line. And we have the messaging, the message to close this, and we're going to write the message, place it here, required, but turn this off. And for message, if you choose message as text area, you can choose how large your message box can be. Let's see how large this was. Okay, this is fairly okay. So you can configure your each and every one of this stuff here in the style. You can see it. I always tell you to close so you don't get overwhelmed and you see everything here. So in the design, we have Okay, that color appeared more frequently than I expected. So did we have it here? No. So let's just go to the design and pick it. So the background, let's work on the background first. The background of the backgrounds, background of all the backgrounds. Change the color, paste. So you could see as we just did it, everything just lit up. So but if you wanted to change any settings, you can come to style, and that's on the form. You can come to style and you can change your field style. You can see different settings and you can play around, and you can come to your submit style and see everything. So our submit style is using the traditional normal this thing. So we're going to click on send message, and the button small, and the button would be in the middle. But we are going to, like I said, work on the general button so that everything would look the same. So we are going to, okay, so then the button, you are going to click here and centralize it so you have it here. So this is the button, and this is how simple you can do it. Then on the form, you can come to general, and what happens when people submit email. You have less options, right? So you just have few options. Then all you just have to do is click on the message settings. You can have success message, and if there's any error, but all these things are nice at the same in the beginning. So advanced message sent from settings, you can come here and change all this stuff. So if you wish to alter it, yeah. So I think for now this is what we're going to do for this. So now on to the next section. The next section is just a big map, just a section that was just big of a map. So sometimes I usually don't like these maps, but just for designing sake, let's do it. So we are going to click here and click on a role. I'm going to click this big role. I want to see if it took our settings. So don't forget that we need to take the settings full width, and I thought I duplicated. So same thing here. We're going to have 1980, and we are also going to do this to the same thing. Okay, so after doing this, we're going to, let's see if we have map, Google map. Now there's no map here, so you can, can put it gray, because our map is gray. So we have a kind of gray like map. Let me show you. You get, so you can choose any area, right? So let's go to Google Map. So in case you want to use Google Map, it will just tell you to pick up the location, wherever location you want, and let's say San Francisco. Okay, I just pick here. This map is not fine. Let's pick somewhere else. I just feel this map here. Okay, let's see here. Let's pick one of these maps, right? Okay, this is a road, right? So let's just use this and let's see what it's going to look like. Oh, let's just have this here. I can choose it with a satellite if you want a satellite view, and if you just want the normal map road view, then we can select it being gray. So click on update and let's check what it looks like. Okay, so this is how our map look like. So let's try to see if we can make it just cover a little bit. So more reasons why I don't fill maps. So we can shrink this. That's another way to adjust, give it padding and the rest. So we can have this. Oh, but I still feel because it's not going beyond this place. So we can, I think I've tried making it full width. Let me try this wide width if it would work. It didn't work, so we are going to take it back. Then we are going to just go back to 8080. So I'm just going to give it that clean look. At least we have our map. So once you are done with this, you can save. So at the moment we are actually done with our contact us page. If there's anything, we would come back to always adjust it. So like I promised, the button, so let's get that button done. So we click on the home page. Then when we click on the home page, we are going to check this button, but we're not going to use this button. Actually, we are going to look for a button that is automated. Let's see. What we're going to do is this particular page, we are not going to alter this button settings. Don't worry, don't cancel anything what you've done before. What I'm doing this is for, so I'm going to see the effect that the button is taking. Okay, there's no even need to alter it. I just checked something. There's no need to alter it. So what we're going to do is we are going to just drop a random button somewhere here at the top. So we just drop a random button here, and let's just call this for now. You don't need to edit this, right? So I'm going to refresh so we can use this as our center point to edit it. So now when we go to our button in the customizer, we're going to go to fonts, we're going to go to button. So by default, we're going to have this, we're going to have this, and we're going to have this, and we are going to have this. So this is what is supposed to be normally. Or should we do it that this is going to be on the hover? So meaning hover, we would reduce the opacity of the background. Then we are going to make this, give it a stroke, a black stroke. And the border, we're going to add a border here and give it 1. So this is what I mean. On hover, it's supposed to show. Border radius is different. Let me refresh this page. There's no link to the contact us page. So all I just need to do, I'm going to refresh this page. So we go back to our buttons and let me give this, let me increase this. Let me see. That's serious. Let me publish and check the site itself, because sometimes this thing misbehaves on its own. Okay, so we checked it. Something is making it not. I'm coming. Let me check something. Anything. So we're gonna leave here with this background. Probably when I think sometimes when there is no pro feature, some certain things don't work, especially when it comes to this. So you could see we did it here. So for this, I don't know why it's proving stubborn, right? So we're gonna still leave it on 1, and even the radius. Normally, radius is supposed to take effect, and radius is not taking effect. So let me publish and refresh. Let me see if the radius took effect. It did not take effect. So probably maybe it's going to, I've not really tried the buttons on a free plan before, like customizing it. Most of the time is always on a paid plan. So I'm going to leave this back to where it was. I'm going to leave this. So yeah, then we'll come back to this when it's, but at least we have what we want, the button. Then the font size. Okay, this is now weird. Even the font size is not changing, so that means there's going to be a problem somewhere. So I'm going to publish for now, then save this. At least we have our button here. So the first thing that we are going to do, okay, the next thing, sorry, we're going to delete this because it wasn't here. Oh, okay. Now I found the problem. I think I found the problem. So it was, this is a field and this is a team. So it wasn't taken from the team. So I think the problem was us and not the team, because I would have been surprised myself. Like, okay, so see our button here and it is looking hula balooish. So we are going to edit it again. Sorry for the delay. Well, all these things happen and you can learn from it. So we are going to go back to our button and whatever thing we did, right? So okay, this is the radius. I think it had 5, radius of 5, and we're taking this back to normal. Padding, I'm coming back to padding. So padding, I'm going to edit padding. I'll show you how to edit that. We are going to change this back. Yeah, so that's what we wanted. And the shadow, I'm removing anything relating to shadow. Shadow, this is shadow. We remove everything relating to shadow. So okay, shadow 0 0. So yeah, so this is it. We have this now. Then the padding, most of the times this is the top, this is the bottom, this is the left, this is the right. I don't know why they don't indicate sometimes. So top and bottom left. And this should be adjusting. And let's see, 10, sorry, 10. This top bottom 5. Let's refresh. Let's close this for now. Then let's refresh again to see. Okay, so yeah, it's actually changed. Sometimes WordPress can be this difficult. One thing can be the problem, and if you're not careful, you don't know where your problem is coming from. So we're going to go back to the button, and we are going to extend the width to the left. Let's just give this 15. I don't know why this thing is not doing this thing in real time, so I could see what's up. Trying to see what I can do that would alter its real time. This works real time, but not as I want. Okay, this is cool, but I think this could be better. Sorry, button. So we can have this to be 20 and this to be 20. So I think this is going to be the one. Let's refresh. Yeah, so whatever length you put it, even this would also change itself. So whatever article you write on it is going to make it more lengthy and give it that even space. And cancel. You could see. So this is our button. So if there's any need to make any adjustments, we are going to alter it. So we're going to come here and delete it. So now making back our page to normal. Good. We have our buttons, and we can close every other page. So the next thing is mobile responsiveness for each of every one of these pages. So we need to now check the mobile responsiveness for each and every one of these pages. So we're going to right click and click on inspect, and well, this is not looking too bad, right? Yeah, this is actually not looking too bad. So sometimes once we've designed something, we may not need to do so much, right? So looking at this, I don't want to judge from here, but I'm going to open this on a phone to actually check. But everything here is looking okay. So I'm going to work on few things, especially on this end here. So I want to check how far these edges are and if they are so close to the edges like the way we are seeing here. So for mobile, I checked my mobile phone and it's actually having the same issues of things going really close to the edge. So we are going to try to fix that. So the first thing that we are going to do is, so instead of you going to the home page, that's dashboard, then pages, then clicking on edit with Elementor. So from the home page or from the website itself, you can click on Elementor directly. Okay, so how do we go about this? We're going to click on this responsive mode and we're going to click on this. So one of the main things that aids responsiveness is how it looks like from the edges. So I think we didn't have issues with this, right? So we're going to open this side by side so we know where we have issues and where we are not having issues. So I'm going to click on inspect. So I think on the mobile and on the web, we are going to just have paddings. I think one of our big issues here is paddings. So on the right hand side and the left hand side of our this thing, we can, this is tablet mode, so we can give 20 padding to the left. No. Okay, so let's on, I don't know why it was linked. So this one was normally 40. I have issues with that. Then we're going to give this 20 to the right, 20 to the left. So let's update and see how this looks like. Yeah, this does the job. It looks much cleaner. So another thing I notice is on this side, let's see if it affected the, yes. When you do for, the good thing is when you do for tablets, it affects mobile. That's one thing I love about. But you can still alter it for mobile if it's not nice with mobile, right? So the next thing is the spacing for mobile here. So the 40 here, we would, so it's not going to be 8, we're going to be using 40 for mobile because it looks very funny. So we're going to do this, and yes, it's stress, but what to do. 40. So let's update and see what we've done. Did that make any scratch difference? Okay, I think this is, it's a little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better, right? So then the top of this, I think there's a space between, like the very top of this, that's around this area. So let's give it some adjustment. So we can give it an all round 20. Let's see how that goes. So we click on, okay. I don't think all round 20 would work for the top. So let's just keep that at 0. Yeah, I know why it's giving that vibe there. It's because this guy here has its own settings. I don't want to alter it, but I think this one, this is fine. This is fair enough. Yeah, this is fair enough. You know, when I said I promised I would not use grid, but I think I am tempted to use it because on the mobile view, I am trying to see if we can achieve 2, right? So I'm going to duplicate this, right? So on this part, I'm going to make it not visible. So I'm going to hide this on mobile. Yes, I'm going to hide this on mobile. I'm trying to also look into, I think for tablet is fine. So on this particular one here, I am going to hide it on both tablets and web. So you could see that it's grayed out, right? So if I come to mobile, so you could see it here, that if I come here, you could see it, but there's something I want to do. I just want to be a little bit, um, the reason why I want to make this grid is because if I change it from flexbox to grid, it gives me the option to, you know, put things in terms of arrangement, right? Rather than just container, that is a little bit restricting. And grid has some functionalities that I know right from time, but it's still in a test mode, right? So I'm just going straight to mobile because it's for mobile, so I'm only using it for mobile. So I am going to, you can also, instead of clicking here, you can also come here, because of this is where the main setting is. And I'm going to come to mobile, and I am going to make this column 2. I can make it 3 2, but I think 2 is the soft spot. Then you can come down, and isn't this beautiful? So that saved us extra time of rearranging and so many other things. So like I said, we will still be arranging things. Let's continue in, let's do this from here. We are going to be changing distance to 40, 40, right? So product image, because there's no product image, let's refresh. Don't need to panic on this one for now. Let's just leave it because no product image for now. So the next guy is this. This isn't too bad, but we're going to just give it the 40, 40, and 20 thingy padding. We don't use the word thingy. So padding. So we're going to have here top 40, and we're going to have bottom here 40, and the right we're going to have 20, and we're going to have the left 20. So giving it that smooth stuff that we're looking for. So it's going to refresh. Well, we have to come down, and yes, we are seeing it. So we're going to apply the same thing here. So I don't know if we're going to use the same column stuff here. I don't know if that's going to be fine. Something here, something here. Well, there's no harm in trying. Let's try it. So first of all, you can see even here if it's not nice. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to, I don't think it has issue, it didn't have issues with. The first thing is we are going to go back here and give it 20. Okay, this was linked 20, left 20. This one doesn't, then normal 40 40. Okay, so now we're going to duplicate this and do the same thing to rate. I'm thinking something. What if we don't duplicate and we just by default convert it to a grid? Let's see. And this is going to be 2. He did not go well. Okay, so there's a restriction here. Let's see if we can fix that. Okay, so let's go to the desktop view. I think with desktop we'll be able to solve this issue. So on desktop view, we're going to release it to just one row and we're going to make it 4. Then I think where there's an issue here, it's here. So we're going to make it here. So I'm just trying to do this so we don't have to do so much duplication. You get right? So we have this, and I think everything looks okay, but let's check for this. Yeah, everybody looks happy, and we can have 2. Perfect. I think if we even go for mobile, let's attempt mobile for 2. This is perfect. So I think we are going to be playing around with grid, but it's not very much active. If you even check online, most persons are not doing much, but at least you have first hand on what it's going to look like. So I think things that are having more than one places, and for what I know, grid has other tons of function. You know, when they call this bento box of a thing, it also works towards it, but we're going to just minimalistically use it for escaping duplications and the rest. So we can actually apply it here, right? But we've done this, so you've seen how we've done it here, so you can actually apply it there. So this particular part, this one, we are going to let's update. So we see what we are doing. So from this we got to this. Isn't this nice? Then here, let's take it to tablet level. So on the tablet level, we are going to remove this and put it in 0. But if we're putting that in 0, we still have to do justice to the left hand side 20 and the right hand side 20. And oh, sorry, I'm doing it on the wrong place. We are to go back to this, and that's the main menu. And yes, this is where we are. We've already adjusted this, so we don't have issues with this side. So we will do this, and we're going to put it 40 40 and right 20 20. So you can have this as well. So you click on updates. So we're going to cross check if everything is okay and making sure we've checked everything very well. No issues. Okay, so if you found that there is no issue, all we have to do is move on to the next. So now in this chapter, we're going to be optimizing the About Us page. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Pages. Then we are going to find our About Us page, and we are going to edit with Elementor directly. But let's view it and see how it looks like. So right click on Impact. Nothing too bad, okay? I'm already seeing places that we can adjust few things, and yeah. Okay, so our About Us has opened. So we would preview it so we can see what this is going to be looking like real time. So we're going to be fast with this because we already know what is our problem. So we are going to just adjust it. So for mobile view, we're going to come down to our responsive mode, and we're going to select desktop mode and quickly run through this, and we are going to, oh, that was already 40 40. Let me go back, Control Z, if it's gonna allow me. Yeah, Control Z can go back, and we have 40 40 here. So here too, we are going to come down here 40 40. Oh wow, okay. I myself am surprised. Okay, but I think there's too much of a distance between here and here. So what we're going to do about that is Who are we using? Okay, that's a preview. So we are going to, at this top here, we are going to remove the top to 0. So we're going to update. I think that is closer to our goal, right? Okay, so coming down to here, I think here we would go back to mobile, and we are going to convert this guy to grid. This section we're going to convert it to grid, and we are going to give it 4 and just 1. Then here we are just going to make it 100%, 100%, 100%. You know, I'm changing it to grid so we can easily modify it. For click on update, we click on this mode. It's nice here. Let's try 2. Yeah, this speaks more. Then on mobile we are going to pick 2, sorry, 2, and we have that. So we're going to save update, and this is going to refresh too, and it's going to update. This is beautiful. I love this, how it came up here. So we're going to change this to, I don't know if it's in 800, 800, that's 800, 80, 80, sorry. Yeah, it's in 80, 80. So first thing first, release that. I'm going to make here 40, and we are going to make here 40. Normally we would make here 20. Yeah, we didn't do, geez, I don't know why I am becoming a little bit forgetful. Here we forgot to make it 2020. So okay, I want to know what controls what. 20, no, 0, everything 0. Okay, this thing that actually work on itself, it's annoying at times. So we have 0, 20, and we have 22 here. So I like, as this is full width, let's not disturb ourselves with that. So here too, we're going to come back and we're going to have here 20, and we're going to have here 20. So update, good, that's the spirit. Normally, if we were to have, the problem with Elementor is it's not totally feeding from the theme. If not, we would not be going through all the stress of 20 and the rest. So yeah, so I don't know if I can, on the background, the border on mobile, we remove it. That's this side, because as we did the 20, this showed. So I want to see if we put it to 0, update, and see if it's going to affect. I know it's not going to show here, but let's see if it's going to show. Okay, perfect, perfect. So anytime you see this here, you'll be able to adjust things from different level. But when you don't see the tablet, mobile, or PC, that means you won't be able to adjust this at all. So one particular setting goes for all screens. So once it's showing here, it's going to able to adjust it, right? So we are done with this. So this guy here, so as usual, let's get this done first. Top 40, bottom, imagine I said 40, my hand pressed 20. So side 20, left 20. So now this place here, this side. So what we're going to do is we are going to come here and put it at 0, right? So that's going to balance out. And let's save and check for the mobile. Okay, let's take it back to mobile. Okay, this is not bad, but the mobile doesn't have a distance between this and this, so we have to, there should be a distance, right? So if I come here and I come to, okay, so we're gonna give it 50, roll, save, refresh, and yeah, that looks very, very okay. This looks very okay. So the theme, let's fix this. So the theme, we're going to convert this to So first thing we do, setting 40 40, then we have 20 20. So I think the distance at the top here is much. I don't know if I gave any distance there. I did not. So okay, let's update. Let's convert this to grid. No. So we're supposed to do it on the desktop level. So this section here, we're going to convert it to a grid. After converting it to the grid, we're going to make it 4. Then we are going to make it 1 row, right? So this is what we have here. Everybody is cool with what they have. And let's try 2. I don't know if 2 is going to look nice. Well, I think it feels too big, right? So let's just leave it. Then on mobile, I feel 2 is perfect. Mobile, anything here, it's going to be 2 is always very perfect. So let's refresh and let's see what we have here. This is perfect. Okay, so another way to change this is, let me give it 20 to see. No, that is much. Let me just give it 0. Let me see if there's going to be significant change in it. Yeah, it brought it a little bit closer. Cool. So that is more like the gap in between. I think I just unlock it. So the second, we're almost getting done with this part. Okay, we don't have much control. This is the problem with this guy. There's no much control with this. I'm not even preferring if it was a grid, right? So on your own time, you can choose to create this to grid. So there's no much controlling this to we able to. This is what I'm saying. There's no way for us to say mobile this, web this. So I think preferably would have used a grid or a container, then converting it to grid, or grid straight up from the beginning. So for things that always have different section, and at the end of the day you have to split it. So what we're going to do is just this. We're going to come here and untick this, and we're going to have 40 40 and 20 20. So we're going to click on it. Well, it's a good way to end it. Your affiliates, you can tap on each and every one of them and bid them goodbye. So I think we are done here. Everybody's loving what they are doing here. So this is the end for optimization for now. In case there's anything, we're going to add it. So yeah. Okay, so in this chapter, we're going to optimize the contact us. But the thing here is, because we built this with Kadence Block Builder, Kadence Block Builder is feeding directly from the team. So we are going to work with the customizer here, because we don't need to adjust anything here, because anything that we do here would affect it here directly. But before we go there, we will just adjust the spacing. So let's check here and minus this. The spacing in between is what we want to address. So that's what we're going to address only for inside here. So we're going to enter here. So how we're going to do that is, this is where we check for it on tablets. We are just okay, it's already 40 40. Oh, okay, so we're going to reduce this to 40, or we can do it here. I've already done it. So here to okay, let's just do it. This looks cool, more like playing a game. Yep, so we will do the same thing here. Okay, well, I'm tired of playing games, so we are going to do 40 here and do 40 here. So I think we are fair and square on that. So we're going to click on publish. We're going to click on view page. So you see things, let's click on view source. Okay, so this is not much of a problem anymore. So the next thing that we are going to do is we're going to come to customizer. And when we come to customizer, where we are going to adjust this is, we're going to go to mobile first, so we know what we are seeing. I think the distance here, it's quite much. We would adjust that. So first, it's not just affecting here, it's affecting the logo and everything. So we're going to come to general, we're going to come to layout, and we're going to change this to px because we've been using 20 and we're going to change this to 20, right? So all this won't change until we refresh this page, right? So we're going to refresh the page. So we're going to hit publish, and when you hit publish, we are going to cancel to see if the effect affected everywhere. Let's refresh and click on impact, and you see it did justice to it, like clean, clear, right? So let's see if this impacted any other page. Let's go to the home page. I know we've not done any. The customizer settings will come in later on because we still have tons of things to do in the customizer. So it did not affect anything. Everybody is happy like that. And this guy, so let's just finalize the optimize on this because I think that's the only thing that doesn't look optimized here, right? So let's just do this. So this is widget. So we're just going to come down to appearance and the widget, and that widget is, I think, number 2 widget. Okay, no, that's number 1 widget. Oh, number 2 actually. I was on number 1. Jeez. Okay, so I have a problem with this guy. This guy won't align on this thing. So what we're going to do is we are going to, so this image, we are going to duplicate it. So now image 1, that's image 1, will come here. Oh, I now see where the problem is. Okay, so we're going to redo this, right? Why are we going to redo it? Let me show you why. We're going to put it inside a role because without a role we can't turn it off and on, right? So here, okay, so if you click on it without a role, we can't turn it off or on, right? So what we're going to do is we would create a role and create this, and we're going to copy this and even delete it, and we are going to add this and paste, right? So doing this, all we just have to do is we're just going to clean this off, remove this so that it would retain its normal spacing, and we are going to duplicate the role. So when we duplicate the role, the first role is going to be the one that is going to be visible on, let's check tablets, responsive. Okay, tablet 2 need to have that effect too. So on tablets, so let's go back to XR. So we're going to still tap it and we're going to put it aligned in the middle. So this one is the one that's going to be showing on tablets, phones, and the rest. So we're going to tap here and we're going to go to visibility and turn it off on mobile. Then as usual, tap on this, go to visibility, turn it off on hide, and this time around we are going to position it differently. So we're going to tap on it and we're going to position it to the left hand side and click on update. So let's see the update. We're going to refresh and you see it here, clean, clear. And let's see for the responsive here. Let's see for web here. I'm coming. So I think there is a little bit. Let's see if anything will change if we position them, because I feel some way, one way or the other, they are not aligned in the middle, if I'm not wrong, one way or the other, right? So let's just assume both of them is going to be aligned to the very top so we don't get ourselves confused in any way. So from here we can also edit this. So if you tap on this, we can make sure that everything is aligned to the top, right? Then this too is by default aligned to the top. Let's see here. So I think for even tablet it goes to this side, so I think this is best for tablets. So this is what we have, and let's publish. So we've mobile responsive optimized the pages that we've created, and if there's any other thing, we are going to still come back to them. Hi, so in this chapter, we are going to be working on WooCommerce, setting it up and doing everything that would require us to be able to sell our product on our website. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to go to plugins because I don't think we've activated it. So we're going to come down to WooCommerce, then we're going to activate it. So once activated, you will notice some things have, come in, right? So on the left hand side, you notice that there's what we call marketing, there's analytics, there is product, and there is the WooCommerce itself. So this is more of an overview. So if you come to WooCommerce, it's going to ask you to set up your store, and I would say skip this for now. The reason being is at the moment we may not have all the necessary information to set it up, but if you want to go through, you can set up your store, and it will ask you a few questions, right? So which of these best describe you? I'm starting my own business. If you are building it for a client, you're setting up for a client or something. So we are setting up for a client, but we're actually building for a client. It's not our business, right? It's going to ask you a few things like, okay, what's your name? Which industry is your client's business in? I think clothing as accessories, and the email, and opting to receive discount recommendations for WooCommerce. Well, let's just leave it for now since this is an example website. So this is telling you to bring in features. I would just untick them. This is actually very nice plugins it has listed here. They are all very nice plugins, right? But we don't need them for now. And yeah, you have your store. So we're going to be doing a lot in the WooCommerce, but like I said, this is just more like an overview. You can have inbox and so many things that you would see here. So you have your orders. So on the left hand side, you have orders where you find all your orders, and you have your customers. Then you have your reports, so you can track how much you've made from last year, this year, and there are so many analytics that you can actually get from this and be able to track your sales properly. Then you come to settings. So this is where we're going to set a lot of things from product, shipments, payment, account, emails, integration, advance. Then we have status. So this is more like capability settings, right? So you can go through them and check everything if they're all right. Then you have extensions. So if your clients have the money to spend, do not you be careful on how many plugins you install. There are other things that you can install to your site to enhance the productivity and also enhance the site to make it more functional for yourself or your clients. Then we have products. This is where we're going to add new product category, product tags, attribute, and the rest. Then we have analytics. So the analytic dashboard is one of the most, how would I call it, well trackable things. You can track lots of stuff, and you can see so many data from product that will sell, net sale, other product sold, variations. We have different variations. What product had much variations, and there are some other things you can do, and you have other things you can turn on, turn off, remove section, and adjust some little things here. And also you can also check custom like months, weeks, and so many other things, right? So you can see on products, that's analytics on products, revenue, orders, categories, like what categories is even the top categories, because business is data. Once you get this data, it helps you make decisions. So you have coupons, um, discount orders, and so many things. When it comes to e-commerce in general, WordPress was like the go-to to know, okay, how does even e-commerce function that year. So tags, downloads, stocks, settings, you can go through all this yourself and see what they do, and you can come here to turn on different kinds of things like status. You want to see process, on hold, completed, and so many other things you can come down and see here. So Marketing, you can click on marketing, and not so much here. You can have where you can install extensions and some other things, and this is where you can create your coupons. So this is more like an overview, and we're going to be taking it one step at a time because WooCommerce is kind of large, and it would require us taking it slowly one after the other in order for us to understand. So in this chapter, we're going to be talking about product categories. So first of all, what's a product category? So one of the simplest ways to just show you is by going to Jumia. So if you go to Jumia, you find that there are actually two types of product category. Like we have main categories and we have subcategories. So now if you go to Jumia, you see that there's a main category which is like health and beauty, and we have things like makeup, fragrance, and all under this we have the categories also. Some things don't have subcategories, and they only just have main categories. So depending on how your store is. So large stores like these, like Jimmy and the rest, have categories and subcategories. So if you go to our site, and let me open, so we're gonna click here and right click. You could see that we have categories, we don't have subcategories. So now how do we do this? We come down to products and we come down to categories. So now in categories, by default, you have one uncategorized sometimes, depending on the name that you see there, but there's always one that doesn't have any categories, but you see it. Then if you click here, you are going to find different things that you can turn off and turn on, like turn off image. You don't want image column, you don't want that here, and the number of counts here it's 20. So you can actually apply. I think almost every WordPress page has this to change some certain things. So now this is where you put the name of the category. This is where you put the slug. This is more like the URL of it, like www. When you're going to see it on this place. Then you are going to have this where you put parent category, that subcategory, or who is the parent of it. You get. Then description. It's not every time you put description. That if you have the description, sure. Then this is where you are going to name it. Is it subcategory or is it both? But I don't know if something can be both subcategory and main category. Yeah. So this is where you upload the images, but for us we are just doing it very simple, nothing too much. Just come here, put in the clothing, then slug. The slug, you leave it empty, it's going to auto fill the slug by itself. Then you are going to, we're not going to do anything here because there's no parent or anything. Then we're just going to click on add, and voila, this is it. So we can quick edit if you want to quick edit and change things. I prefer this quick edit because sometimes there's no need to open it to another page, but if you click on edit itself, you can edit other things, right? That's if you had other informations on it. So you can just go back. So now I'm going to fast forward this because it's almost the same thing I would be doing. So yeah. So after adding all the categories, we're going to change this to all category, because even if it's uncategorized, I'll just put it all category, copy this, paste this. Don't worry, it's going to recorrect itself, and you could see this is the slugs that you're going to see here. So the next thing I would do is, if you want to delete, you can delete, but anything you make default, take for example, if I make this default tops, like tops is the default category, I can delete everything, but I can't delete this tops. But I can't make tops, doesn't make sense. So my default category, that's if I didn't put any category, maybe I forgot or something during product upload, it would fall under all category. I hope that's understood. So let's go to the next. So in this chapter, we're going to be talking about product tags. So product tags are quite okay. The best way to put them are like hashtags on social media. So when people search for your product, people don't or may not be able to search for the products with the product name directly, right? They may use things that may come to their head like brown. If you go to Jumia now, you may search weirdly, right? So um most marketers actually put similar product tags to the product. So take for example now, a cloth may be brown, it may be long, it may be sleeves, it may have random names. So not everybody do it, but it's very recommended so that when users are searching, they can actually search with the tags that are in their head. And then if you do your research more, you can find tags that are going to be associated with a particular product. So all you just have to do is actually quite simple. You have the same thing here. We have this. When you click on screen option, you have description, slug counts, and there's a number of pages that would be here. So we can click here, and let's say for example now brown. Brown can be because our site has brown things. Let's look at our site here. So majority of it is brown, and we might have simple because the clothes are very simple. Might use easy wears. So you have to keep consistency with. You can also edit, right? So I want to keep consistency with the later writings. So, and you can delete and remove everything. So for now, these are the ones that are coming top of my head. And when you have more products, it's not compulsory to add them in the beginning. You can always add them for each product. And also I'll show you how to add these tags because you don't compulsorily also need to add them from here. When you're uploading the product, you can also add it from that area because that is where the inspiration will even come from. In this chapter, we're going to be showing you how to import and export a product. So take for example now you have a product in a CVV file or CSV file. A CSV file is a file that contains certain information. So if you know Microsoft Excel, you would be able to understand what CSV file is. So an example of a CSV file is this. So in Excel, you can see it has so many things. So sometimes you may not have all this information. You may just have few informations like name, short description, long description, and price, right? So you can just upload this. So now, when you click on Start Imports, you choose the file. I think it's accept up to 2 gig. That's fine. So update existing products. You can like match with the user ID or SKU to update a particular product. So if you don't want to always manually make corrections, you can make corrections to your Excel file, then update it. So you just have to be careful, right, when you're doing mass update because you may not have much control visualization. So you have advanced option. This is if you know so much in Excel, right? So alternative, you can enter paths to read. You can put delimiter and other things, but you don't need this. This is as good as you can use. So you can just come here, click on, oh sorry, upload. I already imagine we've already uploaded. So we are going to go to where the file is. So I think we have that one. I opened is somewhere here. Yeah, select it, you upload, then it will show here once uploaded, then click on continue. Then it has different position, right? So depending on so much details that you have, it would you know come up, right? So because this one has so many details, you can select it and everything. So he was able to spot so many details, right? So if he's not able to spot it, you can either come here by yourself and click on spot and select what you want. So at the end of the day, once you've uploaded everything, the description, make sure everything is selected, and everything is selected. And if you don't want anything not to import, you just say do not import, right? So you do not import, then you click on run importer. So it tell you imported, and you can see all the files that you have. So you could see that it brought everything here, even down to the image, but the image has to be online, right? So this because of I brought it from another website. If it was let's say from a normal CSV file, except that link is linked to a Google file, that is when it can bring image. Majority of the time you won't be able to get these images. So yeah, because these things are existing online and it was from another website. So you can export by clicking on the export, and if you come down to the page, you can view the product and it's going to come exactly like it's shown. You could see the description and other related products to see how smooth is it. But this is not a product, this is how you can import. Then if you want to export, simple, select everything, then click on export. So when you export, you should say everything. So to just avoid issues, export everything, right? Then you can exclude if you want to exclude. So which product types would you want to be exported? You can search simple products, group products. If you say, okay, what type of product category, if you have both categories, we can put it here. Then ID, whatever ID, columns in the product that you want to exclude, you can select it here. Then you click on generate and it would generate. So you can click on custom metadata, then you can also export that as well, and you have everything. So that is how to import and export your products. In this chapter, we're going to be creating your own simple product. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to delete everything. You select this and move to trash, apply. Then when you go to trash, you can select again, then delete permanently. So now this is what you are going to see once you have no product. So when you click on all products, is what we're going to. So you can create a product from just this button here. When you click on new, you can come here and create a product, or just click on add new products here. Or that if there's no product, then because normally all the products you create will be listed here, so most of the times is where you're going to come to create a new product. And I think there's going to be a add new product button at the top somewhere here. So let's create our first simple product. So we'll come to create. So now we're going to copy products. We're going to have product name. Sometimes WordPress gives you a run through of everything. So you can see next, product name, add description, short. This is everything, product data. Then you have your short description, you have your product image, you have your product tags that we talked about the other time. We have categories, and keep editing. So we're going to go back, not cancel it in total, and in design we call that walkthrough. So that is another point. So yeah, so the first thing is that we're going to edit the name, and we're going to go back to our design this time around. So first of all, I need to export this product image. So once product image has been uploaded, we are going to pick the names. So the first product is this product. Then we're going to select it, copy it, and we're going to paste. So we are going to that thing's ankle a. So this is the product name. Then I'm going to show you, this is the long description. I'm going to label it long description. So long description, I'm going to copy it. Then when creating a sample product, when you come to the product data area, you're going to see option of simple products, group products, external or affiliate product, variable product. So we are creating a simple product. Then it will ask you if it's virtual. So virtual products are intangible and are not shipped. So that's slightly the difference between, like, take for example now, let's say books, codes, and some other things that people just don't need to be shipped, right? So access them online. So downloadable products, that's products that give access to a downloadable file after purchase. So that's it. We are going to show you how to upload this product. So now the first thing is price. So currently the price is saying naira because of we chose Nigeria in the beginning. So just imagine it was US. Will change all this in the settings, right? So this is a US based store, and we are going to change it to 60. Okay, the original price, we're going to work on the original price. The original price is $98. Just put 98. As you see, regular price, sales price. Okay, so we're going to put 98, and the sales price is 68. 68. So there are other things like inventory, where you have, then this is if you have this stock keeping units in your product or in your store, you can actually use this. But if you don't have it, you can actually keep it blank. So a stock units is a unique identifier for each product and serves, and that can be purchased. So basically, for people that have product that have been tagged, and you can track it, right? Some companies do have this. So another thing again here is stock management. So you can have stock management, like how many quantity of this product. So I like this because this tells people how many quantity you have, and when it helps for people to, it helps this speed purchases, right? So I'm not here to do marketing, but it helps. So I just want to let you know the functionalities that are available. So let's just say we have 10 units of this. Then this is allow barcodes as if there are back orders. So allow but notify what do they call it, the customers. So um you have low stock threshold. So when the product is getting low, so you can come here, when product stocks reaches this amount, you'll be notified by email. It is possible to define values for each variation individually. The shop default value can be set to in these settings. So you get, so if you, whether you're having variable products or you're having a single product, you can come here to tell when the product just gets below, you get notified. So let's put 2. Once it gets to 2, we would get notified. So yeah, so then you have sold individually. So this is more like so if you want one item per order, so you can check this and you could see that, okay, once one customer gets this, that's all for the product. So we're not needing this, and sometimes you can just personally just choose to say out of stock or back order, but majority of the time either out of stock or in stock, right? So this is only if you have stock management is not bad, it's actually a good thing. So we have shipping. You can add your shipping weight, length, and shipping is a whole thing on its own. So if you want shipping, then link product is upsells. Upsells are products that which you recommend instead and currently viewed. So upsell is more like, and this happens more like in the when we get to upsell, we're going to explain more of this, but this is more like when you purchase a product and at the bottom you can, upsell it. Like let's say you buy a jeans and you upsell it to a what do they call it, a skirt or something, right? So then you have cross sales. We promote cross sales in carts, and when someone wants to check out and you can see it, everything will be shown in each of their settings. And we have attribute for variable products. Then we have advanced like purchase notes, many order, and enable review for the product. So you can enable and disable review. Then this is more functions that if you want more things on this, you can download each and every one of these plugin from WooCommerce. This is directly from WooCommerce. One page checkout, name your price, all those kind of thing, additional variation image, and so many other functionalities that you can add to your website. So this is short description. So I'm going to paste here and I'll call it short. Sorry, my spelling for description. I think I made that mistake in this other place. Okay, so this is that for this side. When we install SEO and some other things, I think there will be other options that will come down here. So this is for the left hand side. Don't worry, as I'm explaining, it looks long. When you're uploading your own product, it's not going to take time like this. So on the right hand side, you have edits. This is either going to be saved as draft or make it public or publish immediately. So you can set a timer, and these also work with what do they call it, cron jobs, right? So you ask your hosting provider if there's cron jobs on your site. If not, this would not work. So yes, you can time your stuff to publish at a particular time. And your product images, this is where you're going to add it. So we're going to add a product image, right? So I'm going to add a product image. I'm going to come here and I'm going to select our product as usual. So we're going to upload everything first. Okay, so we're going to select our product and we're going to add a product. So this is why sometimes it's good to name your images. It's stressful, but it's good for SEO, searchability, and so on. So when people search your image, or when you search things on Google, it can come up here, right? So now you're going to see the image here, and we are also going to, so this is product gallery. So product gallery is like when you have more than one image that represents a particular thing, like back and forth and some other little things. So let's say, for example, now we're going to add this as the product gallery and make sure it's going to be the same height. But right now, let's just say this guy here, this guy here is part of the gallery, for example. So when we add this, and we can put this under socks, then tags. you can see here. So this is the reason why I was saying tags. We can see Sherry. So if there was no tag added before, like for example, now we put brown. I think we have brown, right? There's brown. So if there is no brown or any other thing, we can search the particular tag and we add it. Let's say Sherry. We add the tag, we add brown. So we add brown, and you can add so many other and you can choose from the most used tags, right? So no tag found, and we can add a new category. So if you this thing, we didn't change this. Okay, you can change this to all category when you go back to your category. So we can add a new category here and have everything in this place. So yeah, so that is all for category, and you can change it for parent category and subcategory. So now if we check, let's look. So page sorting, so this one, you don't touch them, just leave them the way they are. Then after you are done, you click on publish. So when we click on publish, we can come here to see our product. So now, because it's a discounted product, we have 60, I think $69. So this is where anything short description, this is where it's going to come. Anything long description, this is where it's going to go. So why I actually labeled it that is, so long description is here, and this can't move. It can't move. The way we're able to move it, I have not checked, I've not done my research, but I think if it's movable, I prefer to have a short description at that top. So yes, so you have this, and you can also move it. So let's say you want to do the descriptions first. You do the long description first, you do the short description before you now go to product. So you can arrange it how best you feel it's going to help you, and everything. So, and you can add, I'm just saying this now, okay, I think it only popped up when we added the product. So you can add comments to it, maybe manually, right? So, and this is where you see the different products and you can swap it. So if we had different images of how this sort was displayed, you can actually see it here. So let's see if we have this on our home page. I don't know if we put in the code, or okay, we've not applied the code yet. So when we apply the code yet, every of these products you see here would appear, right? So this is for one product. Let's upload an approach. So this is what we call breadcrumbs, right? So these are breadcrumbs. Tell you shop stocks. So this is the category. So you are seeing the category here. We are seeing the tags here. So if you click here, you can see all products that are under brown, under sherry, and the rest. Yeah, this way you see your reviews. Every reviews that are in the site, you'll see it here. And you can only lock reviews for people that have purchased a particular product, so that not everybody that have access to just review, right? Doesn't make sense. So this is it, and it can be as cool as this. So this is how to upload a simple product. So we're going to add one more product, and we are not going to do the explanation, so you see how it is fast. So you can add from here, or you can add from here. So now this is how it looks like. You have your product, you have your quick edits. You can quickly edit other little things that are not too stressful. And like if you want to quickly remove the product from in stock to out of stock, and all those many little things, then you say in stock, discounted, stock, brown, and publish data and everything. So let's quickly add a new one. So once we publish, we are going to check how it looks like. So this time around, I put in descriptions, so at least it's going to look somehow real. So you could see how the short description looks like here, and you could see how the long description looks, and you can see how it looks like here, and you could see everything. So let's add one more product, and you can add as many products as you want. I'm going to fast speed that the last one. So I'm going to just click add product from here. So this is the last product we've uploaded, and you could see this is single price. We'll change this to dollars later on. So yeah, and it has the badge sales. So in this chapter, we're going to be creating a virtual product. So we're going to use here, and we're going to simply just come to product. So now, what's a virtual product? So a virtual product is more like a product that isn't going to be shipped, right? Like coaching, events, tickets, and you can name it, right? So you can create, if your website is mainly for virtual products, it's always good to have a team or a niche based website, though you can sell more than one item in the website. So now, how are you going to go about it? So this one, we're going to offer a coaching service. So we are going to call this we are going to pick one of the founders of the page. Okay, so if you go to our about us, and we're going to pick Johanna, and let's say fashion coach with fashion coaching Diana. So you're going to have this, and the next thing is you can put a description. We already know how to go about that, so we're going to put something just simple. I just want to copy this. Just I need something very simple to put there. So this is product description. We're going to come down to product short product description. Yeah, so this person could not even understand what this means. So the next thing is the coaching can be, let's say it's going to be $49. It's going to be per hour. Okay, let's say it's good that this happened, right? So we're going to do this and put 60 minutes or minutes like this. Then notice there is no 60 minutes here, right? So what if you've already written a name and the permalink is already created? So you can come here, copy and edit. So, and what you do is click here and click OK. So you see it's created it, right? So then the next thing we are going to do is we are going to discount this to, let's say, $20, right? So per hour. Another thing we're going to do is we are going to come here and limit the order to one time, so someone can't buy this twice. So we're going to limit it to just one order. So the next thing is we are going to add a product, a product note. So the product note will be like, click on the link for booking. Though this is not the best way to do bookings, but it's a cool way to show a digital product. So now we're going to write something on the calendar. We're going to write, then you can put your calendar link, so www.yourcalendly.com. This is not real, this doesn't work, but you can put it there. Then now this is what you do. You're going to click here to make it virtual. So it's virtual, you're not downloading anything, but it's virtual. So I'm sorry, virtual. So now we would have to add a new category, right? So we would add a category and we would call this category coaching. And let's add this as a subcategory because we can put this category under clothing, right? It does not really mean, but yeah, we can do that. But I'm just giving as an example. I'm not sure we did subcategories. So it's going to be under clothing and not anything clothing. So we're going to click on add. So you see under clothing, it's going to be there. Yeah. So now the next thing is we're going to click on clothing. So when someone clicks on clothing, no, should we? No, just leave it in clothing for now. So the next thing is the product image. We are going to add the product image. The product image can just simply be her face. I think she was the first person here. Let me confirm that. Okay, yeah, she was the first person. So that will be our image. Then we check everything. We don't need attributes, we don't need any other thing, and it's a simple product. So we cross-check everything, always cross-check everything. There's no tag. You can put tags if you want. Then at the end of the day, we click publish. Okay, so we are going to look at our product and see how it looks like. So you could see it's coaching call with her and just one time. So if you notice, if you look at the difference, if you come down here, and this is our shop is already set up. You could see how lovely jovely it's looking like. So you could see this is our coaching. So if you click on it, you could see the add to cart. But if you notice this is simple product. You could see that you could add more than one at the same time. So that is what this button does. So if you come down to here, limit order, so that is what it does. One purchase at a time. Yeah, so that is how you upload a virtual product. So if you have tickets and you have different ticket prices, you can also upload, and so many other virtual products, virtual things that you can do on the website, or depending on what you want to use it to do. So in this section, we are going to be talking about how to create a downloadable product. So let's say they had an ebook, right? So how would you even create that? So you come back to product, and tomorrow we're going to click on add new from here. So now the name of this ebook will be how to dress, and you already know short description or long description, so we don't need to stress more on that. So this product is a virtual product one. It's also a downloaded product two. So this ebook, we're going to be selling it for $14.99. No need to put sales price. So now this is where you're going to upload the downloadable product. So you're going to come down to add file. You're going to click on how to dress. Then you're going to choose the product. So you can choose a link. Probably you have it in somewhere else, but sometimes I do prefer you having it here. So you click here, and we are going to upload the product, the PDF file. So this is the PDF file. We're going to click on it. So once the person purchases the product, he'll be able to download it directly. So you can add more files. So if you have to, and when it comes to subscription, let me show you one crazy start. So if you go to Eval 2, and you can just come to any element. Let's just take, we are doing websites. Let's say website template, and we can, let's just say, let's use the word, okay, not this element, not this particular Eval 2. So let's go to the main one. Let's go to Team Forests. Yeah, Team Forest. This is exactly where I want to go to. So let's go to Team Forest, and we go to graphics, and let's just say Figma. So now let's say one of these templates, you created website templates. So handyman website templates. So this guy only have sales. So imagine I go here and choose a filter, and I said best sellers, and I put this. So imagine this is $12, right? This particular infograph, and I multiply this, let's say 10,000. Let's do the calculation. This times 12. So these guys make $126. So this is to tell you that digital products are very, very crazy, and you can make tons of money from digital products. So you can build a website solely on digital products. So imagine this is a fashion store, and you're not just making money from selling clothes, physical products. You are making money from digital products. It's going to be tons of things. So unlimited download, meaning the person can download as much as he can, and you can limit the download to only one time. Like, okay, you have one, you can only download this thing one time. So but that's not fair, depending on the product that you are selling. So if you may probably don't want to buy a subscription plan, and you can only have access to this once, right? So you can do it like that. So it all depends. So now you can put a description, you can put the tags. We already used to this. You can add a new category if you want, and we can call that ebooks. So this is a total different category on its own. We can call that ebook, and it's going to add automatically. And we're going to bring in the image. So we're going to come here, add image, and when we add image, we're going to pick the image. This is the image I want to use. So this is our ebook. Then we can also come to inventory drill. So you can do everything that you want to do here. So at the end of the day, we can click on publish. So we are going to see our product. So this is our product, and we can see that it has everything that we want. And once someone buys it, it adds to cart, and the person can purchase the product. And you have more ebooks. You can sell more ebooks in your own store. So that is how you create a downloadable product. In this chapter, we're going to be creating an affiliate product or an external product. So how do you go about this? So take, for example, now you are selling a product that is not yours, or you don't have the physical product, but you can refer people to another site to get it. So most persons use these, and I think it's one of the biggest way people make money these days. You've been hearing about affiliates, right? So how do you go about this? All you just have to do is come to your product, and you're going to come to new product. Then we're going to call this gold chain, because what we're going to do, originally what we are building, they don't sell chains and all these accessories, so probably they have a partner store that they sell from, and they can, get affiliate rewards from it. So let's just call it co-chain. Yeah, so you already know the drill: product description and small description. But this time around, we're just going to leave that for now. And we are going to change. First thing we need to change is we're going to change this from simple product to external or affiliate product, right? So this is where things change a little bit. So you're going to put the website. So take for example, the name of the chain store was Bimazi, www.bimazichains. I'm not sure this exists. .com. If it exists, that would be so crazy. So you can use the word buy product, any name you want to use, buy product, buy course, and even you exactly, you can use this as your course. Like if your course is on an external platform, right, you can just have the product on your product page and just buy course, right? You have the description of the course, everything you want in the course, and you can, tell them to, buy course. So but this time it's going to buy product. So when you click on buy product, you're going to put in the price. Let's say the chain is going for, all these chains usually still be expensive, and we're gonna put .99, no, 00, and we are going to do 9999 dots. Yeah, let's just say it's a $5,000 product. Then we can 20 cents. Yeah, so let's leave it like that. Inventory, no need, because it's an external product. Upsell, if you want to add upsells to it, because upsell it's still like other products similar to your affiliate products. You have your attributes, that's if there was any necessarily need for attributes, right? But yeah, you can have this. Then you can have it under a particular product, and you can put it in a good category, right? Chains, right? So you can click here and write chains or asterisk. Let's put chains. So you can put chains here, add new category. See, we're creating new categories as we go. And you don't always forget to check this. My heart almost skipped because I thought this was already in a subcategory. So yeah, you cross check everything and make sure everything is correct. So all we just need to do is add the product image. Come here, go to our downloads, and we're going to select our chain. Once updated, we're going to publish, and now we're going to view our product. So once you see the product, you see everything just like the normal e-commerce, and all you just have to do is click on buy products. So normally this site doesn't exist. So if it was existing, it would just go straight to the product, the main page of the product, or Amazon or wherever this product is, and you get your affiliate cut from it. No strings attached, right? So this is one way to have tons of affiliate products and sell them very, very well. So now this is how you can upload an affiliate product or external product. Okay, so in this chapter, we are going to be creating a group product. So why will we be creating a group product? Take for example, now you have a starter kit, and you probably just want people to know that, okay, this starter kit is a kit that you can get more than one product in it. You can create it as a group. So how do you go about that? So you come to add new product. Let's call this starter kit. Okay, so we call that starter kit. And you know the drill: product description and product short product description. So this time around, we're going to click here and we're going to click on grouped product. So now group products, as we click on it, you see that all these guys disappeared, and here we have empty. So we would come here and we're going to search the product that is going to be under group product. So take for example, now let's go to our store, and we're going to add these socks, and we're going to add this dress, and we're going to add this shirt, and probably the coaching core as a starter kit, right? So let's say this is our starter kit. So how do we do it? First of all, we need to know the names of the product. So the first one I know for sure is the how to product. So this is it. Then the ankle socks. Then let's just add the fashion coaching call. Then the wool. So now we added this like a starter kit, and you can, I don't know, do you really need a category for these? Oh well, you can have several starter kits. You can have kit Pro Max, you can have starter kit beginner, depending on your kind of product that you are selling, right? It's not for all business. So we can just leave it on, we can add a new category, starter kit or kits. Let's just call it kit. That's going to be a good one. So the next thing is that we're going to upload our product image, and we're going to select this as starter kit. So you can choose on your own to add products, add gallery if you want, like the product that we've choose, like this, and this. Sorry, you hold control down to select this, then add to gallery. So we click on publish. So now let's see how this looks like. We are all anxious, right? So this is how a starter kit looks like. So we can have a link to click on it. So you have the option to add. You see that the coaching is just one stuff. So you can choose to go to the images and see everything that is inside. So, and depending on what you are selling, right? And once you click on this, the person could see the single product on its own. So if everything here is in a skit, the person is going to be able to see the skit here, and the person is going to, for example, now I click on this, I click on this, I can add everything to cart, and it's going to apply all the discount and everything attached to the product. And this is going to be, isn't this crazy, right? So this, you can use it to sell multiple items, and you can do a lot with it. So don't worry, we would optimize all this once we get the time, and you have everything here. So that is how you can upload a group product. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about product attributes, or setting up product attributes, because before we go into what we call variation product, which is going to be in the next chapter, we need to set up an attribute. So first of all, what is a variable product? A variable product is a product that has things like size, that has things like color. Take for example, you want to buy a shirt or something, and you have to, check this, select size and select color. I think, for example, let's, for example sake, let's visit Jumia. Then let's look for, I think majority of them works in the clothing. So a variable product is a product that has size. You can select size, you can select color, depending on what type of product that you are uploading. So the next thing that we are going to do is I was a little bit attracted to that product here and the price, but I think they have the higher size. So let's go down to product attributes. So to find product attribute, you come down to product and you come down to attributes. So now it depends. The more attributes you have, the more confusing it can be for you. Truth. So that's why sometimes and when you are uploading this attribute, try to make sure you know the product attributes you have right from the beginning. Sometimes it can get messy. You may not have all, but just have to know the most important ones. So we have, I think basic is color and size, right? Other persons have things like patterns, fabric, and the rest, but we're only going to have two attributes, which is color. And as usual, you don't need to add anything here. Then you're going to click on attributes. So once we create this, there's what we call customize notes. Configure terms and edit is two different things. So let me open this in another tab so you see what it looks like. So this is it. This is where you edit your attributes, right? Then if you click on configure, this is where you now add the colors to the attribute. So one of the colors that we are going to, it basically has two colors. One for this particular product that we are going to upload. So you need to know, like I said, you need to know all the colors your product have. So you definitely will not just have two colors, and not all products will have the same attributes, right? So you would the first one is jet black or black. Yeah, there are different variations of black. And the other one is bone color, right? I never knew bone had its own color until now. Yeah. So this is jet black and bone. Then we are going to choose size. So the next thing is you don't have a button to move. So remember we have these guys. Don't forget it. That's screen option. Then we are going to come down to attribute again because there's no back button. So now when we come back here, we're going to put size and we're going to click on create. So you don't need to, this one is if you want it to be order by name, order by numeric, that's number, term ID, that's this. So depending on how you want it to be ordered, that's custom order, right? So these things, the way they are being arranged. So for this, I don't know. Okay, let me just, I would arrange it myself. I prefer arranging it myself. So I'm going to click on configure and I'm going to start with small. We don't have much. I'm trying to make it too complex because duration can be confusing at times. So you add size. Once you do, this is small. Then we have let's say depending on the language you want to use, and we have M for medium, and we have let's say extra large. So depending on all your products. So let's deal with these three. Let me make it four: extra large and extra large, extra large. Yeah. Yes, we have small, medium, extra large, and extra large. So you can change this order, right? So I before I change the order, I would want to see how it looks like on the site before I make any, because the order might be correct. So once we are done with this, we are going to come back to attributes and see how, okay, this is the order, small, that's medium. Is that how I arranged it? Okay, so we're going to rearrange it because I've seen the order at which it comes. Medium, small, medium, extra large, and extra large. So we are going to leave it like that, and you don't need to save anything. And this is how you add an attribute. Okay, so in this chapter, we are going to be creating a variable product. So this is the boss of bosses when it comes to creating products. And yes, how do you go about this? First of all, you would just go to, as usual, add new product. So this product, we are going to call it tease. So we're going to call it tease. So as usual, this is not our problem. You know how to go about this, and you know how to go about this. So where the main thing today is the variable product. So we're going to click on got it, don't worry. So now in a variable product you can choose to add your stock keeping unit. You can do stock management, but I think when it comes to anything variable products, I think you can preferably apply it in the settings. But we're going to come to that so you know where to make your choice, right? So there's still shipping, there is still link products, there's still everything that we have. So now this is where we now start doing the settings. So we're going to come here to product attributes. So now you can create a new one, which I usually don't advise to just create an attribute. If you want to create an attribute before coming here, just go here and create it. So here sometimes it's just stressful, so I just remove everything, and I will just come here and create add existing attribute. So when I click on add existing attribute, it will show me the existing attribute I have. So I'm going to click on it, and usually make sure this is selected, and instead of normally you would search, right? So me, I usually, what I do is I select all first. So even if you have 50 colors, I select all and I start deleting. It saves me more time than searching, because sometimes I don't even remember the colors that I have, right? So you select it, then we are going to save. And we have two types of attribute. You can just do color if a particular product just don't have sizes, it just have color, you are safe, no problem, right? But it does not actually mean. So we have both color and size. So we're going to click on save again. You can never be too safe. Then we're going to click on another attribute, which is size. So now, like I said, I select all. Let's say, for example, now it's only medium and small, or let's just say it's only medium, small, and extra large that this particular product has. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create, just delete this. You see, very easy. You don't need to come to select it. So now when we are done, we are going to click save. So once you click save, the next thing is you're going to go to variations. So this is where the work comes in. So we can use generate variations, that it's going to pick all the variations that is here, and we can click on manual, add manual variation, meaning you just add one and it would tell you what size do you want to pick, what bone do you want to what bone, what color do you want to pick, and what size do you want to pick, right? So you can choose it manually yourself. So this helps you if you have some restrictions in the kind of thing, because sometimes bone may have you choose all the sizes, right? Sometimes bone color may have only just small, but the jet black may have both small, medium, and extra large. You get the logic. So you'd have to know what is what. So if I remove this first, let me remove it, confirm, then I click on generate. It's going to generate, it's going to populate this thing here. So now bone has small, medium, and everything. So both jet black has everything, right? So now, how does this look in the website? We're going to come to that. So I'm not going to touch anything here for now. The first thing that we are going to do is we are going to, they are what we call bulk actions. So the first thing you ask yourself, oh, okay, how do I add price? How do I add some certain things? You get, so there is bulk prices, and you would ask yourself again, okay, what if the price of a small bone, this thing is different from the large? You are getting all the logic coming in, right? So that is why you have separate this thing. But if it's that you whether it's small, whether it's medium, whether it's large, all of them has the same pricing, you can do it. Or you can say, okay, whether it's bono, whether it's black, or whether it's purple, they all have the same thing. You can leave it like this. So now this is bulk action. Take for example, now they all have the same price. So I can set regular price and say all these products would have 1,000, right? So, and you don't need to save except you have other actions to do. So we're going to do this first, and I'm going to publish, so you get to, so we don't go so far. So we are going to, this is under clothing category, and you can still put it in under all products, but sometimes it's stressful, right? So still under all products, but by default every product is going to be under all products. Then we're going to select product image, and we are going to download our stuff, and we're just going to download, because this is the product, this is the shirts, both the bone and jet color. So now what we're going to do is we are going to upload this one. I'm looking for one that is nice. Okay, so this is going to be nice. Let's upload that as a product. Then in your product gallery, you can choose to add two other extras, right? So you can choose to add this, and you can choose to add this, depending on what you want, so that someone could see, okay, this particular product has other colors, right? And then so people could see that this particular product has other colors. So the next thing you are going to do is you're going to click to add to gallery. So when we are done, we're going to click publish, and let's see how our product looks like. So we're going to click on view products in another tab. Voila, and this is our product, and we have the option to see like, okay, so when I see color, I can choose bone and I can choose what size I want, right? So you can see it, then you can add to cart like medium and every other thing, so you can see it here. So now this is just a pure example of one product, every product having the same price, the same everything, no complications and everything. So now let's mess up with some things. Okay, so in order to have this kind of products, I usually prefer, if it comes to variation, instead of me having so many of these, I usually prefer to just have one. But before we get to that one, let's say for example, bone doesn't have um let's remove XL and we're going to remove medium, right? So how is this going to look? So if I refresh, if I select bone, the only option I would have is small. You could see how it affected the website, right? So this is what you are going to see. So if we come down to our variation, we have bone small, and you already know how this works. So now I'm going to remove these two. I'm going to remove these two. So now normally if you want all the products, all the colors, so you have to choose a primary thing. So do you want to make color primary or do you want to make size primary? Meaning someone has to choose a color to choose any size, or someone has to choose any size. And I don't think making size, me saying it out loud now, I'm saying it doesn't really make sense. So I prefer color being the primary, then sizes, because sizes may vary, right? And the colors may still be intact. You always have colors, and sometimes one size may be available, and like the way we did it the very first time, you can use that to kill that bed, right? So if we do it like this is the way it normally supposed to be, where you have color and you can choose either bone and choose what you want. So I like to keep it this simple. If you have one primary thing and have every other thing, except maybe the case whereby bone now has, let's say, um, only small, and you can add manually. You select bone again and you can add medium, and you can change this and you have this, so that even if you mess up things you can rearrange things yourself and you save. So but for now we're going to just remove this and keep it here and keep it here. So the next question, we're going to publish. Don't always forget to publish if not you won't see your work. So the next question you are going to ask yourself is, okay, what if I want to change the price for, let's say, a color or a size? Let's say I'm changing prices for sizes. So you can actually do that. So let's say for first price iteration, iteration is like, changes. So let's say for everything that has to do with bone colors, it's different price. So if you're choosing bone irrespective of the size, you would sell it, you would get it at 4,000, let's say, because the bone is more expensive. Then jet black is black, right? So and if you come down to jet black, you can just find it at a regular price, and here you can edit every single thing that you want to edit here. You get me? So now if we click on this and update, let's see how that affects our site. If we refresh, we are going to have, from this is where you see ranges, oh, from 1,000 to 4,000, and depending on what you choose the prices would now change. You see it's 4,000, but if I choose a jet black and just choose this, the price, sorry, changes. So this affects also if you I don't want to get it too complicated, but this also affects if you have a different size, a different um, amount in sizes. So you would reflect that. So it all depends on how complicated your product system is, right? And this gives you the leverage. You now know how to add what was not there and add what was there before initially. So the next big question usually is, what if I select bone and I want it to reflect here? Because as I change this thing, nothing really is changing, right? But I want it that when I change the image, it changes here. So how do you go about that? It's not hard. So for bone, if you select this, you can upload an image that reflects that particular bone color. So we're going to select this image. And note, the image doesn't have anything to do with what you have in your gallery. So let me even remove the gallery so you understand that. Let me update. So we'll go back to variation to verify what we did. We're going to go to black, and we already have this as black, but we want something, stylish. We have this already. Then black, we have this. So we click on save, then we click on update. So now we are going to refresh, and the next thing we're going to do is, if we select bone, okay, sorry, select bone and we select a particular size, you could see that it changes drastically. Swift, no this thing. Then we select black and select small. See it change because of we already selected. If you didn't select any color, it wouldn't change anything. So you see, we selected it, and swift, no preload, nothing loads on one page. This is why I actually love WordPress. So you could have this and help to change your store. And I don't even know if Jumia has this feature. I don't know, but I think you do. Yes, and this is going to help for customer experience. So let's go back to variation. So in your variation, you can do other things. If you have variations that have, let's say, visual product or downloaded product, it's not only for clothes. Let's say a particular ebook or a particular size of a particular thing that has, let's say, big, small. You get, like, you want to buy a plan recharge card, especially people that sells recharge card. You want to buy 10K recharge card, 5K recharge card, and it's a virtual product. You don't have to see anything, or you just, at the end of the day, you just add something to it. So once they see it, you get. So at the end of the day, it depends on what you want to build. It's not restricted to clothing, but clothing is one way they use it a lot. You get me? So this is variation. And another thing again is, you can also make sure that one particular color is default. I usually don't like it, right? So I'll show you how that would look like. So if you go to sales, sorry, this is not our home page. Hold on. So let's go to our store. So now, if we come to our store and we come down to, so you could see from, this is select option, and you could see from 1,000 to 4,000 naira here. So there is one thing you would notice if I change this. So let's say for default, you can come here and say the default color that is going to show is going to be bone, right? And the price that the one that is going to show is going to be small, and you can click on save. So if I click on this and I refresh this, so it may not reflect here, but if I click on this, you would see it's already selected bone and small. But I don't, customers may not even notice, and they may just click. And imagine now they saw black there and saw a different color here, they might be confused. So that is why it's always good. And you see, when I hover around here, a name popped up. That's why it's always good to name your products very well. So that is what this particular function does. So, but I usually don't like it. It depends on and everyone, so they have it there for preference sake. So I usually don't like it. I don't like the experience. So now this is how you can upload a variable product. Also, don't forget that you can also set other things like shipping class and any other thing you feel like you want to add to the either variable or to other side, like link product to upsells, cross sales. And when we talk about cross sales and upsells, you'll be able to effect that in your own design. So yeah. So in this chapter, we are going to be talking about variation swatches or switches or whatever they call them. So what are variation switches? So if you come here, you would know that this looks different from what we have on our own product page. Let me open it. So you could see that it's not looking the same, right? So now how do we go about this? Normally, I usually use a pro team. So a pro team that comes, that's Cadence Pro, comes with everything that you could use to customize your e-commerce store. But there is a but, maybe you don't have the funds to do that and the customer doesn't want to pay for that. So how, sometimes not just remove the feature, right? Sometimes make them pay. But if they don't want to pay and you're building something for your own self, so how do you get this with a free theme? So how you're going to do this is you're going to come to plugins and you're going to click on add new plugin and you're going to click on variation. So now when you click on variation, you'll see two types of variation. There is a variation switches by WooCommerce and there is a variation swatches for WooCommerce by Catflow. So I've used some of them, but I still prefer this. So I've not tried this, but this would help you. Remember the problem where we had with selecting just one image when we selected this and this, right? We could only add one image. So this plugin allows you to add two, so you can test run it, but I haven't used it at all yet. So what we're here for is variation swatches from this particular company. So what we're going to do is install it. Then we're going to activate it. So once activated, you can set it up. So we're going to come down to, we're just going to random click on all products. So when you click on all products, there are two ways to go about it. You can come to plugins and you're going to come down to your variation and you can click settings. That's if you don't know where the setting is, because sometimes it's confusing, you cannot find it. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to see it here, and you can also, it is under WooCommerce, under WooCommerce, and you have variation swatches. So now what are you going to set? If you come to the home page, there is no much to do. It's just more about us. So first of all, there are two things. I don't like this in the home page, but I'm going to do it and you're going to see how it looks like. Some persons like it, some persons don't like it, so it all depends on your preference. So the first thing that we are going to do is just having some little global settings. So we're going to go to global settings and we're going to check everything. Here you don't need to touch much. It basically does its job, right? So you have toolpick. Toolpick is more like when you hover around a particular thing, it tells you what it is. But I'm going to show you if once we activate it. It's already activated though, but it's not really activated yet. So I'm checking some things that we need to turn off or set. You can on this in filter. Maybe you have a filter, you can turn it on. Then image, I'm just going through everything. You can go through everything and see how it looks like, right? So yes, this is very important. Label positioning. So if I refresh, you could see that it's here. So you could select bone and you could select this. You see how beautiful it is. We've not done much and has already gone far a little bit. So if I say okay, I want to show label, because sometimes you need to show label to make people understand what is what, user experience. So if I click on stack automatic, why I like this in real time and I refresh, you could see you have color and size. Isn't this beautiful? And you could just select bone and select this and you see the price and you can clear. Wonderful, right? But inline, I don't think you will like it, but if you like it, it's fine. Inline is like, hey, but it's too far, but I don't know, I probably feel you can adjust it. But inline is this, but I don't like this inline. I always prefer stacked. So once it's stacked, I'll be able to, I'm dealing with color, work with color size. Even Jumia, I think they did that variation size guide. I think because it was only just size. So if it's color, they were going to give you the color. So now, once we do this, we are going to check for any other thing that needs to be set. And this one is if it's going to be on the shop page. So meaning if you go to the shop and you come down here, you could see it, right? So usually I don't usually vibe to it. Well, it depending on your site. If your site is clean enough, it will look clean. If it's not clean enough, it's going to look bad. So here they can select this and they can select this, and you see it changes real time without even you leaving here, right? So this is actually very, very nice to use. So you can choose to leave it and you can choose to not leave it here. So now this is not all the settings. Yes, so you can set more, and you can set the label. You can switch label to turn on. If but I think label to turn on would give it this complexity. Yes, it will give it the complexity, and it would now make every other images in this line just look taller for no reason. So we're just going to turn that off, and if you refresh, I feel this is perfect. This is it, right? Except you have so many variations and you just totally remove this. So now the next thing is, what if you want to adjust it to look more foreign, and instead of using names, you can actually use colors, right? Isn't that going to be good? So the next thing you're going to do is you are going to come to attributes. So attribute, normally some persons usually recommend you do this in the beginning. You install the plugin and set the color as you are setting it. Yes, that's the right thing, but I wanted to let you understand how it looks like before you added this plugin and after you add it. So on your own, you can start with adding the plugin in the beginning, right? So you can, when you're setting everything, you can set it here. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to edit it because we've already done it. So let's edit it here. So we're going to click on edit. I just want to open this in another tab so we don't. So you see the color here and you see type. So we're going to select type. What kind of type? So this is color. Obviously, we're going to select color. We don't touch other shape. I think we're going to go for cycle always look cute, and we're going to leave it at 24. We're going to click on update. We're going to close this. We don't need this. So size, I'm going to do size. Then so size type, we are going to choose label. Then we are going to choose shape. You can custom it if you want, and we are going to choose cycle, but I always prefer cycle. If you want to custom, you can custom the widths and everything. This plugin is crazy for free, you get. So I select cycle, I click on update. Then the next thing we are going to do, I'm going to cancel this and I'm going to refresh my attributes. So after refreshing my attribute, I'm going to click on configure themes. So this is where we now add the color. So I'm going to first of all edit this, and I'm going to add the bone color. So on your design file, I would provide the color code. So this is the color code. You can come here and paste the color code. So this is the color code I used. Then I save it. Then go back to attributes. Sorry, color attributes. Then we click on jet black. We're going to do the same thing. Come to color, paste, and we have the jet black. We click on update. You can be careful so you don't mistakenly delete it. So we have for color. So then for size, do we need to do anything? Let's go to our attributes. For size, we don't really need to do anything because it's already, on the side. So now let's see if any magic happened to our store. We're going to refresh, and isn't this beautiful, right? This is looking very nice. So you have color, and this is toothpick. So this stuff that hovers around is what we call the toothpick. Yeah, so you can see it's bone, you can see it's jet black, you can see here you have your small, you have your medium, and you have your XL. So this is way much cool. And if you come to your store and you're going to refresh, you could see this. So this is making the store look premium, more premium, right? And you could use this and customers could just select, oh, this is bone, this is jet black, and this is small. So you could see the color and whatever you choose, small, medium, or large, right? So this is a very cool feature. So if you have other things to add, you can add it to the variation switches if you want. In this chapter, we are going to be talking about upsells. So how can you create an upsell product and how does it look like on the website? So first thing, you have to find the product. So we're going to go to all products. So let's say we go for the socks, right? So we click on edit, and if we come down to linked products, we would find upsells. So upsells is simply you having product that are relating, like for example, you buy socks, you could buy a jean or something, you get me. So here they said upsells are products which you recommend instead of the currently viewing products. For example, products that are more profitable or better quality or more expensive, right? So if someone buys socks, he could buy a tee. So I put that tee there, just put the tee, just put tee in general. Or you could what other products do we have on our site? Let's see, so we don't guess. Oh, the gold chain, we can take them out of our site to another site to get the gold chain. So this is upsell. Then what you just have to do is click on update, open in another tab so we see what we have. And when you come down here, you will see you may also like this. So this is what upsell does. On the norms, you won't find this. You'd only see related products, right? So but here you would see you may also like the gold chain and the teas that we just added. So that is what upsell does on your site. So the next one. So in this chapter, we're going to be talking about cross sales and how you can add a cross sale. So the same way we added upsell, you come to link product and you can add a cross sale product. So let's go to our product and let's say you want to add, but first of all, what's a cross sale? A cross sale is probably a product which you promote in cart based on the current product. Say you promoted, most of the times cart products are likely similar, you get me? Take for example, now you are selling a food product and someone ordered rice. You can tell them to, add plantain, something like that. So you can use this for cross sales. So imagine someone ordered the socks and you want them to wear these joggers, and this joggers even has the socks in the picture. You can come here and say slushy. So we're going to add a slushy trouser and we're going to add something else to it to match. Let's say a book, how to dress. Probably the person just wants to learn how to dress. So this could be anything that would enhance or increase the ability for the person to purchase. So after the person purchases this product and sees that comparable, say you are buying a game pad, and after buying the game pad you probably need a game charger. They can upsell you, sorry, they can cross sell you with that. So those are the kind of things that can happen. So depending, so if you click on updates, and note it's not compulsory to have all this in your store, they are all marketing strategies. So you can click on update, and when you add a product to cart, I think it's only when you add a product to cart. So if you come down here, we still have you may like. Then we're going to click on add to cart, and we are going to go to cart. So when you go to cart, after the normal cart process has loaded, you would see you may be interested in this at the bottom. So we're going to optimize this cart page. Okay, it's because I've already removed this product. So normally if I didn't remove the product would be here. You could see it here, and you could add it to your cart. So yeah. So this is how you can upload a cross-sale product. So in this chapter, we're going to be talking about coupons. And how would you be able to access this? So coupons can help you with sales, and we already know majority of us use coupons, but how can we create it, right? So coupons can help people with discounts and so many other things on your store. So if you come to marketing and let me hit marketing, then it comes coupons. So now let's create our first coupon. If you come to create, we can actually generate a random coupon code if you want, but let's call this black FD, let's say Black Friday coupon, and this is going to be a fixed to cart, like whatever you add to your cart is going to be it, right? So if we create this, you can see coupon amounts. So how much do you want to add? So value of the coupon. So let's say $1. Remember the currency that you are on. So it is very important, right? So here, then free shipping. If you want to allow shipping, if this coupon is a free shipping coupon, you can allow it for free shipping. Also, the coupon can also have an expiring date. So you can choose, okay, this coupon would expire at the end of the year. So if you select this, we would go to user restriction. So you can restrict the amount, but before we go to restriction of amount, let's test if this is going to work. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to go to our store, and we are going to look for a product that is higher. You know, that is not in our keys. We don't have any product that is very high. Okay, yes. So we have this. Let's add to cart and view cart. Okay, so I would still work on this. So this is where you add your coupon, and the users can add it. So if you add the coupon, let's copy this and we apply coupon. Let's click on apply. So you can see that the coupon has been added and it has deducted the amount from it. So let's remove this. Remember, this is the total because we have two products in our cart. So we had 600 and we had this. So and when we applied the coupon, you can also do this. So if you go to checkout too, you can see the coupon here. So you can apply the coupon here, you apply it, and you can also have the final amount here. So this, whatever amount you have in your cart, you can apply the coupon and it's going to affect it there. So the next thing that we are going to deal with is user restriction. Say for example, because there's some coupon, if you add a coupon and the coupon is, take for example now 10%, and 10% on a smaller amount of money doesn't really make sense, right? So you can say minimum spend on products above or below 500. So any product below 500, this coupon is going to be used for it. So take for example now, this product is okay, we had two of this product. Let's say it was one of these products and we remove this product and we want to add, you could see it saying coupon has been removed from this card. The minimum spend on the coupon is 500, so we cannot apply that coupon here. So that is how you can do it. So you can reduce the minimum and maximum spend. You can't spend as above a particular distance. So take for example now, if you want individual use, that okay, check this box if the coupon cannot be used in conjunction with other coupons. I'm going to show you what this means in a jiffy. Just hold on first. So then exclude sales items too. Check this box if the coupon should not be applied to items on sales. Like if there's an why would you put a coupon on a sales item, right? Take for example now, I come here and I click on this and I save. Let's say we remove this 500 because 500 is there. It's going to conflict with our interests. So if I'm going to refresh and I apply coupon, for example, so they'll tell me, sorry, this coupon is not valid for a sales item. You get, so this item is on sales, so you can restrict it for sales item. And here you can say, okay, this coupon is for a particular set of products. You can add the product, or you leave it blank and say, okay, this coupon is not for a particular kind of product. So most of the times, that's why most businesses, they actually use discounts, right? And if you are going to use coupons, you can use it for your certain set of users, like, okay, people in your email list or something. You can say, okay, these guys enjoy a particular kind of coupon. So product categories, you can say, okay, on our product category, you are going to get a particular coupon, either whether it's discount or anything, you can have it. Then exclude product category. So you exclude the particular category. If you select a particular category, you can exclude it. Then allow emails. So allowed emails, like emails that you want. So you can come in. So lists of allowed emails to check against when an order is placed. Separate emails. So if you want a set of emails to use this coupon, but this is going a little bit far. You get so usage limit of coupon. So this is like how many times this particular person or a particular time this coupon can be used. This one is limit per user, a particular user. Take for example, now this is very important, like when you are building a product and a particular user uses it, and this is a one-time coupon, whether the coupon will last you next year. Once you use it, you cannot use it again. I don't know if you get me. So this is very, very, very important. So this is for fixed, and let's go back to this. So let me save this as a fixed coupon, and I'm going to create another coupon. So I'm going to still call this fixed, or no, let's call this percentage coupon, and let's say we are removing 10%, and this is ending end of this year. No restriction, nothing. Then we will check this. We will say check this box if this coupon can be used in conjunction with other coupons. I'm going to check this, and I'm going to call this added advantage, added AVV. So added advantage. Then I'm going to click on update. So I'm going to come to my coupon home, so you can set restrictions and the rest. So if I come to a product, so let's go with this product, add to cart, view cart. Okay, so if I add a coupon, if I add this coupon, oh sorry, it added the both at the same time. I think I over copied it. Okay, yeah, so I apply this coupon. You could see it's a 10% out of this, so be careful with 10% in case of small products, right? So, and this one here, I add another coupon. Okay, sales item, let me edit that so we don't have that issue. That's this one. Let me remove that sales item thingy from it. Okay, so if I apply the coupon again, it's already added. Okay, so the two coupons has to be in conjunction. So the one you select, and this one you say check this box if this coupon can be used in conjunction. So we apply it again. Let me refresh. So let me try it again. I've removed that in conjunction with this. So this one doesn't have anything to do with in conjunction. Let me see. Let me apply it. It gave us a 568% discount. And let's apply this. Okay, it's just changed the coupon. Let me use this as a fixed one. So maybe probably it's the type of coupon that is affecting it. So let's check again, and let's go to coupon. So I'm going to apply the first one, that's the other coupon, but normally it doesn't really actually make much sense using more than one coupon. But yeah, people do stack coupons together and apply them on sites. I think it's this. And I think with coupons, you doesn't need to follow the order at which you make use of it. So it's still not applying, it's just taking the same thing. So let me try one last thing. If it doesn't work, so this one that has in conjunction to the first one had in conjunction, this is still fixed, right? So this coupon cannot be used. I am not the one reading, and you guys would have been looking at me and actually laughing at me right now. I'm actually the one making the mistake. So be it percentage or not percentage. I misread it. Sorry, I misread it. I don't know. I'm probably seeing double. Yeah. So I guess you guys will be screaming on your screen. No, it's actually different. Well, I can't hear you. Okay. So we have this, and I think this is the other one that we had. No, this is not the other one that we had. This is the coupon. This is the other one, and this is it. And if we apply it, voila, we have both coupons. Sorry, I was the one not looking at it. So you can add more than one coupon at the same time. So if it's a percentage coupon, and we can actually change this to back to a percent. It's already even still a percentage coupon, and you could see we can add more than one coupon at the same time. So free shipping coupon is more like it will give you free shipping. So let's see what we've not explained. That's this free shipping. It's only going to be valid. And when we are into shipping, you see where you can add the free shipping. You have it as an option in the zone, right? So let's see what we didn't touch. We've touched everything, and I think we had percentage, then fixed products. So this coupon is going to be on a particular product. You can go put it on a particular product that you want, and you can usage limit of X item apply to all quality items in cart. So you can that's the maximum number of individual items this coupon can apply to when using product coupon. Leave blank if you want it to apply to all product, and you can add description if you want. I usually don't add description to all those things, right? And you can send this to your fan base, and they could be able to get coupons out of their products. And yeah, so this is how you can add coupon. Okay, so in this chapter we are going to be creating a sales discount badge. Well, that sounds large, but it's not large. So if you come down here, you've noticed this is sales, and you would want to change this, right? So it's supposed most persons would like 12% discount, 2% discount, and all those yada yada and everything. So right, and you don't want it to just be screaming sales. So now, how do we go about this? So you can't really go about you can go about this with a plugin, but I don't want to go with a particular plugin. I want to go with a plugin that can allow us to put other codes. So one plugin that could serve for other things later on in the future. So not for every single little thing we would be, installing plugins, but sometimes that's the issue, right? To have some certain functionalities, and this could affect our page speed. So now, how do we go about this? One way about to go about this is to apply a code, a custom code to the website. Don't worry, I know the class is no code. The code is going to be available. It's just to copy and paste, right? So now I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy a code, and I'm going to go to my plugin, and I'm going to click on add plugin. I think it says WP snippets. Yep. So this is it. You can see like over 2 million persons are using this like crazy, right? So I click on install and click on activate. So this helps you with code snippets, and just put code snippets that have affect your site. So the reason why you do this is so you don't affect your WordPress site directly, right? So, and because you don't want it to crash, but always don't forget to back up and do some other necessary things. So we have to refresh because there is nothing to see here. You won't be able to see it. So now when you refresh, you would come down to code snippets. So this is where it's going to be. It's going to have other codes, and it will tell you to connect to library to see other codes, and it has pro version here. Some other things has almost all plugins have their free and pro versions. So we are going to trash this because we don't need it. But that comments, probably we might need it for other types of websites we build. That comments can be a problem sometimes. So the next thing is you're going to create a new file. Don't worry, it might be overwhelming. You can find various kinds of snippets, disabled admin bar. Instead of you to, install a plugin, you can just put this snippet. It's going to disable it, and you can see login, widgets, popular, and so much more. Remove WordPress version number and the rest. So yes, so but we are going to be creating totally from scratch. So this is where we're going to use your custom snippet from here. And so we're going to name this so that we don't forget what it is. We are going to call it discount code, and we are going to paste, and we are going to set the type, right? You see it's giving you errors and the rest. Don't worry, the code is scary, right? So we are going to, it's a PHP code, right? So we're going to use it. So normally after all this many talk, and with time you would be understanding code, you'll be playing around with it, you'll be dancing with it and the rest. But majority of the settings is actually even here. You get, so majority of what was done is around this area. So now let's save and see how it's going to look like, how it looks like. So we're going to save, and currently it is not active, so we're going to activate it. And because there's some snippet that you put in your site and your site will just knock. So be careful. So we're going to come back to sales, and we are going to check our sales price. Oh, I went to sales. I've forgotten that we don't have sales. So we are going to go to shop here, and voila, you can see that we have our 20% off. And when you click on a product that has 20% off, you can see you still have the 20% off retained here. Isn't that nice? So you have this, and you can have everything that you have. So I think if you add minus, let me play around, it would give you that minus effect. I've not tried this in a very long time, but I think so. Okay, yes, it's okay. I think it's supposed to be not here. You see me, this is, yes, the percentage. This is space. Let's put it here. Let's put the minus somewhere around here. Let's see. Don't to play around this if you're not too sure. I think if I'm mistaken. Okay, it didn't reflect. So I'm going to get where that percentage is, and I'm going to add it because I know it's after this. But at the end of the day, you would be able to have 20% off, right? Like 20% off, 30% off, and the rest. Okay, so I think I remember where that minus is, because this is on sale. Then after this, so be careful and always back up before trying any of this. So don't try it at home. So I am going to check this, and yes, we have a minus 20% off. So you can choose to put the minus, but I don't really like minus, so I leave it at 20% off, right? So you can add any of these to your product, and you can use it to customize this. And this is taken from the color of the website. So if you want this color to change, you can change the primary color of the website, and it would be using that particular color. So in this chapter, we're going to be creating a sold out product. So sold out products actually are not bad, but they actually having a problem, right? So let me show you what the problem is. If you come to a product, and let's say we have this. Okay, I think we can use quick edits, and we can click on out of stock. So now if we click on page, so the only, most of the times Okay, should we use this one? Okay, no. This is a very bad example to use it, because why this can't even really work is because this is a group product. So um let's put this back in stock. Let's use a single product. Yes, this ebook. Let me use a normal product. This socks. Yeah, sorry for quick edits, and let's put it out of stock. Right. So we are going to view it in store, delete this. So now where the problem is it would show you out of stock here, no problem. But if you come to your shop and come to Anko, you would not, you as a buyer would not even know that this product is out of stock, and it's going to be a problem. So we can create an out of stock badge. And how do we go about this? So first you go back to plugins, right? We can only achieve this with a plugin, and we click on add plugin, and we paste sold out badge by WooCommerce. So this guy is what I have successfully used, and it works. So I've not, if you could check, I think he has, if not close to the highest, then no, Duncan is a plugin on his own, like it's a big plugin. So yeah, if you check the rest, I think this guy has one of the highest in terms of sold out, and the rest, so the rest are not even sold out. So you install, though he really updates it, but at least this is what I've seen that have helped me with the problem. So you go to settings and you come to sold out. So by default, once it's active, let's see if there is any difference. Yeah, so on the left hand side you could see that it's here. Then if we come in here, the problem is the sold out and the percentage discount are actually dragging the same spot. So can we do anything to that? Actually yes, so we can make this red, which is sold out, leaving it like this. So we save these changes and we refresh, so you could see it's sold out. To me, I feel there is nothing bad about this, right? Because why would you even put it on discount, you get, when it's sold out? So you can actually leave it like this and it's very fine, because they can't even buy it, right? So once it's out of sold out, it's going to be fine. But sometimes you can um, adjust it. So you can have some other settings where you have padding, other appearance settings where you have font size, width, and the rest. And the padding, um, you can have it here. Then in single product page, you can increase this. So let's say we increase this, or increase this. So this is in single product page. So position from the top, position from the left. Let's add 16 and see what this does on the site. Okay, it moves it gradually. So what we're going to do is we're going to add I think if we add 50, it's going to give us a good amount of push. So if we add 50, okay, 50 is okay, or let's give it, let's just say 100 to be on the safer side. And there you go. So this is more like where it's going to stay, but I would want to reduce it to around let's say 80. 80 is fine. Then from the top, I think I am going to reduce it to 4. Let me see what that gives me. Then I refresh. Okay, I don't know if it's going more to the top or bottom to the top. Let me reduce it once more and we'll see how that goes. Let me reduce it to 1, save, then refresh. Okay, it goes further up, so we're going to put it to 10. Good. So I believe they are in almost the same side. I think 9 would be perfect. So you can adjust it till you get what you want. Yeah, voila, this is perfect. This is what we want, and you could see it's just sitting beautifully on this side. So if you go to home, I think let's open it. Okay, this doesn't have discount, it does not have soda, but if you would see, it's going to have something that will be around here. So let's edit this and give it a discount, and let's see. we would sell it at 10. Updates, view products. Okay, sorry. Yes, the first move is to give it at discount. Then the second move is to put it at sold out. That's inventory sold out. So you see how it looks like on a full page. So sold out, and this isn't this beautiful and clean. So you have that. So this is a very, very good way to have this. So you can do other things and make sure it is very, very, very nice and everything. So I don't know if this border radius affects the because I don't think it's going to affect test. So let me check border radius. Good. So our border radius is 5, so this is 5, and voila, we are good to go. So if we come to our sales page, anything that is out of sorry, I have a Pinterest this thing, so you could see that it is out of stock. And there's also other settings in WordPress where you can, when we go into settings, deep down into WordPress settings, there's only settings that once a product is out of stock, you remove it totally. But some persons don't usually do that, right? It's based on you. You can totally remove the product once it's out of stock. It's out there. It's out of there. But I think I don't know if Jumia does that. If your product is out of stock, yes, they do it, because once you click on the product, you won't be able to find that product anymore. So yeah, I think you do it as well. So once the product is out of stock, remove it. Okay, so in this chapter, we are going to be talking about the WooCommerce customizer. Yes, so we are going to be customizing the WooCommerce settings from the customizer itself. Though we're going to do this like 2 times, because this is going to be for the free version, and once we install the paid plugin, we are also going to come to visit it, because there are other tons of functionalities that you can gain from a paid plugin, right? Or a paid theme. So the first thing we're going to do is to access your customizer. You're already familiar with this. We're going to come to customizer. You're going to click on customizer. So you can click on it, or if you don't click on it from there, let's go back a little bit. I think fair enough. One of the easiest and fastest way is to come here and we click on customizer. So just in case we have other things to do here. So as the customizer is loading, the other pages that were created when we installed WooCommerce. So one of the pages that were created is my account. I think refund and return policy, shop page. So yeah, so these pages were created. So we are going to effect some of them on the website on the customizer. So the customizer has loaded, and the first place that we are going to come to, because that is where most of everything is done. I like the way Kadence, arrange their stuff. Though with everything, this thing is going to be different. Yes, I've not said so since, but everything going to have this difference. So don't expect, let's say, Astra or another thing to have this the same. So if we come to WooCommerce, we have store notice, and sometimes what I like this is sometimes it loads to the page. So if you have a store notice, let's say if you go to your store, this is going to pop up, and this is not enabled, right? So if you enable it, it's going to come to this. This is your store notice. This demo store is for testing purposes, yada yada, and the rest. So above, it can be bottom if you want it. Here, I think I'm loving this. I'm loving this. This is like, this font is very nice, and it can hang out. I think I mean like the hangout, but it will depend to on the website. So when we get out of here, it's going to hang out. So I prefer either above and below, and you can disable dismiss button, right? As this dismiss guy, you can disable it, and I think it's also very responsive for mobile and the web. So depending on what you want to use it for. So we are going to disable it. We don't need it, so let me not spend much time on this. You hardly use it. So if there's any notice, you can always use this, right? But I think this one, that stone notice does a good job. So if you want to remove this, you can remove this and play around with the stone notice, because It's wonderful. So the next thing we are going to do is product catalog. So now this is the product page where all your products are being listed. So it's called product catalog, right? This is where you do all the settings that are required. So if you want to remove title, you can remove title, and with some pro templates you can actually customize this area. Like you can customize it, like take for example, if you come to Dorinda's site we built, she has that customized on her own page. So you understand what I mean? A little bit. She didn't do much customization, and you can do it. So this one is simple, and some persons may have other things, but when it comes to your shop page, please, as much as possible, don't let it be too busy because people already are impatient. So make it as simple as possible. So we're going to use the inline in content, not that big. I usually don't like that big, except you just want to have some, let everybody know this is your shop, right? So and your shop, you're going to have things like sort, and you're going to have the position to, do it. But majority of people will use it like this. So this is just a basic shop, no much modifications and everything. So now, and each theme gives you a different display of how this thing looks like, right? And I think I think Cadence is still one of the best. I love the way Cadence do this, and it has always stuck with me. So yeah. So the next one is product archive. If you want to align it to the, left, right, you could see how it's moving and here, but I love it here. Like you just come to shop and see it. This is even less of my problem. Right? So on the title element you have breadcrumbs. You can, if you turn it on, you can have shop and other things, but I usually turn it off. And if you have shop description, you can have shop description, but it's not on, but I usually turn it off just in case by mistake someone feels it. So you have the page to be normal, it can be narrow, it can be full width, but I enjoy it the way it is. Like it's already taking the full website feature, so I wouldn't just tamper with that. Then if you want a sidebar, you can have a sidebar. Like for example, now if you choose this format, you can have a sidebar. Say for example, you want to add maybe filters or some other little things here, you can actually do that. Or you want to highlight some other products and some other things. But I like a very simple website. You get, so you have this is content style. You have unboxed. Let me show you what unboxed is. So unboxed has, I think it doesn't really have much of, so you could see how unboxed is, and the shadows are gone. And if we use the that, I think this is most of, I think, the e-commerce. I think this is the one that has the boxed. And I think one of my favorite because it just gives a distinct difference between this, so you can choose whichever you want to choose. So you can turn off things here like show archive results. That's this guy here. Is gonna go and sorting and drop down this boys here. Yep, and other things. So and when you install the pro version, there are other, things that would come up. And product image, this is actually a very cool one. So if you want your product to have an overview, so when you hover around it, you could see, let me go back to none. So if I hover around this, you don't see anything. If I put it on fade, if I hover around it, you see it fades. If I put it on slide, if I hover around it, it slides. So you have interaction, micro interaction on your website. And if you have this thing, you can zoom it, and this is actually lovely. And this affects every of the other products irrespective of how many these things we have, right? So and if you have flip, so flip is just flip. That looks like a traditional old website. Yeah. So then you have button style, right? And we can keep saving publish because anything can happen to your laptop, you can even off, right? So let's not be caught off that. So you can have button style, right? So button style is this. So if I say button style is always visible, so on my store, anytime it's open, it's just going to be there. right? You would be seeing it, but I don't like, so I prefer this. If you want it, you see it, so it just gives this clean look. Then you have button. This is button action style, sorry. Then this is button style. Then you can have button. So if you don't want that normal style, and if you do this, note you would have the ability to set it up here. If you come down here and button color, yeah, you'll be able to you know work on it here. But if I turn it off, you won't see those things there. So if you want a button like this, like, oh wow, like if I hover around it, you see it and you can select it. So this is also very cool if you don't want the traditional stuff. And I think this is actually, to me, this is actually nice. So yeah. Okay, so your preference, not my preference. So, align bottom to bottom. I've not really seen this in real action because sometimes I really don't spot the difference, right? But it's aligning the button to the very bottom. Whatever thing that is here, it's going to come to the bottom of the content. You see, this one is a little bit. You see, it's a little bit very, 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 very close. But whatever content you have, you see it goes to the bottom straight, giving this space here. So I think we might go with the button aligned to the bottom. So now, what do you show on um, show page display? So choose what will display on the main shop page. Show product, show category. If you switch to categories, it's weird, but you can't choose category. If your category had nice images, you would see all your categories, right? And if you want categories and products, which is weird, but that will be chaotic. So let's leave it here. Then default sorting. By default, you have the sorting. You can start with popularity depending on your store so that you can increase more sales. You can start with popularity, sales, average rating, and different kind of things you feel can help you sell more, right? And you can start with price depending on what you want to do. So product per role, that's product per role. We can increase this to this. We can see if you decrease it to three products per page. So it all depends on your own styling. You can do this at your own pace. Then we have um rows per page, right? So this is 4. I think you can increase this to 8. How many rows of products should be page? You can increase this. Then mobile content. Let me show you what this means. So if you come to the site, it's just going to have one. I always choose 2. So at least to give it space. If you want to just have that bold look, you can have that bold look. So it doesn't look bad. It's just because of this is very, very, very tight, right? So you would have it like this. Is that read more? Is this saying read more? Okay, I don't know why it's saying read more, but I would check. Okay, I'm coming. I want to check if you change the buttons, if it changes the content that is there. No, it's actually read more. Okay, out of stock. Out of stock. Yeah, 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 yeah. When it's out of stock, it's going to change the button, right? And you cannot, with pro versions, you can change all this. So yes, I just remembered. So that's why sometimes when your product is out of stock, just remove it. Then so now this is, and when you come to design, you can design the title, font, color. But I think when you set the stem settings, you don't need to do so much, right? So archive layout. Actually, we actually call this archive, right? So product archive fonts. If you want to change it, then the price, take for example, I think the price is already bold, but if you want to make the price way bolder, we can come here and make it bolder. You could see it gives it that, yeah. Let's make it bolder, but it's going to be bolder than. And if you want to increase the size, you can actually increase it, right? So make it bigger. But I think what we had was perfect. So that is that here. And you can other increase like the button. Like I said, you can edit the button, but the button is fine to us, and you can the button radius and the whole normal shenanigans and everything. Yeah, so the site background itself, you can change it. The content background, you can change it if you want. So that's the settings that we have here for the free page. And is there anything you'd want to be moving around with? So now we go to the single page. Single page, what does this mean? So if you click on the product, let's click on this. So now this single page here, this is it. Let me go back to archive. There's okay. I want to choose this book because I like the width at which this book covers. So take for example now this book. If we come here and say, okay, do you want content layout breadcrumbs? The reason why sometimes you might want to leave breadcrumbs is sometimes some persons may find it very easy to keep people in the store. Like when you find this product and you're like, okay, oh, this is shop. So instead of them finding shop somewhere, and you can just have the breadcrumbs. So you can click on nothing and it's going to disappear. So all these things are self pressable. So you can come here and press them yourself, and you have your design here. So the same thing, you can have your page layouts, right? So I think this is one of the most basic functional page layouts. So it is with other plugins or I'm not saying plugins. Yes, plugins and theme that can enable you to change this place totally, right? But in terms of page layout, I don't think you need to change anything. And if you come to what does sidebar, so whatever, if you choose a sidebar like this one, whatever content sidebar one that's going to be on your widgets, sidebar one, sidebar two, whatever it's going to show, you're going to see it here. So content style, this is almost the same thing, box and unboxed. If you change it, you would see that it would shrink more, right? Or I don't like this is then content style unboxed. If you shrink it, this is what you are going to have. Yeah, so if you're going to come down, then this is padding. This is vertical padding. If you disable it, you see it's very close to, well, you don't do that. So this is what we're going to see. So this place has some nice settings, and this is why I think Kadence, when they came out, they sold on this. We really use this a lot. So you can turn off your title if you want. No, why would you turn off your title? Right? You can turn off rating if there are ratings, like any form of rating in your store. You can turn it off. Well, you don't need to. You can turn off price, show shipping statements, and ship for free. If you want to sell anything that if shipping related, and ship for free, that's if you want people to sell. So they just give you ample ammunitions to try to sell your products, right? So you can have this. So this thingy here is because we don't have informations here on the site. So this was the script. It was going to remove it, but we don't have any information there. So add to cart. So the add to cart button, the add to cart button is not here. Oh, okay. So the add to cart button, because of this product is on sold out. So let's see product that is not on sold out. So first publish, let's publish this. So yes, so let's go back to this. So if I turn this one off, you could see that that guy left, right? So if we want our button, we can change the button style, but that is going to be wild, right? But we won't do that from there. Then there's extras, like there are real crazy extras you can add to your site. Let me turn it off and you see what it is. You can have this, isn't this wonderful? Where you can have, okay, shipping, safety guarantee, no hassle refunds, secured payments, and you can change them. Say for example now, safety guarantee, or we want to just say great no hassle. Hey, I wanted to say guarantee return. It's already here, no hassle refunds, 100%. Let me just put 100%, right? So you see that it's editable. Where's my percentage? There you go. So you have no hassle with 100%, and you can change the icons if you want. And I think the icons are a little bit limited, but yeah, it does the job. What would you need more than these icons, right? What are you looking for? So yeah, you have this, and you have a fifth. You have more features, but this is three. If you have this, and this appears on every product, right? This is going to give your customers more this thing, and you can have free shipping on orders. So this is why I love Kadence when you want to build e-commerce websites. So I don't know if other plugins are, if other theme are upgraded, because I have for a long time not used most of them. This is what I've been using for a while. So yeah, when it comes to payments, you can turn this one off. So if you don't just want this, you can even say payments guaranteed. Like, who does this? Right? And you can make them in gray, and you can not just do that, you can also come here and turn each and every one, and you can have custom. If you want Apple Pay, you can turn Apple Pay off, and if you want images, you can bring in images, like what we have here in the bottom. You can have them here, and this gives you understand. So you have much option functionalities, and you get. So I probably know why they turned that off, because that is too long. So now this is this, and we have product meta. So if you turn that off, it's not really visible at the moment. Yeah. So but it's not too much of an important. That's probably the name. That's the metadata of the product. So the next thing is share. So if you have the functionality on your site, I think at the bottom you should have a share function. So I don't know, it's not showing here. Maybe it's until you install the plugin. Yes, there's a share function where you can share the product to whoever you want to share it. So don't forget to. So now let's use, there's what we call use custom quality plus and minus. So if you have things that has to do with quantity and quality, it's going to show here. So let's see a product that is not a coaching call. Let's go to shop, and let's do this. Okay, yeah, let's select this. And if we come here, so if you look at this, this has this up and down, you have to be clicking up and down and everything. But if you use this, use custom plus and minus, this gives you the ability for you to add and minus. Isn't this nice? So this gives you more customization, and this is for product variation. Let's look for a product that has variation. But anything variation, I don't think you need to set it up here. As for the free theme, theme, you can actually work with this. You would remember we installed a particular plugin. So if you want product variation display vertical and horizontal, but I don't think it made any difference. But it just gives a kind of you know I think this is okay. Declare. Oh, okay, okay. I see. So I think this is much better. It gives much, not just spacing. It actually also gives you the ability to have that clear at the bottom, because that clear here was not just doing it right. So tab style, if you have this tab here, you can centralize it. So if you just want to make your store just a little bit tiny different, not just the conventional WordPress in it, you can have the tab style here. But I don't think this is bad, you know itself. So you can say show default heading in tab, show width. You can turn off and turn these ones on, so you can see what they do, and show related products. So show related product, if you want to turn off related product and show how many related products, that's related products here. And you can always turn it off, but how would you turn it off? People make different decisions. So now this is your single product page, and you can come to design to alter some other things, like breadcrumb colors, like this color, breadcrumb fonts and the size. But the theme is taking care of almost everything. Product layout, you want to change it, like product title fonts. So I don't think you change all this, except there was a problem somewhere I want to manually override them from here, right? But apart from that, this is actually nice stuff, and we can give customers this full feel, right? Like save, payments and the payment that you accept right from the gate, so that at the end of the day when they make their decision or want to make their decision, it's easy for them to understand that they have more payment options. So it all depends on you and you as a store manager. So product image, yes, product image plays a big role, right? So sometimes you might want to use, I usually use this, but some custom sites you can use. That's why sometimes when client gives me product, I tell them make sure your all your product images are the same. So sometimes I just come here to uncrop. So when they are uncropped, they will take the original form they came in. So if you see that, okay, imagine all your products are in this size, right? And they're all going to be lengthy and long and everything. They will not be cropped by one and all those stuff. This is going to be what you're going to use. It's going to be uncropped and you can see the full image, right? This is actually very, very lovely and handy if you are building your own website. So the next thing is we are going to go to the checkout. So for the checkout, you can see here the checkout can be customized in the editor. So anything that relates with checkout, you can. Checkout doesn't have really much, right? But you can do some little things, and this is what it's trying to tell you, that you can edit checkout in the editor. We're going to come to this, right? Because there are other things that we need to work on. So yes, we're going to come back to this later on. So that's the checkout it was trying to tell you about. Then my account, right? So if you come to my account, there's no my account here. So when we fix that, we are going to show you what the my account stuff is. But you have the user avatar. Let me see if I can locate my account. Yeah, so this is my account. This is what it's trying to talk about. So if I say this is left, that's navigation layout left, and I publish and I refresh, you could see it went to the left. So you can leave it at the left or the right. So it all depends on how you want to go about it, and your name and everything is going to be there. So this is my account, and this is actually WooCommerce setup. So the next thing we're going to be working on is adding some important things here, like my account. You're going to add your carts, because we don't have carts here, and we're going to add search and other things, just little things for our WooCommerce store. Okay, so this is the part 2 of customizer, and we are going to add our buttons here. Note, when you come here and we click on this, my account, there are more to this, right? There are more options, but because of Kadence is the free term, we are limited with few things. Funny enough, we don't even have an ability to even add an account anymore. We've exhausted the buttons here, right? We have HTML and button, and we've exhausted it here. So that's why we have to make some critical decisions, right? So once we have the paid one, we would be able to go about it. So what we can do is, we may not be able to add my account at that place. We may just put it somewhere at the bottom here where we can access my account. But people would always want to access their account, and it's supposed to be accessible from here. So we may have to do some little adjustments on the way. You already know how to build this, so we may be dismantling this a little bit. So now the first thing we need to add is my carts, right? So how do we add this? If I come back to the very beginning, we're going to click here, and we are going to click the add button, and we're going to click carts. So Kadence have different kind of carts button, so you can click on the edit, and we can choose this, the more conventional cards that we all know, and we can do some little customization, and you can label it cart. But majority of the stores and even our design don't have that, because it's so just imagine, let me just put it here. So some sites do have that. You can label it if you want. So yeah, but you don't need to. So show item total indicator, that's the indicator that is there you see total item on your cart. It is very useful. So then what kind of carts, when someone click on cart, what action? We have the link, we have that links to your cart page, we have the pop-up, we have the drop down. So if you, these are the difference. So if I click on this, you can see it has the drop down. This is not sweet, right? So if you have the pop-up, I do prefer the pop-up because pop-up have been one of the most conventional way. So this is the pop-up. We have the pop-up here. So the pop-up comes on the left. You can put it on the right, but that's weird. But I prefer it being on the right. Yeah. So if I click on navigation here, it pops up here. If I click on navigation here, it pops up here. So here. So you can see everything that you have there. So now, if you want to edit some other things, take for example now. So if you want to edit something here, let's say the cat, you can choose to edit the card background and the card, but that doesn't make sense except you want to change the card color. This is to change the card color, but we are very okay with the color that we are seeing here, right? So what we can change is the card background. That's sorry, the card's total background. So take for example now, we can have on initial background, we can have it black, and we can have the card's color white. Isn't this nice? And on hover, we can have it green, because this green has been one of the subtle color that you see in different places. It doesn't pop up too much. You get me? So, and you can have it white. So if you come and hover around it, it gives you that, good to go kind of feel, right? And you can have the card padding, but that's if you want to push it to the left, to the right. We may be needing that probably later, but not important for now. So this is the cart, and this is how far you can do it. So the next thing we're going to bring in is search. So search, we'll be configuring this much later on. So this is your search button, and when you click on it, you can have different kind of search and search products only. Yes, search actually works for several things, and you can have different several products. So this is for only products. We are not doing it for any other thing. I think this one is better. So this is where you change things a little bit. Search style default, you can have the one that has the box, but nah, we don't want that. Then size, we just increase it a little bit. Let it look okay. Let's give it 2. No, 2 is ginormous. Okay, should we give it 3? Let's see. Okay, I think 3 is fine. And we can change, obviously the initial color is dark, and the other color is green, because we're having this green effect. So the next thing we are going to do is we can position it, because depending on what you are actually building, so you can change the positions. If we say we want search here, we can change the search here, and I think this looks much appealing to the eye. So you can change other settings like the modal background, that's this, and some other little things from the side. So for now, everything looks perfect. So, and everything looks very much okay, right? So if there is anything you want to change, you can change it from here. So now for the search, we're going to go to the search. We're going to click on settings. Okay. Oh, we're already on search. So if you click on search, sorry, this is the modal background. I was a little bit confused. So if you click on modal background, like, you can whatever, let's say, let's search for, it doesn't go real time, but if you hit search, let's open a page, and so you could see the function. So if you click here, let's see, what product do we have? I think we have a coach. Let's just hit coach. It goes straight to coach. Wow, that is crazy. Okay, I've not really used it like this, but majority of the time I actually make use of the drop down, and it goes to several things. So if you, let's just search socks. I'll just search anything. So okay, it doesn't give you any results. So Let's search something that occurred twice, right? Let's see if there's any product that occurred twice. Is there any product that occurred twice? Let me go from shop here to this. Let me close this. Let's see if there's a product that happened twice. Nope. Okay. But normally a search works, so you can search. But the only thing that when you're searching does not bring down products real time. But yes, you can search. So now the next and most important thing is having a shop, because we've been navigating wrong. You see the good reason for navigation. Anytime we come to our home page, we can navigate our shop. We're always looking for it. So users would also have that issue. So we're going to click here. That's click the home button. We're going to come to general, and we're going to come to menu and edit menu, and we're going to add two things. We're going to add my account, and we're going to add shop, because we can't my account, we can't really have it on the right hand side because we don't have the icon. So this is the only way you can get past it. So we have my account and we have the shop page, right? So you click on this. So we're currently on the shop page, but we have to arrange this. Our shop page is the second, sorry. Then you can actually remove this home page, right? So you can use the logo to go to the home page, or we leave the home page here. So it depends on you, whatever style you want. So and we have my account here. So I think you, depending on how you want to adjust it, you can adjust it. So we have this. So we have our search, and this is a free, like if you are building your site, this is already complete. Like it's already complete. What else will you be looking for? Right. So looking at this, I think we don't have any other thing to customize, like I always say, for now, because there is always things for you to customize. So I'm having the feelings to reduce the size of this logo to 80. Hey, my spirit has been telling me this, that geez, you have to reduce this thing. So this is 80, and we have this. We didn't need to turn this one off again, so it's doing its job. So this is this guy here, and okay, so I wanted to check something, and I wanted to check I wanted to reduce this, and I wanted to see if we can only put it in the bottom, right? Okay, this is bottom radius, sorry. I wanted to see if we can have this because I didn't really like the way it is, so that's why we can give the margin and everything of the button so that it's going to fit right in the stuff. So that's 10. So we can have this, so you can have this button style if you want. So, or we can just make it a custom padding stuff where we can put everything to 0. And the problem is, if we had much control over here, I'm not seeing how to control this. We don't have much control over here. I would have just said so I think this is even much better. We would, on the top, I think top, let's just do right and left. So if we have 5 and we have let's say left 5, I think this does the job, right? So we can have, for this we can give it this, and we can give it this sales off, and we can, on hover, we can give it the background, and we can give it dark. I think that works. So if you have this, and the text, we don't need to make the text as bold as it is here, so we can adjust the text to didn't even give the option to it. Okay, I would have gotten scared. So yeah, just have that. So, and the text, we can reduce the text a little more, right? So just like a button, and you do your job. So we have that there, and we don't need to do any of this margin, top margin of top this thing again. Let's give it, okay. Oh, that thing actually did a good job. Okay, that was, let's give it 5, and bottom 5. So we have that, and I feel this is actually very nice. So we can have that button field here. So now we can cancel this and move on to the next. So in this chapter, we are just going to be optimizing the WooCommerce for mobile view in a way that's everything generally. So we are going to start with the header. Okay, now, so the first thing we're going to start with the header is we are going to check how this is going to look like in mobile. But I also thought of, if there's a stroke at the bottom here, why can't there be stroke at the heading? So it has this optimized look, right? So I am going to, yes, add stroke at the top, this and one, so it gives this clean look. You have this thing here, and if at all you can remove it totally, right? I don't know if you guys like this. If you like it, you can keep it. If you don't like it, you can remove it. Looking at it now, well, I feel if it's reduced more, right, it would make much sense. So we reduced it to around 37%. Let's copy this 37%, copy, and we are going to do the same thing here. Sorry, point 37. Yeah, we're gonna do that there, so it's gonna look a little bit subtle. Yeah, not looking so obvious. So we're gonna publish that, and you can, this is your own game, you can choose to do anything you want. So yes, optimization, this guy here is going to be black. Let's be fast about it. Not so fast though. Here, and when you hover, it's going to give you the greens, right? So you can, so now another thing again is you can edit what's here. Like you can edit what's here, right? When you click on the menu, that's the mobile menu. So that's what we call the mobile menu. So if you click here, you can choose different buttons. You can choose to have this, you can choose to have these. This is sticker. I think this sticker one is much better, and we can click. So you can also add your menu label here. So if you put menu, this can be menu, but it does not sit well, especially if you have this. I said maybe if you had, it's looking like, you know, if you are designing all those technical sites, it's giving that techno vibe, right? But we're not building that kind of site. So you can use all these options like I mentioned. So now this is the drawer container. So if you this, then if you want it to be positioned left or right depending on what you want, so left or right. So if you open it, it's going to go whichever side. Full width, so depending on what you want. So move body with toggle. So this can require a lot of memory rendering, so you get, so it just gives it that smooth animation. So you can turn it off or turn it on depending on if you are micro, if you are someone that loves those micro motion. Yeah, so you can content alignments, align to the middle, this, or depending on what you want to do, and you want them to be in the middle, you want them to be at the bottom, you want them at the top. But this is fair enough to me, right? So you can come to design and background, pop-up background, you can change this, but to me this is lovely. I don't think I am changing anything here. So the close icon, this is the guy here, close, you can, you know, configure all these things if you want to. Yeah, so we click on publish, don't always forget this guy, right? So if we come back here, note this is a different settings on its own, but let's come to this guy first. So you have this design and you can change the background and everything that's in it. We already touched that. So now if you come here, right, and click on edit, you are going to be able to have access to. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to, you can collapse the menu, like collapse sub menus. That's if you have submenus. Wait, why you don't have submenus here? And if you look at here, there is mobile navigation. So this place you can add things, right? So you know, in the main menu, whatever happens here kind of not happens here in a way. So how do we go about that? Imagine we will have what do they call it? We have cards and other stuff. So here you can add other stuff here if you want. Take for example, now you want to add a button and social media handles to your let's say navigation. So you can come here and add this. Isn't this cool? Isn't this lovely? And you can do this and do it seamlessly, so people will be able to access social accounts and everything. So this is up to you and whatever you want to do. But one thing we want to correct here is the navigation. So if you come down here, you notice that on an initial this thing, it is not like we're in the home page and hover. Sorry, if you have the this is initial, this is hover, and this is active. So the active is, you know, when we are on an active this thing, let's choose this. Then when we are on, let's say initial, we choose this. So when we're on active, you could see it here. And isn't this lovely? And you can change the background if you want, as of this text, but it doesn't really make sense, right? So this is how you can set this. But the next thing that we need to work on is we don't have you know, add to cart and everything that we have here. So now how do we go about this? Simply by clicking on cart, we can have our add to cart here. We're going to shift it to this. The problem is we have to almost, oh so sorry about that, we have to do almost everything again from scratch. Well, yeah, but we already know how to go about that, so it is not much of a stress. So we'll just come here, just do some little things, and we are going to just be fast about it, and we are going to do this and this, and yeah, once you do this for tablets, obviously it works for mobile. Then you have your search, then search here. Oh, okay. So I think our search guy actually took the settings from the search itself, so we may not be bothering ourselves. If you come to mobile, you can see. Don't worry. Once you come to the real website, you would notice this, and it's going to be smooth. So you have this, and on our mobile we have this. That's if you check our website. So let's check if everything is set up very well and we are not missing anything at the moment. So now I've checked and we are not missing anything at the moment. So we are going to be going to the next chapter. Let's cancel this and see how it looks like on real. So if you release this and you put that inspect, this is what we have. You have your button where you can search, you have this where you can see your product, and we have this where we have, so we can click to see our shop. And this is how lovely it is, right? We can see everything and see how it looks like. Join button, and if there's anything that's always sweet is mobile, because majority of people that buy from our store buy from mobile. So the next thing that we are going to come after is this, guys. So we're going to optimize all our shop pages very soon. So in this chapter, we're going to be setting up pages for WooCommerce. So pages that WooCommerce created, like pages like the cart, checkout, account, and the rest. So let's get this done. So the first one is edit cart. So when you go to cart, you would notice that it looks a little bit like this. Let me pull up the what it looks like in the main website. Okay, so this is what your cart looks like, and it's not well arranged or anything. So what we're going to do is we are going to edit this, and we're going to use the Gutenberg builder. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to close this. We are going to add a role. Where did it add? So we're going to click here, and we are going to take this up a little bit. Then we are going to come here, and we're going to copy and even delete it because we don't need it anymore. And we are going to come here, click on paragraph, and we're going to click on paste. So we go back to our role by tapping here. Then when we come up here, we're going to click this full width, click this, align, then we're going to click on publish or updates, then we're going to refresh. So now this is how it looks like. So now there is what we call carts and no carts. So originally this is not how this looks like. This comes with its own weird cart stuff, right? So let me see if I can pull up that cart function. So let me show you how it's gonna look like. So if I come here and I click on carts, so this is the WooCommerce cart page. Okay, it did not, let me delete it. I'm going to re-put it back. So I just want to show you how it looks like originally. Copy, delete, then if we come here and search carts, so if we click on it and we come to empty cart, this is what it looks like. So how do you remove this? It's not hard. So what I did was I clicked here, and if you click on this and come to advanced, you would see this. So I removed this, and I also came here, I converted this from a paragraph to an advanced text. You already remember this guy. Then clicked on paragraph, then brought it to the middle. I made it mid. Then I brought in my own icon. So I clicked on icon and I click on this. So now this one I'm creating my own icon, so I wouldn't have issues with anything. So the icon didn't land on where it's supposed to land, so that's why it was looking like there was much space. So I dragged it down there. So now the next thing is I'm going to change the icon to something. Tap on the icon. I'll change the icon to something that is nice. So let's use this. So that's what I used. So you can use this, and you can increase the icon to make it a little bit bigger, so not too big, so it doesn't. So I'm going to save and I'm going to refresh. So now this is how it looks like, right? And you can have this. So I know you've been noticing it's loading format. It kind of gives you that preload format, so you can use the old cart, because yes, WordPress had old carts. So this is the new one, and if you want to use the old cart, all you just have to do is come here, come to short codes, short codes. Okay, it's because of I'm selected on a, so you put it in an empty space and you come here and search such short codes. Okay, so when you search short codes, you bring it up here. So now you might ask, okay, bro, I have a short code. What will I do with it? So this is it here. If you go to WooCommerce, WooCommerce has a library of short codes. So if I go to WooCommerce and I go to their documentation, I'm going to send the link and leave it in the description on this video that you are watching. So if you come to short codes, you can come down here and you're going to see some documentation, and this is cat. So this is cat short code, and if you copy it, it works on any WordPress website. So far the WordPress website has short code. So if I put it here and I click on update, if I refresh this page, you'll see the first one to come in. So you see that this one came in faster than the way this one came in, but this is the older one. So it now depends on you if you want to keep this and use this for your site. So you can still do the same thing I did here. You can position it in a place that's inside the role, so that it's going to be optimized. So depending on which one you want to use, but please don't keep the two. So you can use any one, because I just find out that this loads a little bit slower, right? But it has a better UI. Save these, it's cleaner, right? But in terms of load speed, it's not faster. So I don't know why, but yeah, that's the issue. So you can choose any of them, but we're going to remove the shortcode one. We are using the new one, and we're going to update. So once we update, we are going to go to our page, and this is it. So majority of the time, people actually really come to the cart. So far you have this is where people would visit the more, because you know This is it. So the next page that we're going to edit is the checkout page. So we're going to quickly do the same thing. We're going to close down all these other pages. So the cart also has its own, right? So I like the modern one. You can play around and check how the old one looks like. So we're going to do the same thing here. We are going to create a role. Then we're going to drag the role to the very topmost area of the page. And we're going to click this. We're going to click this here. And we are going to copy. I'm going to delete. And we're going to come here, paragraph, and paste. So we're going to update, and once updated, I think we don't have issues. Okay, no. Oh, thank God, I just remembered. I don't want to be too fast. So we're going to come here and we're going to click on full width. We're going to come here and click on page content and click on updating. We're going to come to our full page. So the same thing, it loads. So you can also use the short codes and for this. So yeah, you can use a checkout shortcode for this. And you could see, but though I like this UI, the only difference I didn't like it was the payment is here. But if you're using a mobile, you first of all fill in this information. Is like a gradual process, and you can see everything that you want in one side, and it's numbered like step 1, step 2, step 3. So this UI is a little bit much cleaner than what we had before. So if you want, I know you'll be anxious to see what we had before. So this is what we had before. I'm coming, let me show you. Okay, we're going to click on edit again. And the good thing with this, you can build things on top. So you can, if you have a notification like, oh, please, payments are not totally correct, you get shipping payments, we would always text you if the shipping was not completed, and you can design it. So far you can design with Gutenberg. We have projects on Gutenberg that you can use to learn how to do that. So if you come down here, you would be able to add a short code. So we're going to come here and we're going to add a short code. Oh, sorry, it's in a section. We're going to go to a role so we don't have that issue. I saw it just now. Okay, so we're going to place it on top of here. So come here, so we see where the position is. We paste and we update. So I'm going to use this button so I can still come back here to delete it. So this was the original one where you have your billing, where you have everything, and you can place order here. I kind of still like this. If you have your payment gateway, it's going to be here. So this is the difference between the former one and the new one. So the new one is that the new one is more modern, it's more sleek, it's more pleasant to the eye and the rest. So depending on which one you choose, you can go with that. So I'm going to delete this and I'm going to update. So the next thing is I'm going to come back to the home page. Okay, since we are going down, let's not neglect it. So we're going to come here and we are going to edit the home page. Remember the home page, we did not add a product to the home page. So we're going to edit that too. So now same thing with the home page. We're going to come down here. So we're going to come here and we are going to delete this. We don't need it anymore. So we're going to come here and we are going to search for short code and we are going to place it here. So if you come down, you would see that we have different kind of things. And if you come down to products, come in, let me think it's, yes, here. So if you come to products, we have featured products, sales products, best selling products, recent products, and so much more. But we're going to use the featured product. So I'm going to show you what the featured product is. So on featured products, this one you have control what you're going to show here on the home page. So we're going to paste this here. And if you notice, there are some products selected here. So it's refreshed. Okay, so if I come down here and I click on apply, just want to refresh. Sometimes you see product there, sometimes you won't see any product there. So I'm going to click on update and I'm going to go to our product page. So if you come to product and all products, so what and how would you click on a featured product? So one way to do a featured product is you can come here and say, okay, which product do you think sells more? You can have your data for the company and say, okay, well, my teas sold more And when customer bought this more, that's why it's always good to know your numbers. And let's say the ankle socks sold more last year, and when we released the starter kit, it was a killer, right? And remember, we are using 4 per roll, and we're going to choose 4. You can choose more if you want more products to be on the homepage, if you have more products in your store. And when we released this was nice. So if you choose 4 products, at the end of the day, when you come to your home page, so let's go to our home page, and when we come down here, we would have this as our featured product, right? So any product you wish to be on your featured product, you can simply come here and star it. That is one way to select. And you can use top selling products. You're not limited to that. You can use recent product and so much more. There are sometimes you can even have top rated products and you keep it there. So yeah. So the next one, we're already done with this. I need to keep this page because I think we're going to come back to this whole page. So the next one is the home page, then my account. So my account still scattered, simple. We already know the drill. So by default, my account is using a short code, so we don't need to stress or fuss about that. So what we are going to do is we are going to just do what we do normal, roll. We're going to put our roll there, click on this, then we are going to come here and we're going to tap here. So we're going to click on this, we're going to copy it and we are going to delete it. Then we are going to click here as usual and click on here. I'm going to paste it and we are going to come back here and we're going to give it space a little bit, because this one is a normal page. It's not like the rest of the other type of pages. So just give it like 2x, not too much. Then you're going to click on update, then full width, and don't forget this, guys. And click on update again. Then we're going to check the page. So the page is well arranged, spacing and the rest. And you can check your orders. If you bought from the page, you can check downloads. You can see every other thing you've downloaded on the page, address, and so much more. So the next one we are going to do, so privacy policy, you're going to do that on your own. So these ones are text based, so you're going to work on your own privacy and policy page, and you're going to do the same thing with return policy. Why there are 2 here is WooCommerce created this was the one we created ourselves. So yeah, you're going to do that yourself. So when it comes to sales page, so our sales page, let's go to our sales page. So this is our our sales page here. So now seeing this, we can come here and copy this short code, because this is our sales page and we want only product that are on sales to be here. Same thing, if you want new arrival, you can have a new arrival page and you can come here and select where is new arrivals, new products, okay, recent products, yes, recent products. You can come there and select recent products. So what we're going to do is we are going to click here and click on row. Then when we click on row, we're going to click on this. Oh, it came double, so we're going to delete one. So we're going to open it and select paragraph. Then when we select paragraph, we are going to paste. Sorry, we've not, I was thinking it's the normal stuff that we are doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete the paragraph. We're not supposed to use paragraph. Okay, the row did not even add in the first place. So wow. Okay, let me add the role again. Then we're going to delete this. So we're going to add the role and we're going to add short code. It's already here. You can search for it. We paste this, we come back to the role, then we put full width, we put this, and we're going to give it 80. We've been using 80 for a long time, so we're going to give it 80. You get, then refresh it, then we're going to see our page. Let's see the magic. So this is it. Wow. So if you even check on the inspect and check the mobile view, let's see what it is. You see that you have this lovely, so any of your product that is going to be on sale is going to show here. And if you check here, you can see everything we've done so far. And if you come down to the shop page, you could see it too for you. Okay, sorry, it didn't go to the shop page. Let me go to the shop page. So in our shop page, we have everything. This is smooth, clean, and everything is there for you. So it is now you to start selling. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about blog post category. So this chapter, we're going to be creating anything that has to relate with the blog post. So the same way product has product categories, posts or blog post has categories as well. So how do you find and locate this? So if you come down to posts, you would see post categories. So the same way you update your blog post and other stuff, that is the way it is. Sometimes you might find one that is already existing. You can choose to delete it or whatever you feel like you want to do to it. So yeah, so the first thing you have to do is you can still come down here and turn off all these things and leave the ones that are very important. So we might have different categories. We can have the first category is, let's say, clothing. Then same thing, slug, you leave it empty, and there is categories and there's subcategory, right? And we are going to add. So the reason why this is here and it's not deletable is because one blog is attached to it, and we have to delete the blog because that is not part of our blog. This is hello world, so we're going to trash it. So we're going to come back to this side. So we are going to refresh, and there is no blog category on it. Okay, I think this is the default blog category. So you can, okay, the same way you have on recognize, on categorize, sorry, you also have blog. So you can leave it, you don't need to have anything under it. So you can create this and let's say clothing. The next thing we can use is we can have how to's, like how to do things. So we have how to's, right? So you can click on add. So now let's say you have a subcategory that has to do with how to's, and the how to's is shop. Then you can come here to parent and you put it on the how to's, and you are going to click on add. So now this is going to be a subcategory under how to. So this is how you can create a subcategories. So we're going to create just these three, and this is going to show you how to create blog categories. So in this chapter, we are going to be creating a blog post tag or a post tag. So if you come down to post, same thing, you are going to come down to tags. So the same way tags works in product, same way it works with tag, because they're definitely going to search things. So you can put different hashtags, and depending as your business grow, you can always be adding tags to your platform. So we're going to add tags like clothing. So these are things that you need to think about, things that people search, right? So we're like clothing, simple clothes, brown clothes. So, and as many as you can. So this is just an example of how to add tags. And I'm going to, when we are going to work on the blog, I'm going to show you how those tags are going to look like on the blog. So the next thing is we are going to click on screen to check if there's anything. So if you turn this off, this is what it actually does, right? So, but you don't need to turn off, it's actually needed here. So this is it. You click on apply and it does apply. So let's get to the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to be creating a post or a blog post. So you can come direct here to create a post, or you come to post and create a post here. So we'll now click on add new post. So for now, you're going to leave the page settings, because we are going to do that in the customizer. So if there's anything we have to do here, we will do it, but I think majority of these would be taken from the customizer, right? So our main focus is this here. So now the first thing we need to do is obviously a title. So ChatGPT has helped come up with some titles. So we're going to take this 5 fascinating facts about simple clothing. So we're going to put it here, and as usual, we are going to use a page, a role, so to make things clean, and we're going to put a text here, and we are going to copy this. So normally you have blog and all that stuff, so just make sure not everything will be copied from ChatGPT, but this one we are using it as a sample. So you have this here. So very, very simple blog. And when you are done, you're going to check everything. So when you have things like SEO, search engine optimization, you can come here to start adding all those stuff. So now on the right hand side, what do you see? So remember, when you're working with Gutenberg and Cadence Block Builder, you would have the ability to change things here and work on things as they are, right? So this is a very simple blog, nothing. And if you want to put images in between, you can do that. You already know how to build pages, so it's almost the same way of building pages. We would not have this lengthy text. So take for example now, let me delete this part of the text. Let me take it from here. Let me delete this part of the text. I can come here and say, okay, I need an image here. Let's say image, advanced image. So your the same way you build your website, your landing page, is the same way you can build your blog post. So but blog post deals more with write-ups rather than lots of building. So it's much more simple to walk around. So if you have images like this, let's just look for one simple image. We can have this image here. So you can have this image here and talking about stuff. Remember, this image is different from the image that can show in the stuff. So we can have this and click on this to have our continuous text. And if we paste this, we can now clean this up and you can have this, right? So this is one simple blog and everything. So now the next thing is, if you click on an empty background, you would see things like stick to the top of the blog, that's top like on the blog post, right? Then pending review, you can just put it on pending review. And if you come here, you can select category. So we already have, this is under clothing, and this is this is facts. This is not how to's. So this is not an how to, this is a fact. So put it under clothing. And tags, we can create tags. Remember our tags like brown, we have brown clothing. So and whatever tags you feel like you want to put there. So featured image is very, 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 very important. So a featured image is the image that would be in front of your blog post, right? And all the features image from the beginning try to have a particular size, so that, and the featured image is also what sometimes would be shown on Google search image. So that's why sometimes your image, sometimes people like Neil Patel, let me show you. So if you go to Nate Patel's website, every image carries the title of his blog, right? So you can actually do that, and you can actually set that particular settings. So you can use this format. So you can do your research and see the best format for your business. So you might not build an e-commerce, so you might build another type of store. So you look at what works in your industry. So you click on image, and we are going to upload the images. And also, again, a good thing to do with SEO is you can also label your images properly. This is going to help for search engine optimization. So the next thing is we're going to say 5 facts. So this so this is the one I'm selecting. Then I'm going to select it. Then this is my featured image. Even for normal pages, it is advised to have featured image. So when you share your websites or landing pages, the image of that particular page can show. So except is like a snippet of the content that's going to be on your blog post. If you want to, custom write it, you can custom write it here. It's optional. So discussion is more like comment allow pin back. So you can leave it there, except you don't want to allow comment. So we click on publish, and let's see how our posts look like. That was a weird red big button. So this is our image and this is our blog posts. So you could see how it looks like, and very clean and smooth. And this is so any tags or any this thing above, like in your document, you can have it here. And any document under these tags, you can have it across this system. So this is a very simple blog post. And once your site is connected to Google, people can access this and you can share this to anybody to read and you know do whatever you want to do with it. Yeah. So we would quickly run through the remaining three. So the same thing will come to create posts. Then thanks to ChatGPT, we're going to copy the title. There you go. Then a paragraph. Let's just use paragraph for now. You can always use something better like the advanced text, and you can do this. So this is this. You can put images if you want. You already know how to build your own pages yourself. And note, you can also edit these pages with Elementor. It's not compulsory you use the Gutenberg. So I'm trying to balance the building between Elementor and Gutenberg on your site. So you can do almost everything with Elementor as well. So you have this, the blog. So now we are going to add things like blog. Then I think this is how to. Then we are just going to put clothing. Then we're going to select this and we are going to select this as the featured image. Then click on update. Then we click on refresh. So we have this, and this is good to go. Yeah. And people, yes, you see similar posts, and similar post is among here. Clean and nice. So you can also have previous posts and other posts coming on this other side. So the last one on the list, so you can come here and you can add another one. Same thing, we add a title. I think this is the last article. So we add the article, and as usual, add this. I don't want to turn on this thing yet. There's a reason why. So I want to first of all bring in, do the setting from the customizer. And if there's anything for us to, any need for us to do it, we would do it. Right. So this is it. Um, Paragraph, paste, come down here, featured image, this, tag, AI. AI, tech, tech, clothing. Okay, then on the clothing blog. So We can put it under those few categories, and you can always add categories if you want from here. So now we are going to publish this, and we're going to view it. So this is our posts, and it's looking lovely. So now if we click on blog posts, right, are we going to see this? This is lovely, and you can see it here. So now let's get to the next chapter. So in this chapter, we are going to be working on the archive, that's the blog archive settings. So we're going to be doing some customization. You can see the customizations that you have. So the first thing we're going to do is going to go to Customizer. So when you get to Customizer, you're going to come down to Post and Page Layouts. So now we are going to go to single posts. So this is more like the archive, but this is like a single post layout. So if we come down here, let's say we go into this posts and we turn off header, you could see that header went off, but geez, we want it, right? So we would not want to turn it off. So we have different title layouts. So we have this layout where you have full width and some other things come here. So before you see the page, you get to see the title, but I think I kind of still prefer this. So that, I think if you have the pro, there are some other settings you can do. Yeah, so title in the middle, and you can have it here. So you have breadcrumbs, but breadcrumbs is not activated, so you can have it, but I think I don't think it's that necessary. So you have categories, title, you have your categories, you have your title, you have your metadata, and you have your like the beginning is a script, but there's no need for that, right? So because you already have it here, introduction, so no need to have it here again. So now the next thing is you can have the page content type. So you can have it full width and you can have it unboxed. So let's try that and see. If we have it full width, this is what we have as full width, and we have it unboxed. So we can have it unboxed, and let's try normal. I do used to like a blog page that is not you know, so let's try narrow. So this is what it did. You can actually do this if you want, but it depends. So that is unboxed for you, but this one just gives the clear statement of what you want, right? So this is more like the normal blog page settings, but let's publish and let's see it, so we don't just judge from here. I'm going to open a new tab and go to blog, click here. So you could see how it is. This is ginormous. And this is not nice at all, so we're going to keep it in narrow. So if we keep it in narrow, it is well placed. So you can content padding, I think it's on the top, so if you disable it, there'll be no content padding, and this is going to be very close to the edge. So I think content padding, it's still very okay. So show featured image, you can remove the show featured image totally. So when you come to the blog, you see this. So if you want this, so depending on what you want. So now, and if you want the featured image, you have different position above, like this, below, that's this. So many persons have their blog. So you know that, okay, when if you're having a featured image will not be that long. So it's not, for readability. Yeah. So you can have it here and you can have it behind the way it is here. So also you can have it fully stretched, like from both sides, and depending on, I don't think it affects, yeah, it does not affect that. So fully stretched doesn't work there. So to me, I feel this is fully stretched should be nice with if you disable this. So this is going to be a very nice one. So we can have a setting or we can inherit. This is the original setting that came, or we can inherit. No. So I think I like something very, very closer. I think if I was to choose, this is going to be my own setting, right? I like something that, you know, just like the distance between here to here is not much, but at least when you come here, you see the visual appealing, everything. And let's not forget our mobile view, right? So for mobile, this guy might not be existing at all. So be mindful of that. So as you are doing for web, also check for mobile and see what. So for mobile, I think this one resonates very, very well with mobile. And if you, I think even the position at which they kept it here, it's nice. So if you come to your mobile, you have this, and it's very, very much appealing, right? So it depends. So I'm just showing you all these settings to enable you to choose the one that you want to go with. So you may like some, you may not like some. So it all depends on your preference. So every of these option is here. So show footer area in boxed model. So that's footer area. That's this. So let me turn it on. So this. So but just not too much of a thing. Then show post author box. Yes, so the author that wrote this, so if you have people that wrote this for you, you can have author here, and you can have it centered, like this is the person that wrote the post. So if you have several persons that wrote your post, you can have this. If you have what do they call it, authors from other places, so you can have their stuff here. So you can turn it off if you want. So post navigation, this is post navigation. If you turn it off, there's not there, but I usually used to like it, though you have similar posts here, but this one is like next and all those many things. So show related posts, this is obviously show related posts. So related post counts 2 3 4, you can just say 3, you can say 4, depending on. So let's just keep 3. I think 3 looks much better, but we only have few posts. So endless loop of carousel, so you can have an endless loop of this. Then show comments, yep, and show comment dates. That's if there is a comment, you're going to see a comment date. So for Elementor Basic, this is what you get, right? Nothing too much, nothing too biggie. So for, you can change font title size. I think this is perfect. We don't have much issues with that. And if you come down here, you can see other options. That's for the single page related post section. I think this related post, this thing, if you want to change the title, background, and some other things. Let's check if there's any settings for mobile. There is no settings for mobile, so what you have is what you're going to get there. And this is it for single post. So now let's get to archive. So I think this is nice. If you want to change it, you can change it to whatever preference that you want. So if we come down to archive, archive is this page. That's the blog page, the first page you get into when you get to the blog. So I like the blog page. It's, I still like it as its blog here. So do you know that you can actually put a picture under the background, right? So if you click here, you can come to image, and you can click on this, and let's say this was an image here, right? You can put it here, and you have this block background. Then you can have an overlay if you don't want it to be too bright. Just put the overlay. Then when you have the overlay, you can now reduce the opacity of the overlay. So you see what I just did there. But we don't want this, we don't want this, we just want it to be normal. So this is just to show you that you can customize this section if you want. So like normal, you can remove the content. This one is in content, the way we have it in our shop. But I think this speaks well, this, but it's kind of large space, right? So we have post archive title, whether you want it left, right, depending on what you want to do. Then you have minimum height. So this is the height at which. So I kind of like this. So you can have this here. So from that to the blog. Then also description, like breadcrumbs. If you wanted breadcrumbs, you would have breadcrumbs there. It's loading. You'd have breadcrumbs here, but we don't need it, and it's not totally necessary. So we also have, let's hide this. The page settings, okay, we have normal and everything is okay. And we can have boxed and unboxed. So let me show you what that is. So you can, if I say unbox, it's the same thing we had in product image where it is just this. I think I like this for the text without that shadow. I prefer this instead of a product. So I think this is fun. This is okay, not fun. This is okay to me. And number of products per column, this is it. But this time around, when you choose this, it's going to distinguish this from this. So you know that, okay, this is different from this, which is not bad at all, right? So you have featured image, except, and except count word. This was what I was trying to even come to. So for what is here, you can reduce this, and we can, I need to reduce this to around few words because the words here were just too much, right? So we have this here, and yeah, I like this. And read more, if you have a team name on your site, like all those crazy copywriting word, copywriting is not my strong suit. Yeah, so you can have nice words here and replace this, like maybe blog more or view more. If you put V, you see it's going to change. Well, we don't want to change it. I think read more still does the job. So let's leave this thing at 10. Let's see what it does. No, 10 is not good. Let's give it 20 word counts. So I think this word count is nice. So this is what you get when you have your archive. Then you can come to design, and when you come to design, you have the archive title, you have the description, background, and so many other things that you can change. You can change the background, overlay color, and little things if you wanted to have border set visible. I don't think this is unnecessary. So if you want to post item fonts, so if you want to change the fonts, so these fonts I want to try 16. I want to, let me see, 18. So I like them, but I feel they were too big. Yeah, I like this. Let me see, 24. Yeah, 24 was too big. Let's leave it at 20. 20 with a little bit of, no, that is too bold. 500 is fine. So we can leave it at that. I think this is nice. I think I like this. So I think with the pro version, we might have other stuff, and you have your blog as simple as possible and people could read and understand. So this also is another way of making money and free adverts. So if your blog is bringing in so much traction, you can be placing adverts on your blog. It all depends on how you want to go about it. So if we come to the pro settings, we would be able to show you other things that this could do. So everything is your hand. It's you that you can build anything that you want to build. So yeah, see you in the next chapter. So in this chapter, we are going to work on the WooCommerce setting. So from the settings, we're going to start with the settings page itself. So we're going to cross check again and check if there's anything that we need to do from the very note. This was the very first thing we did when we came to the site, right? So we're going to check, but I think there's no such there is no much thing to make adjustment to here, but we're going to check from writing to reading to discussion, then permalinks, because those are the most important things. So let's go to writing, then we go to reading, nothing to change here. Reading, everything is still cool. Discussion, there might be little thing that we need to do because of the blog. So breakout comments into 50 pages. We don't have much of this yet, so we don't have any hiccup with this at the moment. So when your comments are much, you can now see how much to break out into pages. Like when you have 50 comments, you can, so we call pagementation. Like if you have so many things, you can have page one, page two, page three. So this is what this is for. Then if you have any content moderations, you can do it here. Then permalinks, I don't think you might have so much issues here. So if we come down to shop products, this thing, so it's like shop then sample products. um yeah, so this is it. Okay, I think it's shop based, not product based, so we're going to change that to shop based. So this is what we're going to do, so that in case you click on any product, it's not going to, let me show you what that means. So if I click on this product, sorry, I clicked on the image, it's supposed to load itself. Yeah, so I'm going to refresh. Then you have some stuff here, so you could see that it's now shop, not products. But I think there are little issues that I am seeing with this. There are some settings that are little changed in the site, so I'm going to refresh to check and know what's wrong. Okay, I think I noticed the problem is coming from this group product. Let's try another product. Let's go to our shop and try if any other product is having this issue. Let's go for coaching. This is fine. Then let's try a variable product because this one has several options. This is fine. So well, since we are doing an e-commerce general setting overview, we've changed it to shop. So we're going to edit this. Probably there is a problem coming for shop kits for group products. So I'm trying to check the linked product and everything to see if everything is very okay. Let's see. Okay, I think probably the sold out is affecting it, right? Let's check this. Let's correct the sold out. Let's change them from sold out to so I think these group products would have issues with, so that's where we are on group product, but it's part of the customizer and sorry, overview, general setting overview. And let's make this not sold out. Let's make this not sold out. Let's remove it from sold out. Normally I would always prefer um, products that are sold out not to even be in the store at all. So we're going to come to that settings. Then I'm going to click on updates. Then I'm going to refresh. I think it became a little bit normal and cool. So let's work on this too. These are problems you might Tango with spot it. Okay, inventory and stock. Let's go and let's go back to shop kits. Maybe this is why people really use group products, but well, okay. So add to cart is okay, add to cart. So I think the other issue is this, the plus and minus is really not functioning well with group products. So I think I am noticing that. So this is a WooCommerce setting. So let's go there and check it as well. So let's check out something. If we come down to WooCommerce and we come down to single products, then we come down to custom. Let's turn it off and see what this guy would do. Okay, I think the problem is actually coming from here. So we are having this issue. So if you want, you can choose group products, but I think there's some little okay. Product variation. The product variation setting was the one that affected it. Well, if we have product variation settings like this, still doesn't work well with this guy, but works well with this. So there is a good side to it and there is a bad side to it. So I think for if you're having a group product, you have to have balance between group product and variation product. So with variation products, you can't use this sign. So that is what I'm noticing now, which is going to be a problem. So well, um, it is going to be a thing of choice. But also, I would also look into it, and also I'll try to write to the Cadence team and see if other persons are having this personal issue. Because normally I don't even use group products, but I think I kind of notice where the problem is coming from. So this is where the problem is. It's not like you can't see the product and add it you want, but it is not well, doesn't look well at all, doesn't look well. So I'm gonna take this back to where they were originally, and you know, leave it like that. So if you can choose, you can leave it on group products. So next is the main settings. This has taken us a little bit longer. So for WooCommerce, we will check product doesn't need any settings, analytics doesn't need any settings. We've done everything that has to do with product. So this is where the product settings itself is. So we come to settings, and the first settings that we need to do is we need to you need to fill all this is very necessary. So our business is a US based business, so we've already checked with that. So we're going to come here, when it comes to dashboard, and I want to open the site in another tab. So we're going to come here because we need some contact information. Oh boy, before we get to contact, that will be a little bit difficult because we've not linked all those texts. So if you are building it, you try to link those pages as much as you can. So we are going to um, go to our contacts and click on view. So now we're going to pick one of these locations. So um, if you check the UI, all these locations are different. You can update yours. So I just created the template and format. So we're just going to pick this and use this as our contact information. So we're going to bring this here. This is our primary this thing here. You bring this address to you. Okay, we can use this then X. So you can fill this on your own. Let me first of all change it to US, New York, then North Carolina. Okay, so zip code, you can put in your zip code if they have. I think, yeah, this is the zip code here. If this is it, if this is not it, I don't think that. But zip codes are very, very important. But if this is not the, let me check for North Carolina's zip code, so I'll be very, very sure about that. So zip codes when it comes to US based stores are very, 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 very important. So you need to get the exact zip codes of your store and everything. North Carolina zip code. Okay, yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's check what we had here. Okay, no. So let's just copy one of these randomly because this is a test site. So we are going to have this here. So now we're going to check, come down and check here, sell to location. So you can choose to sell to specific countries. You may not want to sell to all the countries, right? So you can choose specific countries if you want. To sell to countries, sell to all countries, then sell to all countries except for you put in the country. Then you can say sell to specific country and you put in this. So yeah, so the next thing is shipping location. Ship to all countries. This is also very, very important. Ship to all countries. Ship to all countries you sell to. That's selling. Ship to all countries. Ship to specific countries. Disable shipping and calculation. So that's if you are using a product based that's a digital product business, you're going to disable shipping totally. So there's not going to be shipping. So if I disable shipping and I save, say you let's go here and click on this and go to checkout. So it's just going to be billing. They will not ask you because this is your billing address going to be default. There will not be anything like shipping at the bottom. So yeah, but definitely we are going to ship and we are shipping to all countries and default country, default customer location. So this option determines a customer default location that the if you want it to be the shop region, or it has you have to use geolocate to locate the customer's location, but majority of the time it's the person's country and region that you use most of the times. Then you enable tax and tax calculation, so we would go into tax. Then coupons, we obviously would use then calculate discounts sequentially. So when applying multiple coupons, apply the first coupon to the full price and the second coupon to the discounted price. You get, I don't know if you understand it. So when you apply one, then once you get the results, you now apply the second coupon to it. So calculate coupon discount sequentially. So if you want that, you can turn it on. So now the currency, obviously it's USD. I'm going to change it to USD, and we are going to leave it at left. And separator, this is preferable. We're going to save. We're going to check our store to see if anything is adjusted. So you could see that it already changed to dollars. So now the next thing is we're going to check this. So the shop page, if you want shop page, so this shop page, default shop page is here. It was created by WooCommerce once we put, but if you didn't create, you can even create another shop page and customize everything you want. So redirect to cart page after successfully addition. So anytime you add anything, it will redirect you to cart. If you want that, cool, but if you don't want that, you can always change it. So placeholder image, this is the size. If you want to change that measurement in, every state and country has different measurements and dimension settings, so you can adjust that. So when it comes to reviews, right, so enable product reviews, we've enabled it. Show verified owner label on customer reviews, yeah, then reviews only can be left by verified owners. Tick it, full tick. Right. So now product rating, enable product rating. Star rating should be required, not optional. This is dependent on what you want to do, but we'll just keep it. At least it's just like Uber and the rest. So for each of these settings, right, there are some things under it. So the general page doesn't have it, but if you go to products, we have other little thing and can be easily not seen. So you have inventory, that's stock management. So hold stock permit, that's hold stock and unpaid invoice for amount of time. Then when the limit is reached, the pending order will be cancelled and leave bank. So that's hold stock. Then enable stock management. We have it on the site already. You can turn it off if you want. Enable low stock notification, and this is going to be the email is going to go to. No low stock threshold. We've already set it, so you can come to the settings and check it. Out of stock, hide out of stock items from the catalog. I like these settings because sometimes you would see out of stock. Okay, why are you showing me the whole thing? So if we come to our site and come to shop, anything that is out of stock would have this you know would have these settings, so you can not see it here. I don't think we're having anything out of stock, right? So as I'm looking through the store, I'm looking at something changed, right? So if you notice this sales is back. So I think there might be an issue with, so let's fix that immediately. This can happen. So this is how you need to be prompt with your site. So you need to be very vigilant. So I think this thing turned off by itself. So I think there was an error issue. So that's why it turned off, and we're going to turn it off. So when there is an issue with your site, it's going to turn off and show a particular error message here. So we're going to turn that on and check our site again. And yeah, it came back. So back to where we were before. So now we checked and hide out of stock. To me, it's there. So stock display format always show quantity remaining in stock. Okay. Then only show quantity remaining in stock when lower than. So when your stock is it's 12 in stock, you get, like, when it's lower than this, show quantity remaining. Like I think in Jumia will say few stock left, right? So never show quantity remaining. No, this is bad. So I think this setting is still very fine. I don't know if you understand this. So this is more like telling you that your stock is remaining 12, is remaining 2, is remaining. You get the logic. You always see that on Jumia and the rest. So download products. So these are products that you download. So first download, um, yeah, sometimes it doesn't download. So you have to, settings and allow redirect mode insecure. So all these ones are just extra settings. Access restriction download required. So this setting does not apply to guests. So these ones are just few open in browser, open downloadable file in browser instead of saving them to the device. So nope, that is if you have. I don't think this is a good idea. Then file name append. So all these settings are fine with product. There's no need to change anything. Approved. So this one is okay. Maybe if you want to do anything, but this is where, like, your website content or upload. So this is where it goes to whenever whenever a download is approved. So advanced, so product attribute lookup. So enable usage. So use the product attribute lookup table. So all these ones are not that much important for your site at the moment. So if there's any need, we can always come back to revise them and use them in the site. So the next we're going to come to taxing, because tax is a thing on its own, shipping is a thing on its own, payments is a thing on its own. So we're going to come to account and privacy. So you have to calm down and you have to read through this thing. So if you are sleepy, you can sleep and come back, right? That's when you are building, not when you are watching the video. So you need to check guest checkout. Allow guests to place order without an account. Like when someone is shopping, they can place orders without an account. Then this one, allow guests to log into an existing account during checkout. Tick. So if they have an account in existence, they can add to it during checkout. So I think I would save this so you see. Okay, before I save, let me show you before and after. Let me just go to store directly. Let me close this. We don't need this. So we come down here and go to checkout. So what was it? Okay, allow sign up. I don't think because I'm signed in. Yeah, this is another thing. So allow customer to sign into an existing account during. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to refresh. So if that there was an existing account, it will show, but you won't see this here, right? Let me show you where you can see something like this. We would come to a new Ignito window and open this. It won't load because of it's blank. So I'm coming to that. So as it's loading, let me change that. So that is this setting. So we have to come here and come to maintenance, disable. So now when we do this, we are going to go back to our Ignito file and refresh it. Okay, there's no product added to cart. So we are going to add the product. I would have not even left that page. You see, this is user experience. I didn't even think twice. I went directly to store and I'm going to click on add to cart. Okay, so when I click to add to cart, I'm going to go to okay, so you can allow existing like login, already have an account, login. So this is login. So now this is login and sign up. So this will take you directly to login. And if this is my account, so if you go to my account, you can um, log in from here. So if you have an account with the company, so this is for users that don't have an account. So because of you own that feature, let me show you. Let me come back to this feature. Because we on log and turn this on, let me turn it off and let me show you what will happen there. So we're going to come here and go back to checkout. You could see that this is not there anymore, so you have to create an account. And when you create an account, that is when you're going to log in with an account. So you have to buy something before you can log into the system. So that being said, we would use this one because it's always good to have the option to log into an existing account. So now account creation, allow customers to create an account during checkout. That is this. We're going to turn it on during checkout. Allow customers to create an account on my page. So if you noticed, on my page we did not have this option, right? We didn't have this option. And let me come here, let me open these two pages so you could see it. So you can create an account here. So this option is very good because some persons will buy and they don't have an account. So it is always good to tell them to create an account with you, right? So create an account with the business. So And the next setting, which is allow customers to create an account on my account. So if you want them to create an account on my account, you can come here. So when selected and when saved, yeah, I know there are so much settings, but we just have to do them, and I have to explain them to you. But once you are designing, you already know what they are, and it's going to be easy. So you could see here, it's now separated into two. So you have both register and login on the same page. Yeah, so if the person wants to register wants to log in, he logs in, and we come to, sorry, we're on my account. Let me refresh here. So if it comes to here and click on login, it just take you here directly, and you could have all the information that you need there. So the second one is accounts erasure request. Remove personal data from others on request. So when handling an account erasure request, personal data within others be retained or removed. So you can remove it. You can select this if you want. Remove access to downloads on request. So when handling with account user issue, should access be downloadable files to be revoked or download log be cleared. So you can click on it and see what it does. So you can click here and see confirm send request. This to helps the site owners comply with roles on this is just anything about site data. So if there's any data or any information, currently there's no data, then data information there, and you see any request, you can um, see this, and you can send a personal request to a particular customer to delete his details depending on one or two issues. So allow personal data to be removed in bulk orders, so you can remove people's data in bulk orders. So privacy policy, so this privacy policy, it shows on your I think it shows on your checkout page. Yes, it shows on your checkout page, these two. If you come here, so this is it, your personal data. So if you choose to change this, I remember when I told you to work on your privacy and policy page, right? So whatever thing you put here, they will see it. So privacy and policy is very important. And this information, if you want to change it, you can change it to your own language. So this shows in registration, this shows in checkout. So if you come to checkout here, I think on the bottom, it's supposed to show around here. So sometimes it shows around here. You can check, then you can place your order. So policy privacy shows around this side. So you can update it and check the policy and privacy stuff. So this is choose how long to retain personal data when it's no longer needed for processing. So retain inactive accounts. So at accounts, you will have issues with this, and this keeps files backup, but you have to be careful with this. So retain inactive accounts for how long. So this is more like inactive accounts are those which have not been logged in or placed an order for a specific duration, you get. So they will be deleted. Any orders would be converted into guest orders. So now you can put it, any account that's been active for a year, you can put it here. Retain order, so pending orders are unpaid and may have been abandoned by the customer, they will be trashed after a specific period. So if anybody's order is in pending, you can select weeks, months. So pending order doesn't should not exceed months, so you can select that if you want to select that. So retain failed orders. So failed orders are unpaid and may have been abandoned by the customer. They will be trashed after a specific period you stated there. If you don't do this, they would all be there in your system. So you can read this same thing, cancelled order, completed order. So retain completed order. I'm not sure you even want to delete this because this data is very important for you for a very long time. So cancelled order, yeah, cancelled order is very important so that you can always send them cancellation messages. So email has its own customization. We're going to come to that. Integration. So if you have any third-party integrations, they would always come here. But for now, we don't have something like that. So advanced. So this sometimes when you are doing some advanced stuff with your WooCommerce site, you can have this. And so I'm always forgetting this site. Let me check if any of these had it. Okay, they didn't have. If not, I would have noticed it. So go back to advanced. So you can have all these things are ID pages, right? So if you want a page for terms and condition, currently there is no page for terms and condition. If you have a page for terms and condition, you can put it here. And checkout endpoints. So endpoints are used in design and some other things. So when you are going into some advanced stuff, you can use endpoints. So this is endpoint for payment. As we are building custom pages, this is endpoint for receive and some other things. So this is other endpoints for account and the rest. So if you're building advanced stuff, you would definitely come here to make use of it. Then REST API. So if there's any API that you want to use, you can create APIs to allow external apps to view and manage data on your store. Then webhooks, if you have any webhooks related, then legacy API. All these ones are like some pro stuff that you will leave it alone when you don't have any business with them. So enable legacy API would remove WordPress, and so just leave all these ones alone for now. So allow WordPress tracking you. So if you want them to track your data and everything, you can come here to turn it off. Marketplace suggestion. We also suggestion for official extension may be helpful to your store. Show suggestion. I think yes on your front distance, so you can leave it or you can untick it. So, but they don't cause much harm. But this tracking, it's your choice. You can remove it. So features. So WooCommerce have features, and so start using new features when they've been progressively rolled out. The same thing we had with Elementor. So if there's a new feature, you could put it up recommended. So analytics enable WooCommerce analytics, other attribution enable this. So all these ones are not too much of a thing. So a new product editor, these are new features. So if you want to try them on a site that is not going live, you can play around. So basically, geez, this was a long one, and you can come here to check for support. So you have bugs, you have wizards to set up things. So if you didn't get the WordPress wizard, you can always come here to restart it. Task list, if you come to the home page, you will see it there, so you can enable or disable it. So help, support, and everything you need. So WordPress is a large community. If you have problem, there's a lot of persons readily to help you. And even if nobody is ready to help you, your hosting company, even if I was not even here, your hosting company can help you, right? So that is one thing I love about WordPress. The customer support is very large, even down to the team that you use, especially if you're using a paid team. Okay, so we've said so much on WooCommerce general settings. So I think we didn't leave out other settings. So settings like tax, shipment, payment, email, we are going to do that one after the other. In this chapter, we're going to be working on the search function, and this kind of search function is a little bit different from the normal search that we have currently on our website. So on the normal website, we have this search, and it basically just pops up and it does its job. But the search I'm going to show you is going to allow you to search, and you see the product drop down and the rest. So what plugin are we going to use for this? So far, this plugin is what I've been using and hasn't given me any issues at all. I'm going to paste it. So first, we are going to go to our plugin section and go to add plugin. When we go to add plugin, we're going to search for um, Fibo search. I think they are now getting to 100 million, like they are now getting very good installs. So I'm going to install it, then I'm going to activate it. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to look for the search plugin. So one of the ways you can do that is you have to refresh this, because this is we are still on the same page. So we're going to refresh. Okay, if it don't have the refresh function here, so it's going to ask us to allow, that's opt-in for email. Just skip. You don't need to do that. So now, where do you find it? So take for example, now you were in your dashboard, and also you guys can also choose to remove this if you want from the plugin. You come to WooCommerce and you come to Fibo search. So now this is Fibo search, and you can click on show advanced settings. So I would click on this later on, but I'll show you where it is. But if you click on it, it gives you more option on the advanced side. So now it will tell you replace the search bar. So you are using Kadence, it tell you its compatibility. Then you click on replace. Then you can add it somewhere in your site. It does not necessarily or compulsorily has to be, on the menu side or whatever it is. So you can remember the whole shortcode thing. You copy this and use it as shortcode. So we're going to click on save. So the next thing is that we're going to go to bar, and this is where we now put in our custom. You could see that from the basic, just simple stuff, to the custom. So this is how the bar usually shows. So it's going to show you minimum character 3, maxed with 6, search icon. Then sometimes the problem I've had with this is sometimes to customize it directly from here is usually a little bit of a problem. So it's always very hard. I'm going to refresh. So as I've refreshed, you see the button has changed a little bit, right? And it's having this big pop-up right now. So instead of what it had before. So and if you click here and let's say we are searching for socks, you see it loaded. I don't did do we not have socks? Let me put kits. You could see that it came out with kits and everything. This is a much nicer experience than what we had before. You get, so instead of someone, you can go to the product, or you can just come to the search and click on the search, and if you don't see what you're looking for, that's why also you need to use tag. So for example, now if I click on brown, I don't think we had anything on brown, no product on brown. So yeah. So let's go back to the configuration. This is what search for products. I think that's basic. And width, let's try 300. Yeah, I think it being short like that is perfectly okay. Then search icon color, still leave it here. This is placeholder, what's going to be here. Search for products. Then style appearance, there are different kinds of styles. So if I change this, you could see how this is, but I think this one looks more modern than the rest. So on search, then you can see search icon at the top. Then you can see on mobile, you can have icon and layout, but I think search bar, okay, icon on mobile, search bar on desktop. But if you even put these settings right, let's say we saved and refresh, though if you put it alongside, like if you put the short code, it's going to change to this, it's going to change to these settings that you put here. So on mobile, icon on mobile, search bar on desktop, I think that is the best you get. And you can just say icon generally for everybody. So then the breakpoints, at what point will it break to this guy, that the search icon. Then darken background, I don't think that's that's darken background is like when someone search and everywhere goes dark, but I don't think uh, that's darkening the page background while auto completing is active, gives it stronger emphasis and every other thing. So yeah. So other colors, search bar underlay, that's this. Then input background, input text, input border. So if you want to alter it in any way, you can alter it. But the problem is when you alter it, it affects everywhere in the site. So you are mindful where you place this in the site. So preloader, it's the preloader that's loaded in the beginning. So let's say search. So the preloader that was loading on this site, that is what it was talking about. So let's click on save. Then we are going to come here. So 7, that's what is going to, what you can search for. um there's group search if you want. There's no result, like if there is no results, tell you no results. Or you can say product not found. Let's use product not found. That's long, but I think that's, so show price. I think we can show price, or depending in psychology, you can see the product, and for them to click on it, you can tell them to click on it. So it may not show price depending. So you might just see, oh, that's the product name. Then okay, you can choose to remove show product category. I prefer to show tags. No, not show tags per se. I need to show tags, just show the product, because the product is what we are looking for, but tags still is very, very important, right? So you can show your tags, you can still show your category. That's depending on how you want it to display. So this is your preference. So my preference is, most times it's just the product. So extra view, show details panel. So if you turn it on, you can see what the product is. But I think that is so too much elaborate for what do they call it, the search. Then search data, this is what someone has searched before, and I think it's still in beta. The current search history is presented when the user click tapped on the search bar but hasn't yet typed a query. So like type whatever I want to type. So the history includes the last search product and phase you get. So in case remember what you type. But I think it's in beta, but we'll turn it on because that is a very good feature, right? This is color to adjust everything that is in these settings here. So if we refresh and let's see what that gave us. So take for example, now let's search kits. Let's see if what we did. So we can select our kits and go and check. So if we select our kits, it's there. So if I click on this, so you could see the initial option I chose before. So that is actually very, very lovely. Like, you could see what you searched before and you could clear it. So this is one way to have a very, very good responsive search. And the good thing is, it's not just, if you go to mobile, I don't think I prefer the mobile, because the mobile is kind of sleek, right? I love the mobile. Well, the best thing is always for mobile experience, because most people shop on mobile, so you could search and do whatever you want to do, right? So the next page is search in description. Okay, search in description. That's if you are looking for. Why would you want to put this in search in description? That's not it. Search in short description. Let me turn it on. I've not really turned this setting on to see what it does. And yeah, there are pro features like search in attributes, search in category. Okay. I think I'm getting this. I've not actually used this, but I think search in description, like search the description. Let me see what it does. Then we can all see what it does, right? So let's see a product that we added a description. I think the first ankle socks, we added a description to it, right? Yes, we actually add description. We will search for description. So let's go back to the home and let's search description and see what this is going to be. This, wow. Okay, do you guys know what this just did? So if there is any keyword in your description, like you have words in your description of a particular product, I think there's, I use Ipsum for, yes, I use Laura Ipsum for two products. So if the person is searching via description, you can So if you have keywords and all those things that probably people would search for and you will not be able to see it quickly, you can, but you just have to be careful here because some persons want to search exactly what they are looking for, right? So, but imagine you have in your description a brown leather jacket and you search jacket, it will definitely come here because that product is a jacket. Or let's say you had a phone, um, you're selling a phone and the phone is iPhone X, so stuff, and or maybe you have settings of 1040 dppi or something. You can search it here and it comes up. So that is very good. I would on this setting, but I don't think this SE, and you have other options. Look, this is what I was actually looking for. Tags. They know what they are doing. So if you choose to go for, I'm going to, research more search plugins, but this search plugin so far has been one of the ones that don't break the site and has been effective all around. So I can vouch for them. So if your client have money, you can, you know, do this or use this. So you have analytics, so enable search analytics. So search analytics system helps to eliminate search phrases that don't return any results. Also allows to explore trending keywords. So you can, so okay, then show widget with. I think this one is for your home page. We're going to come back to that in a moment. So yeah. So you can see it here, total search completed. This is massive. I didn't even know this term went this far because the last time I used it for a client, I didn't see all these features. So this is very nice and you guys can make use of it. So increase sales faster. So let me check their plan. So you can always add this to your client's list for them to subscribe to. And this is personal. $49 per year is nothing too bad. Okay, one site up to 10,000 products. That's a fair bargain. If your site is making you close to, let's say, 500k per month, and you have this minimum 500k to 400k per month, and you can subscribe to this plus your hosting, and it gives you good results. So this is a fair plan, and you can actually add it to your client's premium package, right? Because none of them would want to pay for this for free, and like in the premium package. So this is for the search, and as you could see, it has given us more search compatibility, and we are able to have more search feature, strong search feature, because search is one of the most biggest thing in your store. So another thing again is you can, if you go to the what do they call it, if you go to the pro version of Kadence, right, you can have the ability to add something at the top of here. You can add a search bar here if you want, right? So it can be, well, you can edit it, you can edit the shop page with the Kadence free plan. So, but when you have the Kadence Pro, you'll be able to customize your shop page. So, yeah. So that's that on search. Let's get to the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to be talking about shipping settings, and shipping setting is also very, very, very important. So now, if you are shipping any product outside your location or within your location, it is also advisable to have a shipping settings. And in shipping settings, some brands have their shipping plugins, and you can, look for them and use it. But sometimes they're not reliable because that is not what they do primarily. So their plugins may be shaky. But this is WordPress default shipping settings. So to access it, you come to your WooCommerce, you come to your settings, and you come to shipping. So when you come to shipping, you have shipping zone, shipping settings. So you have calculations. So hide shipping cost until an address is entered. You have shipping destination, default to customer's shipping address. You get. Then all these ones are basic things. So if you with this is preference. So depending on what you want, right? So if you click on classes, we are going to come to classes after we are done with zones, and there is local pickups. So we're going to come to all this. So the first thing is shipping zones. So when you are shipping, especially if you are if you're in Nigeria, you have to be a little bit critical, or a little bit you have to play around some certain things, right? Well, if you're in the US, they have some already shipping regulations and some other things, right? So, and it can be easy. And one thing with the US, they work heavily with shipping zones, even outside the US. That's we are shipping to UK and other places. So you need to know their shipping um, zip code or country code, depending on what you want to use. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click on add zones. So, but before I click on add zones, we are going to do an example. So we are going to work on it like we are shipping a particular product to Nigeria, and in Nigeria we are going to be specifying two types of products because sometimes it can be confusing a little bit. So we're going to work with price based, and we're going to work with location based shipping. So let me do it so you understand. So take for example, now you want to send this product to everywhere in Nigeria on a flat rate except Lagos, because Lagos is your primary store. Same thing with if you want to ship to everywhere in United States, but except New York, because New York is your home store. So let me show you how to go about that. So first of all, we're going to click on add zones. When you click on add zone, so I'm going to do this with price. Take for example, now we want to say, okay, anybody outside Lagos is going to pay a shipping fee of 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira. Let's just say, for example, because I'm not sure shipping fee. Yeah, shipping fee goes above that. Yeah, GIG. So 10,000 naira, 10,000 naira. Outside Lagos, yeah, we're going to put outside Lagos. So now, another thing again we need to do is we can go to our general settings and also say, okay, we only ship to US and Lagos. I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So first, you can see because we didn't choose what do they call it, specific locations that we ship. That's why we have a lot of places here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Africa and let me just search Nigeria. So if you search Nigeria, if you click on Nigeria, this is going to select everywhere in Nigeria. But we don't want that because there's going to be a problem. I'm going to show you how that would affect us. So I'm going to open Nigeria again, and I'm going to before I open Nigeria, let me save this and change this general zone settings. So I'll go to zone. Let me open this in another tab, and I'm going to say I'm shipping to sell to specific country. That's if it's not there. Seems this guy is like me. So I'm going to select Nigeria, and I'm going to select United States. Yep. Then same thing, this one is correct, and we're going to click on save. So you have to do this first before you come down to your zones. So yeah. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove, you see there's only two. I'm going to remove Nigeria. So if you come down here, I'm going to select each and every one of these states. So during my time of selecting it, I excluded Lagos because we are not shipping to Lagos. Then, and I'm going to save because saving is very important. Then I'm going to add my shipping method. So if I come to shipping method, there's free shipping and there is flat rate. So if you had free shipping for any of these states, you could um, put it. So we are going to use flat rates, and we are going to click on continue. Note the not amount I put here is not affecting anything. This is just a naming. Note that, right? So we're going to come here, flat rate taxable, and we're going to put, okay, I just noticed something. I was envisioning that in naira, so, and we are using dollars. So let's say we are shipping at 10, I think $50. Let's say that's almost 10,000 and $15. Let's just put this $15. Then we are going to click on create and save. So we're going to come here and we are going to put $15. Note, I'm still repeating it again. This is not, this does not affect anything, right? This is just naming. So you have this here. So you see that there's going to be a difference. If I go to my store, let me close this. I go to my store and let me just select this option. Select this, add to cart. So I go to view my cart. So most persons don't really come directly to cart. They probably go directly to your checkout, right? So you can also see this in checkout. Let me open it in checkout so you could see it. So now this is it. You're also seeing the shipping rate. So you can come to cart to update it, but most customers doesn't know about this, right? So if I come here and I click on change, you can use this for educational purposes. So if I click on Nigeria Abuja, normally this is supposed to be empty, but it's pre-filling the details from the settings of this user. So if I click on Nigeria Ikeja, then I'm not putting Lagos. Let me put Abia first, and I click on update. You could see it's 15, right? Then if I click on Lagos, because Lagos is what we don't want to ship at $15, but it's showing 15. Why? Because when we were adding this, Nigeria was selected. So how do you avoid this mistake? So when you are selecting, just make sure it is showing this nil. It's showing this box here, because if it's showing ticks and you see that Nigeria has left here, if I put it here, Nigeria has come back. Even here, you can make that mistake to have Africa too. So anything can be your problem and you don't even know where the problem is coming from. So we're going to click on save again. Then we are going to update this and we are going to click on update. Let me refresh. So now, because I selected Lagos, there is no shipping option available. Please check your shipping address. You get, so that is, we are not shipping to this place, right? So in order to now make Lagos functional, we are going to go back to shipping zones and we are going to add Lagos. So now in Lagos, we are going to have, so we're going to search Lagos first. Lagos, add. So remember, Nigeria looking like this, so you don't add almost everything. Then we come to address fixed rates. We're already familiar with this. Then I'm going to add taxable, and I'm going to add anybody shipping within Lagos. So now this is where it's going to be tricky. So now in Lagos, if you have several places, whether you're shipping to Iyanokpaja, you're shipping to Sululere, anywhere, same thing with if you are using New York or places in New York, right? So, or let's say California, you're shipping to, let's say San Francisco, shipping to the Bay Area, whatever parts in those places you can ship. So we are going to now identify them like that. So let's say we are shipping to two places, mainland and island. So we just want to make things simple. Mainland, anybody that is shipping to mainland, let me just help you people. I think our general shipping was 15K. So because of it is within Lagos, anybody shipping to mainland, the business is in Ikeja. So shipping mainland, anywhere in mainland for now is $5, right? Mainland, $5. Create. Then we're going to create then we're going to create um we're going to create flat rate again. Then we're going to call this island, and anybody that's shipping to island, they are big boys. So we are going to, and depending on so you don't put it because of location or this thing, you put it, you put your cost of your bikes and everything. So island, we might put it at let's say $8. So we click on create. So now it's already saved, and let's see how this reflects in our store. So if I refresh, you could see now, because of we are still in Lagos, we have shipping to that's $5. And if I click island, if I'm shipping to island, you have this amount. So this is how shipping affects here. And also take for example, now if I go back to shipping zones, take for example, I say, okay, oh, we are now in Calabar or whatever state you choose to change to, right? And you have a location there. So what you can do is you have to come and remove this particular state from here and put in the right one. So same thing to when you are shipping to another let's say even in US, wherever you want to do. So same thing with sizes, right? You can also use sizes to measure. You can use class to differentiate sizes, and you can use locations to zones. So if you're shipping in, let's say, any place in the US that you are shipping let's say 50 kg, this is the price. 30 kg, so you've been doing your business and you know what works best for you. But with WordPress, you have the tool to customize what you want to customize. So now let's say we are shipping to the US, right? One thing with US heavily works with um, zones. So you can say, okay, we are shipping to US in general. Let's just say we are shipping to just New York. So, and we have York, sorry, New York, United States, and yes, so you can also limit to specific zones. So you can put in the zones in US. So let's say this particular zone, you are going to put it there, and that is where you're going to ship. You can also do that. So here, any place in New York for now, you are going to ship to. And it's also good to exclude places you're not shipping to, so that your customers will understand that I am not shipping to those areas, right? So you don't put everywhere and it will look like, okay, the shipping is going through, right? So always specify that. Yeah, because what I'm saying, when I'm just giving you guys, because this place is a problem when it comes to physical stores. So here we can call it New York. Anybody shipping to New York, taxable, and we can just put it at $10. Let's just click here. So if I change my, so everything changes to here. So if I refresh this, okay, my shipping address to this is Lagos. Okay, so yeah, island. Okay, because I selected that in my cart. So if I change this to US and I changed it to New York, so if I don't add a zip code, it would not go through. So you need to have your zip code in um, New York, because if not, so let's say zip codes in New York, and trust me, if you don't put in the right zip code, it wouldn't go through. So I think the system knows already. Let's say we put this. This is, you tell you this is not a valid zip code, but if I put this, it's going to update, and it's going to update my price, shipping New York. And you can see flat rate instead of New York in your settings. Here you can just say flat rate. I think flat rate will be preferable instead of um, New York. So let's just put flat rate so they understand it's a flat rate you get. So this is it. And if you come to shipping zones again, you can choose to select everywhere, and you can select, okay, you want to ship to everywhere. So everything now depends on you. So we are going to go to settings. I think we've already talked about settings. Yeah, so you can hide shipping until the person fills his address, and we go to local pickup. So if you have local pickup in your locations, you can enable local pickup. So if you enable local pickup, you just put local pickup, right? So, and add a price to customers who choose local pickup. So local pickup, you don't need to add the price. I don't think local pickup makes sense with price, except there's a reason for your price. So if you add a price, you can put the cost and everything. Yeah. So then pickup location, this is where you add your pickup location. So take for example, now our first location is New York. I'm going to call this location New York location, local pickups. And we're going to put the zip code, and let me just put Middleton. Middleton is not in New York. Well, hmm, let's just say pickup details, come to shop, come to shop. Let's just leave it here and click on done. And we are going to add our Nigerian location in Lagos. So we're going to put a random address, and we are going to, this thing is not searchable. Wow. Okay, it's okay. It's because of we selected US as our primary residence. That's why it's showing this. So we are going to go to first Nigeria. And we are going to find Lagos, then come to store, Lagos. So if I click on done, then I click on save. So now if I refresh, you can see flat rate, local pickup Lagos, local pickup what do they call it, New York, Lagos, right? So you can select that. And if you come down to here in the checkout, this is how it's going to look like. You have shipping, and you have local pickup. So, and you can select which of the places, and you can see the address, right? So you can see everything here. If you choose Lagos, you can see it here. You can see the address for local pickup. So this is how you can use shipping. So now shipping class. So shipping class can be created if you want to have product categories, or like you want to have kind of categories that you have classes for. Let me make it very simple. If you have heavy products, if you have lightweight products, any product that is going to be categorized under the class of lightweight, this is the amount that is going to take to ship that product, and it's going to override the main amount of shipping. So let's take, for example, now we're going to do lightweight and heavyweight. So let's say lightweight. It doesn't have to be lightweight, heavyweight. It can even be a promo discount. So any product under that particular shipping class would have a discount. So take for example now light. So let's say light. You can leave this empty, for then you can say for products, for light products, for light products. Then we are going to add another one. You can add as many as you want. So let's say heavy. You can say heavy. You can say heavy, and the heavy can be, you can say, that there are different heavy, right? You can specify what kind of heavy. So for, let me just put this and replace it with, for heavy products. So you can use this and put for heavy products. Then you click on create, and we can say class. We can add this to, let's say, Black Friday, and you can leave it for black. Okay, for Black Friday. So now, how do we use this? You can always edit it when you want to. So if you come to shipping um, zones, so take for example now, you in Lagos, right? You have this period, mainland island, and you just want to add shipping classes to them. So you can say for mainland and island, you would want to give them. So where is Black Friday? Okay, so let's say Black Friday, you want to add 10, let's say 10, so $3, because originally the shipping cost was, $3. And so yeah, this cost can optionally be added based on the product shipping class and by setting shipping cost. So you have this, and you can put heavy, so you can also read this. There are some other little technical stuff, but to make things very very simple, then calculation type, you can see change shipping for each shipping class individually, then per order change shipping for the most expensive shipping class, but you just leave it for individually. So we're going to click on save, and take for example, now this doesn't take effect until a particular shipping class is added to a particular product. So if I refresh here and I select, okay, this is Lagos. Where is this? What location is this? Let me check. Okay, this is New York. We added that to Lagos. So let's go back. Let's travel back to Lagos, Nigeria, Lagos, and click on update. So you could see it's still retaining $5. We changed it for mainland alone, so you could understand that. So let's go to this product. So if I go to this product and let me use another product that is single. Was this a normal product? Yes. So let's edit this product, so you know where shipping classes are added. So if I come down to sorry about that. If I come down to shipping, you could see you could add your weight, you could add your dimension, and you could add your shipping. So if I put this, when I'm creating this product as Black Friday, and I click on updates, then if I add this to carts, I check my carts. Let me view my cart so you guys can see it. And I choose mainland. You could see that it's my mainland originally. Let me check my original mainland. So my mainland originally, because of the costs, Black Friday, it got to $8. Just $5 added because of you know, extra cost and shipping rates. So I added that to it. So depending on what you want to do, you can use this and you can use it to work on your product. So it all depends on what you want to use it to do, right? So you can add shipping class, you can leave it, but majority few persons make use of it. And if there are other more shipping settings, yeah, there are more advanced plugins for shipping. So if there are other things, we would always add it and update it to the class. So is there anything we didn't cover yet on shipping? Okay, so we've done everything for now. So if there is any thing, we would update this particular course. So let's get to the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about payment. So you need to have a payment gateway in order for you to receive money from your website. So your payment gateway can be a crypto site or can be a normal payment site, so whichever you choose. So currently we are going to first of all tackle normal payment gateway, and along the line we will be adding other payment processes because this would require us to have someone that has access to this account in order to set it up, right? So the first payment gateway that we'll be working on is going to be Paystack. So all you just have to do is you're going to come to Payments Gateway. So before we install Paystack, we would show you the set of payment gateway you can even have. So on our store, we are going to go to Payments, and on payment, you could see here there's WooPayment that allows Apple Pay, GPay, that's Google Pay, Western Union, and the rest. But the thing here is, if you have a platform like Stripe, Stripe has almost all these payment processing option. So if you're in the US, you can register to Stripe and have all your documents done. So maybe probably later in the future we can do videos on setting up all those accounts. But for now, we stick to showing you how to install a payment gateway on your WordPress. So you have the option to use, if depending on your country, you need to know the kind of payment gateway you accept. So most African countries, Paystack and Flutterwave has done a good job to help for seamless payments. And this, trust me, this is one of the biggest problem when it comes to having an online store. So the first thing is we are going to turn on these ones, that is the cash on delivery and direct to bank, because this work actually, so it depends on you. So if you don't have the ability to sign up to any of this, you can simply put your bank account, and this, when the person make the purchase, he sends it to you, and once you confirm the payment, you send the person the merchandise or the product. That's one simple way, so nothing should stop you from selling your product. So the first thing that we are going to do is that we're going to set up the bank transfer. So we're going to turn it on first. So once we turn it up, we're going to go to finish setup. So now we've already enabled it, so you can disable it here. So title direct bank transfer, discretion, you put this discretion. So make sure your payment, make your payment directly into a bank account. Please use your ID payment reference. Your order would not be shipped until the funds have cleared in our accounts. I don't know if you get. So this is one very simple way to collect money you get. So and if you want to put instructions that the person would need, or emails or anything, like okay, send the um money to this account, you can put it here. So this is going to be where you put the bank name. You could say I've used this for a client before. So you're going to put the, let's say the name of the bank is Bimazi had an account, so we're going to go with Bimazi. Most accounts usually comes in capital letter. Bima Bimazi. Yeah. So account number can be, let's say, 10 digits. Then bank name, let's say it's using UBA. Routing number, you need to know your routing number depending on your country. You have to put your routing number. Let's just give few random figures. I don't know this routing number, and you can just Google it. Like, okay, take for example now UBA routing number. So you can go to Bank Swift. Can make sure this is the original website that you are getting this information from. Okay, this is even the PDF. So you can see that this is their Swift code. Not all bank have routing. Some have Swift code and the rest. So you can just copy this, but make sure this is it. To like, I'm just using this as an example. So this is a Swift code. We're going to put it there, and this is their IBAN number. So we're going to put it there. And we're just going to put routing just for this thing. So I'm going to add accounts. Okay, sorry. This is all you just have to do. Then we're going to click on save. Yeah, remove that one. We're going to remove that one. And so this is just pop up to know how far you are doing. So we're going to click on save. So now, how are we going to see this? We are going to go back to our store to see if this has been, taken care of. And we are going to click here. I'm going to go to checkout. So now, when we come down to checkout, we can now have a payment method. So at the end of the day, you won't see this here. Like, you won't see the account until you are about to you are done with this process, because this don't have you can't see the whole stuff here. You get, like, until you are done placing order on the product. So the next thing we need to do is, this is for direct bank. So we can come down here and to check payment, if you want to turn it on, take payment in person via checks. This is old olden days means of payments. So we're going to click on finish setup. So if you offer cash on delivery, you can turn it on. So the title, obviously cash on delivery, pay upon delivery, instruction, pay with cash upon delivery. So no stress. So enable for shipping methods. So if you want cash on delivery, I think this is one of the easiest way to do it. You can add cash on delivery on any of these shipping method if you want. So cash on delivery can be done on any of them. So then accept cash on delivery if the order is virtual. You can turn this one on, but I don't think this makes sense, except a virtual product that would require the person to meet you, right? So I doubt this. So virtual says virtual, but it's there for a reason. So yeah. So when we are done with that, we are going to refresh again to see the options here on our checkout. So you see it here: bank transfer, cash on delivery. You see the payment option, very, very easy. And yeah, you got that. So the most important one now is if you're using a third party payment gateway, not the one that is inbuilt, because this one doesn't really do anything. So take for example, now we have our third party payment gateway. So this is our own, and you can see this is test. I can't show you our live key. So this is our test keys. So there's what we call test keys and live key. So the live key is if you are ready to go live with your payment gateway, and the test key is to test how it's going to function on your store, right? So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to install Paystack Payment Gateway plugin. So we're going to go to plugins, right click on add new. It's going to open the new tab. Then we are going to search for Paystack. So you can go through them and check what differences. So Paystack and Flutter, I kind of like Paystack, but they have some little differences with Flutter. So for example, now with Paystack, your customers are the ones that will pay for charges, right? And you don't have the option to change it. So, and it's not just only Flutterwave. You have other platforms like Paystack, Flutterwave, InterSwitch, Remitter, PayU, depending on the ones that you can, you know, register yourself to. So there are many payment gateways that you can go with. Then if you want crypto payment, the one I have successfully used for a client, now payments, now payments. So here it is. So now payment is one payment gateway I have used for a client. I've integrated it. He created the account, sent the API, sent the link, and was able to use it to attach the site, and the payments worked, and he got his cryptocurrency. So you can use now payments to also have as a payment gateway. So let's get out of that. So we would install it. So this is it, payments. So you're going to install it. They have other this thing for give, other payment membership stuff, and Paystack is very versatile, and they are being adopted by or owned by Stripe now. So activate. So now we're going to refresh as usual. So once refreshed, we are going to close this, and we are going to refresh this page. So now as we refresh this, we got this. So we are going to go to finish up settings. When you go to finish up settings, so you could see that to avoid situations where bad network makes it impossible to verify transactions, set up webhooks URL here to, so I think it's going to be on your site, your webhook. This is it. So you can set it up there. So if you click on it here, let me open it in another tab so we don't close this tab. Okay, it'll take you to Paystack, so you can set it up in your Paystack account. I don't want to put it there. So now we would enable it, debit card, and make payments using your debit card, obviously. So so payment option, that's pop-up, shows the payment um pop-up on the page, where redirect would customer this. So we're going to use pop-up. So, and here, this is where we're going to put the keys to everything. So so now when you come down here, this thing usually to escape me, it's always very small. So if you want to test mode, this is going to be test mode. So if you check, if I turn it off, these things have changed from test mode to live keys. So from test secret keys to live keys. So now I'm going to put in this thing. So here is my secret key. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to come here. Let me take it here so that's going to be easy for me to. So this one is public key. So you guys can go and test, use your own for now, because okay, what else are they asking for again? Nothing. Okay. So now autocomplete order after payment. So this is if enabled, your order would be marked as complete after successfully payment. So I turn it on just as it says. So no big deal. So now remove cancelled order and restore. So now remove cancelled order and restore cart button on the pay to order page. So yes, if the order was cancelled, you can remove it out of cart or you can leave it if you want, right? So it depends on your option. So split payment is when you and someone owns an account, and when the money comes in, it goes to the other person and goes to yours. So that is, you can turn it on, and the sub account codes, split payment transaction charges. So if you want to do that. So save cards, meaning enable payments to save via cards, though it's going to save on Paystack. The good thing is it's not saving on WordPress. It's going to be a save on Paystack. So if enable, users will be able to pay with a save card during checkout. Cards details are saved on Paystack server, not on your store. So note that you need to have a valid SSL certificate for this to work, right? So you can do save card, but me, I don't like saving my card, so I can we can give it optional. We'll put it there, then people can choose to turn it off. So custom data, but when you are dealing with especially Nigeria, in Nigeria here in general, when it comes to card payment, we are still trying. Yeah. So if enabled, you'll be able to send more information about the order to Paystack. So you can turn this one on. Just you can see information and everything. You can turn order ID, customer name, and every other thing that is very important. Well, this does in a way help Paystack and helps you as well to know, and you can be able to track it on your dashboard as well, because there's going to be a payment dashboard on your own side, right? So after doing everything, we are going to click on save, and let's see. So we are going to go to our page and refresh. So you could see that Paystack has been selected. So debit and credit cards, and you can have it here. You can have cash on delivery. So I think okay, we're going to attempt to pay this. Let me see if there's anything that we need. We're going to attempt to pay this, so you're going to see what it is. So you can add other notes if you want. Then we click on place order. Now once the order is placed, you could see it here. Okay, I think we used cash on delivery. No. We're not supposed to use cash on delivery. This is cash on delivery. This is what you see, and they will send you an email. Will be sent for the products. You see everything that was purchased. So I'm going to go back a little bit, and we are going to use. So the order is. So there's no order. So we're going to add something. Okay, I don't need to go to shop. So we're going to add this to carts, and we are going to go to checkout, and we are going to use I think this is a virtual product, right? Yes, this is a virtual product. Good. So we're going to select this because virtual products don't need what do they call it, shipping address, just billing address. So we're going to just click on this so you could see the interaction with the payment gateway. So you could see the pop-up, the usual payment gateway pop-up. So we could not start this transaction. Oh, yes. Another thing again is if you are using Paystack, it has to be in Naira. That is another thing I just remembered. So let me change it so that you could see it. So we're going to go back to general, and for the sake of testing, we're going to go back to our Nigeria currency. That's Nigeria, Naira, and I'm going to click save. And we're going to come here and I'm going to reload. Okay, so we're going to go back and we're going to click on pay now. Oh, sorry, it's still reading cancel order and return to stock. So everything would now be in Naira. I'm going to go to checkout. So billing address, everything. We're going to set this, and we're going to click on pay. The pop-up. So you see the seamless process for so you could see transfer. So if there was transfer, then you could see the USSD, and you could see pay attitude. So this is what it supports, and there are different payment gateway. If you go to your settings, you could do any other setting. So we're going to click on success, and if you can use decline, you can stimulate the decline payment, and you click on pay. So you could see that it's successfully paid, and you can order again if you want to order how to dress. You can download the product. So this is a downloadable product. You see how it's seamless, and you can actually have your product. You can start selling like you don't have limits, like you seriously don't have limits. So this is if you are selling digital products, and you can have this on your site and nothing is stopping you from making money. So if we come down here, we can go back and change this to our currency. We're going to change this back. So now we're going to go back to the payments gateway. And if you have Stripe and other ones that you want to add, and as we go on and as we have people or access to other payment gateways, we would be adding it up in the classes. So for now, this is what we are going to do for the payment gateway. So if there's any other thing, we are going to update it. So on to the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about tax. So, tax is very important in building your own store, and depending on where you are, depending on your location, the tax is going to differ. So, in US, US has actually very good tax system, and you can actually check here and see different tax from different states in the US, right? So, when it comes to Nigeria, we do have our own tax system, and you can ask your accountant, if you have accountants or people that are very close to you, to actually get the real tax ratings for your business. And sometimes some persons just do this after they just put their normal prices and don't even bother adding tax to their website, depending. So it's all depending on how you want to go about it. But if you are going about adding tax to your website, this is how we're going to go about it. So the first thing is you're going to locate e-commerce, WooCommerce, and you're going to click on settings as usual. Then if it comes to general, normally depending, because we set this up in the beginning, sometimes taxes are not enabled, so you have to enable it. So if you enable it, all you just have to do is go to taxes. So now by default, this is what it looks like. So it will tell you price entered with taxes. No, I will enter price exclusive of taxes. So price would be different, tax will be different. Then I want price inclusive of taxes. So price and tax would be the same thing. So you can calculate tax based on shipping address. So when you are going to your store, should they calculate tax based on shipping address, billing address? I prefer billing address because billing address is where you are paying the card from. It's kind of, you know, understanding, right? So and you can ship tax, okay, shipping tax class based on, so some will be standard, some will be reduced rates. Don't worry, we're coming back to these guys. So yeah, so now reduced rates and zero rates. We have standard, which is standard. This one you can add different rates. If we have zero rates, if I, for example, now add mega rates and I click on save, you could see mega rate came here. So I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to remove this to, no, just this and bring this here, and I'm going to click on save. So this one just shows display price in shop, display price during cart and checkout. So you just leave it excluded like this. So one of the most important thing is I'm going to use a product that because sometimes it can be confusing, right? So I'm going to use a product. I changed one of these products. You will notice that this product changed in terms of price. So I changed it to a flat rate so that we could understand it much better. So the first thing I have to do is I'm going to go to standard rates and I'm going to insert. So I'm going to insert US. We have US, so United States. Then US has city postcode. So depending, you can have each state have different shipping. Obviously, each state in the US have different shipping rates. You can do it, but this time around we're going to do a general rate for everyone. So as an example, then we're going to put let's just say standard rates is 8%, 8%. Then shipping, then click on save. As we've done this for US, we're going to insert for Nigeria. So we're going to use NG, that's our country code. And okay, it didn't ask us to do anything. So I think we're going to use the standard rate of 24. And we're going to click on save. So now, once we click on save, we are going to see how this affects our site. So if you come to the site and we add this, let's check if there's anything in carts. If there's anything in carts, we're going to remove it. So if you come to carts and click on add to carts and you go to view carts, you could see this and you could see the tax. And if you choose, depending on your location, because of we are in we selected shipping location in Lagos. I'm sorry, actually not city. This is let's use Ikeja. And also, whenever you are imputing this, in order to see the real value, make sure you're imputing the right details. If not, the values would look like it changed, but these are not the real values. You have to put in the right thing. Then you put in Lagos. So we're going to add Lagos and we're going to click update. So now it's increased because of the shipping. You get, so you can select mainland. So I also made the shipping figure almost the same thing, so that's going to be easy to identify. So shipping to mainland, shipping to island. So you're going to see it here, and you could see that it tax is added. So this is most of the time suitable for companies, and most websites actually use this tax format where you just have your tax and either tax is totally not added or you are going to have an added value tax, right? So you can also go to checkout. So during the process of testing, this is the old checkout. I had to use the old checkout to check some certain things, and we can reverse it back. So because sometimes the new this thing is slow in order to get details. So this is the old one. You can revert to the old one. I already showed you how to go about that. So this is for tax and not editing. So this is how it looks like in the old setup. You would have your checkout, and also here in the checkout you're able to change the information that you want and you would see the tax. So now you may ask the question, if we go back to tax, what if I click on yes, I want to enter the price inclusive of tax? So if you click on this and you click on save, so now if we come here and we refresh, so let's say we selected Abia. So we selected, just change this thing to Abia. You could see that it included, like it deducted the tax from it. And this total actually do used to misbehave, right? So I've tested it times without number, but it's fluctuates a lot. But if you change it to US, take for example, now we selected US, sorry, not UX, and we selected our location in US, New York, and we put in the code. You could see that this is originally how it's supposed to show you, meaning the price is not going to be affected in any way, right? So your final total price will not be affected, and it will show you how much you are going to buy. So this is the price that the customer would still pay. So it's going to tell you, oh, there is tax, so tax was included, but it is not it's not going to reflect here, right? So that is what this does if you use this one. So if you have a business that actually don't want the customer to pay, but the problem I had with this is it's going to, on your store, it would alter the amount, which I don't want it to do so, right? So I think preferably I would go with this and set it to my billing and leave it at this. Though this is a business and any other person or at all, you remove your tax and calculate it well. But tax are very, very important. So you're either going to calculate it here or you're going to calculate it off book. So depending, you can seek the advice of an accountant you get. So if you have let me show you something what this does. So you might be asking, okay, what does round text at subtotal level? So let me put it this way. So let me add another product. I go to shop, I add this one, I add this one, and I refresh again. So now if you see it here, this is dress subtotal tax on it. Let me check if everything is here. So then let me go to carts. If you go to your carts, you could see everything here too. You have your subtotal shipping and you have your tax depending on your stuff. Then you can add round tax at subtotal level instead of rounding per line. It's actually doing well. Sometimes this thing, okay, so normally that option allows you to have tax here, like instead of putting it on the product one after the other, you just have it on the software. So that's what this button is for. So I'm coming, let me clear my cache. So maybe some certain things have not been affected. Few seconds. If you want to learn how to clear cache, sometimes this is a good exercise. So you can come down, then come down to privacy and security, then you come down to clear data. So I'm only going to clear my cache. Don't go and clear, you wipe your site data, then you clear this. Sometimes Chrome especially usually misbehave, so you have to clear cache to get some real data of everything you want to do. So we have this. So if I turn this on off, let me see what it's going to give me. Is it going to give me what I want? Okay, it still summed it up at the subtotal level because this is supposed to be subtotal here. So if we go down to our carts, and sorry, our checkout, at least the good thing is we have our tax and it's showing that okay, this is added tax plus this is 10 plus this, then at subtotal, you get me. So the next thing is if we change states, let's change it to Nigeria back, and we are going to select a particular state so you could see it. And if you select this, This is everything. Every product you added here, you would see everything that you want. So now there's what we call reduce rate. So reduce rate and or any rate you add is a rate that is added to a particular product. So if you have different tax amounts, right? Okay, let me show you. So let's say for a particular product, I think for some products they have lesser tax on them, something like that. So in case in that scenario, we are going to add back US. Then we are going to add, let's say US originally we added 8, right? Let's just add 4. Let's just add 3 to be on the safer side because I know I added this, and then I'm going to save. Then insert, I'm going to Nigeria. Then I'm going to reduce this to 15%, 15% tax. Then I'm going to save. So I have this, and also you can change the name of this if you don't want it to reflect as tax. Let's say you want to, okay, this one now you reduce tax, you want it to reflect as VAT. You would also used to see VAT sometimes, or EX excluded VAT, all this kind of stuff. So if I put it there and I come to, let's say, this particular product, let's clear our carts first. Okay, so this particular product, I would edit it. Normally, your shipping and everything, you add it during the beginning process. That's if you know everything about the site you are building, right? So here where we see taxable, we have standard, and you can push this to reduced rate. So if there's a reduced rate in terms of tax for a particular product. So if I go to the store, this particular product, if I add it to cart and I add, let me add the original products that I had before. That's this one we used to do an example. Okay, so you see here it had VAT, and it has, so double. Okay, now I now get where this guy would play. Sorry, I'm using guy. So now I get where the rounded tax option now plays an important role. So I was making a little bit of mistake. So if you have this, you would see that, okay, for the VAT, they charge you on VAT because of this product, one of these products, right? So I think that was this product we added, it had a different lower tax rate, and this one had a different tax rate. So when companies want to create their books, they have the ability to see both stuffs, like every details of the tax that was being paid on whatever product that it was. So if you click on it, sorry, this is our checkout. So you can sum it up to everything here. So another thing again is you can itemize or single total. So here, if we change it, display tax total, if I change it here, let me okay, no need to cancel because we are going to edit it, and I refresh. You could see that every tax actually combined. This was what actually I was looking for. So it combined all the tax together. So depending on the company, some company wants to see everything everything added together as a single total. You get, so, and at the sub level, everything is subtotal. So you add everything, you see your subtotal, and the tax, everything without VAT, whatever name it is, you get to have it here as a single thing. But if you want that, oh, you want to know what you were taxed by, you make it itemized. So depending on what you want. So we'll leave it in this. Then this prefix is more like let's see, let me just put ex VAT. So this one would appear on prices. So most of the times it's causes noise. So let me show you. It's just gonna be disturbing everything, right? VAT, like bro, you sure you get. So it's not needed, just remove it. So and click on save. You don't need it. So now we now understand how to have standard tax and reduced tax. And you can also make your tax automated. That is for the US. So if you want to do that, you would come to you add a new plugin, and we're going to go down to plugin. But that's if you want it to be automated in the US. So we are going to click on add plugin, and we are going to click on tax, and you can add shipping tax here. So this is more like 50-50 thing. If you need it, if and if it's important to you, then we are going to go to our tax. So you could see the settings. We go to settings first, then we're going to go to tax. Then it actually asks to connect to this thing. um, WooCommerce shipping and tax is almost ready. Once okay, so don't ask us to connect to, I think, Jetpack or something. It's connecting. Continue. Okay, return to. So if you check your store, you see the link and click on it and activate it. So, but to me, preferably, you can add it manually or go through the process of connecting it from your email. So this is the email. You're going to click on it. So Jetpack confirmed. So it's authorizing. So it's going to ask us to log in, and we're going to log in. So now this is going to allow you, it's going to ask you, do you want to enable auto tax? So when you enable auto tax and you click on save, it would automatically add tax, especially to the US, right? So every state in the US, it has automation on that. So that is how to add tax if it's something that you want to do. And if you need more precise tax rates, you can speak with someone in an accounting department or someone that you know very well. And based on what I pulled up, so this is the best of my knowledge in terms of the tax rates. So see you in the next chapter. Yeah, so in this chapter, we're going to be talking about email settings. So we're going to be setting up email because there are some things that people actually don't know, but actually, if your client see this, it's not going to be nice, right? So if you click on emails, you already know the drill from dashboard to WooCommerce settings, from settings to email. So these are the emails you are going to receive: new order, when you get new order, cancel order, field order, customer order, everything, and you can manage it. And this is the name that, email sender option. If you read it, how the sender name appears in outgoing emails, you see it here. Then template. So now you're going to customize this, and most persons don't know that this is customizable. They don't even know. When they build their site, they just build it. But I'm going to show you something. So now when I receive, this is to tell you that your email system is working. That's why I like using a good hosting company. Their emails are always working right off the bats, right? So if you come to the new order that we got, this is it. You could see that it's showing purple. Purple is not our color, right? And you have other stuffs showing here. So, and you can see the congratulations on sales, process your order. Just leave this, and at the bottom you see built with. Doesn't make sense, right? We are going to edit this. So here, this is correct. Header image, there's no need to header image is more like your logo, but there is no need to put it there. So we are going to have just site title alone, and we're going to get the color of our theme. That's the dark one. So the dark one, I think this is the major thing that we are going to change. So we're going to click on save. So when you click on save, so yeah, this part here is, you said we recommend connecting your email address to your domain and setting up dedicated SMTP server. So if something doesn't seem to be sending correctly, install this particular stuff. So for us, the email is working perfectly, and it's sometimes a slight um issue, right? So if it's not working, that means probably the email setup is not correct on your system. So the next thing is we've already saved, and we're going to look at what it's going to be. And the next emails that we're going to get is going to be in this template. At least our name is here, header, and this. Though there is another email template editor. So that came out of recent with Kadence. So if you go to your plugin notes, it's not compulsory to add lots of plugin. We're just doing it based on class for you to have the idea that some other things exist. So if I come down here and click on Kadence, sorry, spelling of Kadence is with the DE, then you would see um, Kadence WooCommerce Designer. Email designer, sorry. Then we click on install and we click on refresh. So you see email customizer. I'm going to open it in another tab. So if you want to use this, you can use this, and you could also see everything that the email carries here. So you can have, this is the preview template. So you have different template settings and everything you want to use, and you can load. So you see email type text. So pre-order preview. This is preview mockup one. Let's just use a mockup. So it's actually showing us the orders that we've gotten. So new. So if there's a cancel email, this is what's going to show you. If it's going to be, let's say, failed, is going to show you. So this is how all the emails are going to show you here. So we have title, we have everything, we have the body text, and we have the congratulation sales, like congratulation. You can, configure this and add, let's say, thanks. I'm just putting thanks there. Sorry, thanks. Right, so you can add this if you want. So, and add other things that if you want to do. So the next thing here is the container size. So to me, to an extent, a large extent, it's more like an overkill. If you want to customize it, yes, you can customize it, but to me, you can do it. So if you want to add other image like our logo, because this one, I think this one is very important too, at the top. Okay, outside container, so it's supposed to be inside. Okay, but well, let me see if I can reduce it. Okay, so you can add there background color. Okay, you can add the background color of and it's not pulling up theme color, so you have to fix in the color manually. So we're going to pick up our color, and we're going to add it, so you have it there. And we can do header padding, and we're already used to this process, so reduce it again so we can have it just little, at least to show that this is coming from the brand. So we can just do this little thing, center align, left align. We know how to do all this. So once you know how to edit the header style, so this is the background, we're already using black for it. We can have it centralized to follow up our logo pattern. Then also the header, the font size, and we can now so I think it's limited. Yeah, it's limited. We can't even use our own normal header style. So I think maybe because this is a new thing, and I feel long on the long run they would bring in more settings. So this came out, I think, of recent. Yeah. So then the content on it, content container. This is more like all the settings in everything that you are seeing here. If you want to edit every bit of every information here, so you can come around here and play with it. So this is enable. I think for the footer we need to turn off some certain things like enable additional content. If you turn it off, it's going to go off. So that time, that thanks I added in the beginning. Then enable mobile messaging. That mobile messaging, we need to get rid of it. So footer style, you can adjust and work. Footer socials, you can add footer socials if you want. So if you want icons like and different fields, you can add different fields and their link, and you can turn off footer section and social section if you want, right? So this is still based on what at the font, not able to even customize your font is even a bit of a problem. So you can come to footer credits and do add some stuff that you want. So site title, you can edit the site title if you want and do what you want to do. So let's turn off this since we are not using it. So this is custom CSS, some code, import, export, send preview email to. So at the end of the day, you just put in the email to this. Okay, let me save. Then you can publish the email to Coolcats, and let's see. We didn't do any major changes, right? But this is one thing I loved that we could be able to do. So if we come to our email, we could see it here, and you could see this. So sometimes don't over customize your email, because if you customize it, sometimes what do they call it, Google might push it to socials and the other thing, and your customers won't be able to see everything you get. So yeah, so this is just basic stuff. You can come around, you can download free templates, and you can use any templates that you are seeing here. And I think, let me see if okay, no, let me just leave it. So yeah, so this is about emails, and it's as simple as this, and making sure you have effective email templates. So see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about Invoice PDF. So there are some times when you have orders, you probably want to download them or something. So you might need them in a PDF version. So take for example, now we had these orders here. So if you come to order, these were the orders that were made by me. So you see the completed order, you see cancelled order, and you can see processing, and you see processing. So each and every one of these orders, you can work on them and you can see this. So take for example now, this order that came in, you can see it. And for example, now if you wanted to download this order, you can't download it or do anything because there is no PDF to it, right? And you can edit any order that you want to edit. Maybe the order have not complete and it's not showing in the customer um, area. You can edit it, edit the details, everything is editable. You edit it, add, and you can change the status from hold to pending. Maybe it did not automatically do by itself. So then send order details to customer, resend new order notification, regenerate download permission, and other stuff. So you can see customer history, average order, the rest. So these ones are not the real stuff because okay, yeah, I think yes. These are the real updated stuff. But this one was what was recently done. So you could see the order attribution and everything here. And also don't forget this guy, you can, that's the screen option, you can turn off and turn on any field in this place, and you can manually add an order if you want to. So you can see order notes, how the order came in and everything, just in case. So one thing is WooCommerce is very elaborate, and you can see everything that you want to see. So let's go back to order. So if you click on it to, it still takes you to the same place. So now the next thing we're going to do is we need to install that invoice PDF. So how do we go about it? Yeah, we've been installing a lot of plugins. So normally if it was like, let's say, a store, there's a certain plugins I would not install. So this one is more like for example sake, but majority of the plugins we've used are very much needed. So the next thing is we're going to click on add plugin, and we are going to click on PDF invoice and packaging slip for WooCommerce. So I'm going to hit it there. So this is the one I've used over time. I've used it and it doesn't giving me any issue for now, like up to now. So we are going to activate it. We're going to refresh as usual. So you come down here and you have your PDF invoice. So if you, this is it, you can if you come to settings, come to general, it has a run wizard. So if you want, you can just use the wizard, enter the shop name, address. Okay, let's just pick one of our addresses here. So picking the address, click on next, then logo image, select our logo, click on next. So now which of these processes do you want an invoice or packaging slip? So I will select everything. I don't take everything. So you can leave customer notes or you can still keep it on, but just select everything. Then display option, shipping address. So depending, you can click on always. So display the number, display phone number, invoice dates. So invoice day, that's order dates and order number. Then click next. Then A4 format, normal. Then action button. Would you like to display action button in your e-commerce order list? So depending on what, you can put a action button there. So you can come back, let me turn it on so that you see what it is. So you can turn on, but basically nothing much is there. So you can click and you finish. So now this is what it would look like. So invoice, so this one is downloadable, right? Just that one, it's in your e-commerce store. So say for example now a customer can have this and you can download it and send to the customer. So extend currency symbol support if there's any issues. So this is everything that we've set. You can manually set everything here. This is if we wanted to add any other thing by ourselves personally. So this is more like documentation. Everything that we added, we can come here to turn each and every one off if we wanted. So this is package slip. You can check the preview. So this packaging slip. So tax guy. Then advanced setting. So if you want it, the document link access to logged in guests, guests down document can be accessed by logged in and guest users. Full document only logged in. So people that are logged in, document access denial. So you can just leave them blank. So all these ones you can just leave them the way they are for now. You don't need to change anything. So you can look at status. This is normal thing for every plugin nowadays. So yeah, you don't need to do so much here. I'm just showing you all the settings, and yeah, this is where you see all the numbers. So if you want to upgrade, you would upgrade, and you can see all the other features that comes with it. So now let's go back to this order. So if you select, take for example, now you select one of these, because normally it usually used to be here, so it's been moved to this side. So if I click on here and I click on PDF this thing and I click on PDF invoice, it's going to take me to the invoice of that particular product. I can download it and send it to the customer if there's any need, especially those of you that are print what do they call it, print PDF and paste it on the product. So this is one easy way to go about it. So you can click on that, you can click on here, and if it's packaging slip you want, you click on apply, and you have everything here: order number, order dates, everything, packaging slip, and how to dress. So everything is here, and you can download it and paste it on the container or something that you want to paste, because most persons use this for delivery. So yeah, so this for invoice. So let's get to the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about how to customize the checkout field. There are sometimes you might have a reason why you want to customize the checkout field, remove some certain information, and you don't need some certain things. So now let's go to our store and let's check out the checkout. That word actually rhyme. So we're going to come to the product and we're going to go to checkout. Okay, so I've been using this for a while. I'm going to activate both so we can see both the new one and the old one together. So this is the old one. I actually turn on visibility, so it's not going to be visible on any of the device. I'm going to go to settings, visibility, and turn it on back. You already know how to do this. I'm going to click on update, and I'm going to go back to the checkout page. So we have the you see how fast this one loads. So I'm still even having doubts that you guys could even go for the bottom one than this, because this takes seconds to load. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to check the checkout. So if you check the shipping, you have the shipping, and if you don't want, there's a between shipping and billing. So your billing address and your shipping address, you might want to alter some certain informations on them. So what you're going to do is, first of all, we have to install the plugin. We would first of all go to plugin, then click on add new, or you can just simply come to add new directly here, and we're going to click on paste, and you can click on install. When you click on install, you're going to click on activate. So when you activate, you click on refresh. So now there are two types, right? When I mean two types, I usually I use the paid version most at times from Kadence. So this one is if we have been building without using any paid tool since. So this two is if you want to use a free tool. But normally I use almost majority of these features are in Kadence have them, you get. So you're going to come to checkout form from WooCommerce to checkout form. And these are things that you can turn off and turn on, and you can see billing information, that's billing field. You can see shipping field, and you can see additional fields. You can come to advanced settings and enable label override. For address, enable placeholder override, and you could see all the enablers and backup and import settings. So here it is. And premium features, 24 customs field. You can add more custom field to your designs if you want. So you can add them here, and you can try Pro and other free plugins that we have, but this is none of our business for now. So the next thing is we are going to click on checkout field. Then if you come here, we need name, we need company. Let's just see things that we might not need. So take for example now this second side of it, that's the apartments. We don't need that as second address. So depending on if you are having clients in the US, you can turn it off, and you can also shift the arrangement, right? So if you want email field to come after and do whatever thing you want to do with it, so yeah, you can disable. So when you select it, for example now we select this, we can choose to disable it or remove it totally, but I just prefer disable. And you can click on you can check the requirement. When you click on edit, you can edit the field and click on whatever is required and not required in each and every one of them. So this is actually very simple and direct actually. So it's nothing to know, and you can restore to default. So if you come to let's save, don't forget to save. I think that's the only thing we need to remove, right? Yeah, so if you come to billing information, we've removed. Let me refresh. This one already shown before. So if you come down to billing information, shipping information, I think it was in shipping we removed it, right? So you see it's not here, it's just one address that is here. So you can do the same thing to shipping, and you remove what you feel like you need to remove. Then another thing again we can do is additional information. You can remove this text area, edit it, and do whatever you want to do with it. So for now I don't necessarily need to modify anything on the site, so everything seems fine and okay. So this is just basically custom field. If there's anything that comes up later in the future, we can always update and make corrections. In this chapter, we're going to be talking about Cadence Shop Kits. So you can come to their website and look at everything they have to offer. But on our own part, we are going to also go through it. So if you are planning to pay for the pro plan, it's actually good, and it helps you cut some certain amount of plugins you have to put into the site. So we've already activated the shop kit. So we're going to come down to shop kit. So the first thing that we are going to install is the variation turn on, sorry, it's the variation switch. But before we do that, we have to turn off the one we already have existing in the site. I told you that you can use this if you're going for the free version, and if you're going for the paid Cadence version, you can use this. But when you turn this off, it's going to disrupt what you do, mind you. So just have it in mind which one you're going to start with first. So if we're going to turn this one on, this is switches. This is by default. Then we are going to click on save first, so we know what we are dealing with. So if I come to the site, this is our product. So this is default, the way it was right from time, right? So the first thing is show variation labels above um, selection area. So if I click on save, we refresh, it's not going to show because this is not the stuff that will give it that function. So this is the option. We have radio box, we have image, we have taxonomy. So if you click on radio box are just normal boxes that you have. Like if you just want to do simple box, you don't want to, the people, maybe the people on your site are not that they're not much into tech. You can just do a simple thing that shows color bone, but this time around they don't even know what a bone color looks like. So it's still nice to see put a color to it. So the next one is you are going to have to choose either image or color switches. So you would, if I refresh, you could see that you could add the images that represents here, and whatever you are having here, remember this is going to be done from the attributes settings in your product. So attributes, so the one that you are going to go for is going to be defined by taxonomy. That's the name, and that's if it's using excel, or if it's using color, whatever it is. So I'm going to save. Then if we refresh, this is it. So currently, because of we don't have image or whatever, we've not given an attribute to this, but by default this one is already here to stay. So you have show a default switch label. So if we have labels, we can show at the top or above depending on how we are going to, depending on what you want. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. So if I click on review, you can see here it's showing you bone, and you see it's showing you jet black, but we don't know what these colors are. So yeah, so the next thing is size. This is the different size that you want. It all depends on how you want it. Then this is, if you, by default, if you come to the home page, let me open this in another tab. If you come down, if you see here, it's going to show you show options. You can choose to change the text here, and you can choose to say choose option. So we're going to select this. Instead of selecting it here, sorry, we can come down here. So if there was a drop down, we would have had the option to say select an option. So that is what this is, that choose an option, when we had that drop down in the beginning. So this is it, but we need to go back to the attributes to make some certain adjustments. So we are going to use one of these. I think we already have two of these. So we're going to go to the dashboard, then we're going to go to attributes. Okay, so for attributes, we are going to edit this. Normally, if you do it, it may come empty, right? If it comes empty, all you just have to do, because you turned off the former one, if you find it empty, you would just come here and select what kind of, remember how we did it the last time, what kind of button you want. So this is a radio button because we are dealing sizes with radio button. So if we're going to go back to attributes, then image and switches. So now we're going to configure it. We're going to go to this, and we are going to click on bone. So bone, we are going to select, you just leave it at default, and we're going to change the color. We're going to pick the bone color. And one good thing I like about this is you can use image, and I'm going to show you what or how that image would look like. So I'm going to replace this with this, then I'm going to click on updates. So now if I refresh, bone has uh, color here. So what if I used an image? If I switch it to image and click on update, if I refresh, this is it. And this is actually very nice. Like, even if it's a little bit blur, but it gives you the sense of what the kind of image, it picks the image from here, like the kind of image that is supposed to be there, but we can replace the image with something here. So this is, take for example, now we come here and we select this and we click on save and we click on refresh. You could see this. Isn't this wonderful? Right? So instead of you saying, okay, oh wow, this is how it's going to look like, instead of colors and the rest, so you can use this. So but we are just going to stick with color, and we're going to delete this, and we're going to update this, and we are going to go back. Then we are going to click on edit. I'm going to change this to black and click on update. So once we click and update that, we are going to come back here, and this is all you have. And if you refresh, we have this, and this is very, very, very nice and very, very clean. So the only little thing is it doesn't really have a settings for here. So that is the only drawback to it. Probably for a reason. So if you want to use this, you can use it, you can use the free one as well. So the next thing is product gallery, right? This particular thing is a particular crazy function. So the product gallery allows you to display different images in a different dimension, right? So you can have different ways. If you go to Apple and different store, you notice that their stores have a weird way of presenting images and not the conventional ways we present image, and you can use this to alter the settings and do whatever you want to do with it. So let's take for example, now I think we had a product that had more than one image on it. I think when we go to shop, we would be able to note that image from here. Let's see. Yes, this had more than one. So as you could see here, this is what it had, and if you switch it, you have this. But if you come here and okay, let me close this so we don't get confused. So if we come here and say, okay, I want it to be on this side, and I click on save and I refresh, you could see it came here. So you could see we're able to use, so it has different images. I think it's just loading the whole picture base, and I think once everything is loaded, it would start working well. So you have several pictures here, and if you come, let me, I think I'll bring this here so it'll be easy to navigate. Then you can choose different sizes, and you can work on different positioning that suits you well, and you can keep adjusting to the one you like. So depending on your store, if you're having different kind of store orientation, explore. Right? So the next one is enable custom size of the image. You can say, okay, you want this particular size to a particular size, and you can do slide, fade, that's the transition in between. Then the transition speed, that's the speed between the fade or the slide. So if I slide, as I slide it here, the speed between it's sliding, it's changing. So you get. So the next is enable product image hover zoom. Remember when we zoomed over is going to increase. This is, let me just do it so that you would, magnifying glass or window in the pop-up. So I think we've used magnifying glass. Let's see this. So we're going to refresh. Okay, so I remember this. So yeah, let me refresh this page. Okay, I choose this wrong one. Jeez. Let's go back to our normal stuff. So depending on your image sizes, so you need to, before you have to think of how this thing is going to look like. So you could see it here. So, and if you zoom, you would have this this, but I think the glass would be preferable. So you could see that it gives you a window, but you can just turn it off generally. You don't need to use that. So show slide arrows on image. Yeah, false, true. Thumbnail, enable thumbnail hover section. If you hover around the thumbnail, I mean, so you see when you hover around, you can have this. I think this image is having issues, but whatever the case. So that is it. Then dark mode, light box. Light box is when you tap on an image and you have this. So this is light box. So then you have show caption overlay. I usually don't like captions, so you can leave these settings are okay. So this is image, this is product image, and you can also check for mobile how it's going to be for mobile, how it's going to be for web, and you could see different uh, size and different things. So yeah, so when you do it, you test it and see what works for you, what the options and customizations are here. Then advanced review. So this allows you to change the review order as well as have titles on and vote on reviews. So this is more like if you have, we don't have reviews per se, but mm, okay, let's ref refresh on this. So if there was review, we could, I think there is an ability for us to add manually add reviews. Let me see. Let's go down a little bit. Let's just say nice products. Let me see, because I don't usually add reviews myself. Good. Okay. Let's click on add. So we're gonna update, and we're gonna view products. So we have two. You have this here. So you can an option to vote. So let's look at what this would have looked like if we did not have this turned on. So if I so this is actually what it looks like originally without it turned on. So when it turns on and you save, so it just gives it this nice look. So you can vote thumbs up and thumbs down on it. So you let's go up. So select review, order by most helpful, obviously. Yes, order by most helpful, newest, oldest. That I think the thumbs up will give you that ability to know that this was most helpful. Then enable review consent, so adds a consent policy to your review, so you can add it if you want. Then when using, okay, no, let's just leave this one now. Then enable review voting, it's already on. Voters must be logged in, sure. Show review overview, this would turn on. Okay, with this turned on, there will be an overview of all reviews. So let's refresh first. I think we turned on some certain new things. To reviews, let me just vote this to helpful so you could understand that. And what was that? Okay, yeah. Save, refresh. So remember Jumia, this guy here. We have 10 over 10 of these. top review or rating depending on it. But if you don't have much in your store, much rating, don't just go and they used to say shoot yourself in the leg. Let me just use the English. Almost wanted to use Yoruba for that. So you can use, this is our color, our basic color, that's over. I like the colors that are here, so nothing, no biggie. So enable featured review. With this feature turned on, you set reviews to be featured and shown, so you can enable it. Then if we save, then enable load more review. So if there is more, so you don't have and you can read more, is going to be the normal this thing. Then we can have 10, so that it's good for pagementation. But we don't have much reviews here. So if there was much reviews and like let's say the reviews got to 10, we would have the ability to say read more, so that it's not going to be too chaotic and too much for the users, you get. So this is review, and this is converts previous reviews to advanced reviews. This will convert all your reviews into advanced. So save your advanced reviews to enable them load and everything. So this is review. Then the next one we are going to go is a product brands. So product brand, this adds a new taxonomy for products. So if you turn it on, so singular name, plural name. So this one's actually taxonomy is like images and some other little things, but they are not that important for now. So basically most of what you be able to do in your website and in your e-commerce store, you'll be able to do them. So affiliate products, this particular section in the site or shop kits helps you with affiliates or extra. So if you turn it on, you'll be able to enable affiliate link for product image, then enable affiliates button, click to open a new window. Then if you click on this, we are going to okay, so these are two settings for the archive. That's if we go to customizer. So enable affiliate button link to open in another tab. That if you want, if you are selling, this is mainly for those persons selling affiliate products, then this makes the product image link to affiliated instead of the lightbox. So this is mainly for, I think we had an affiliate product. Yes, this is an affiliate product here. Let's refresh. So good. I This is nice. I just noticed this for the ankle socks. It also has the reviews, and we can click on it to view it. So yeah. So yeah, where were we? Affiliates. So enable affiliate. So enable affiliate button link to open a new tab, because normally when we click this, it just takes us directly without leaving here. So this time around, if you save the settings, if you save the settings, it's going to take us to a particular website. So I don't think we've saved those settings. So let's click on save. Let's refresh. Let's go back to the store. It's not, you're not doing what you're saying you are going to do. Enable affiliate link for product image. This makes the product image come in. Let me turn this on. Normally this is where it's supposed to take us to. Let me refresh again. Okay, I don't know, it's refusing to go to the other tab, right? So enable affiliate link in product image. This makes the product link to app instead of the light box. Okay. So you can calm down and look into these settings yourself and see what works for you, right? But I think for the affiliates, everything still looks very okay to me. So then add to cart. Let's go to add to cart. So add to cart, this is a very powerful thing. if you go to some certain sites, there are some sites that will not tell you add to cart. It's like add to bag. So take for example now this site. If we come down to our shop page, and let's say single product, this is single product, we can come to single product and say instead of add to cart, we can say add to bag. Let's just, we can do it on all products here too if you want. Then that would not make sense because each product has different commands. So your add to bag is here. So that's a cool one. So depending on, I don't want to edit everything, so you can edit it to out of stock. You can default when it's out of stock is read more. This was a problem. Remember when we were talking about out of stock? So instead of read more, you can view products or view whatever you want to use. So variation option. So variation option is like show price range from lowest to highest. So we have that for variation from lowest to highest. And I don't think anything is better than that. Then you can surely show lowest price. I don't like any other settings. So archive, okay, this is where you can say from this to this. So, but I don't think it's necessary. It's an option. Some persons usually have that option, but I don't think it's necessary, right? Then after best price. So let me show you. Let me show you so that it's not just be like I'm just explaining. Then best. Let's just use what they write. Best price. So price. Then let's click on save. So now if I refresh, we're going to refresh the home page. Let's see it's going to reflect in the home page. So this is it. It did not reflect in the home page, but let's click on select option. Still did not reflect here. We've saved, right? Let's refresh again. Okay, so let me change this to lowest price. Let's see. Okay, so from this to best price, or you can just say from starting from this. So to me, I like I said in the beginning, I don't like it. I don't like it. I just prefer this. Give me my lowest to highest price, so I know what I'm dealing with. So you can have from 1,000 to $4,000. So the next one is product templates. So this allows you to create custom product templates. So this here, so find product template under product menu in the admin. We're going to come to that in a moment. Then add product notice to top of single or archive row. So you can manually add notice using a block, but if you are using the snack bar with the snack bar notice as well, this would be a simply way to add them. So this is just, it just give you more functionality. This is why I love Kadence. So we're coming to this, right? So enable product templates, this particular thing here is very nice. So let me refresh, but sometimes it's, you have to master it, you have to, try times without number before you can get it. Okay, so Woo template, sorry, I was actually looking for it. So yes, you have this is the template. I wish I opened this in another tab. So let me open it in another tab to make it very easy so we don't have to come here. So we would come to products, wood templates, come here. We're going to do this. So you have all templates. You have single, you have product catalog loop, you have product archive. So now, but we are going to work on single products. So now, first, we're going to click on add new. So it's going to ask you, is it a single product product catalog loop item or product archive, but we're going to start with a single product. It's going to show you different examples, and so by default this is originally what it is. You can have this and you can have this. Trust me, most websites nowadays have these settings. So one of the biggest inspiration for this website is Mate Label. Let me show you the website and let me show you what you can do with this particular thing. So yeah, I know before most of you get to these plugins when you have the paid version, but at least you should have a sense of what it looks like. So if you click here, our site is even much cleaner than this though, but this was more of like an inspiration. So if you check here, you have the way this product is displayed here. If you check here, this is it here displayed in it. You can choose. Remember when we went to the gallery side of this here, product gallery, so you can choose whatever size that you want or whatever style, sorry. So you can have this and you can start from blank, but I prefer, we using something that is already in existence. So this is it. You can have the products here in one side. You have your reviews, and the truth is you can push everything to one side. Like you can build everything in one side and make sure you can even have drop downs if you have issues. If you want to add things like, okay, you want to have more informations on this side, you can actually do that here. It is very, 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 very possible. So let's publish this so you could see the difference. Let's just say single products. Products. So we are going to hit publish. Then I want to make some little things different. I want to take something upsell. These are upsell. These are upsell. I want to add something that is not originally here. So you can have, when you have the Woo block template, you can have several things that you can add here. So first, I need to add. I want to add something accordion. So after this, or let's say below this, let's try that again. Okay, so below the cats we would have an accordion, and let's just keep it a simple one. Let's just do something very simple. Let's just leave it there. We're going to click on publish. Layout, single column, spacing, this is everything. Then let's preview our home page. Okay, so we need to activate it in order for it to show on our product page. So we're going to choose where it's going to display on. So we're going to come here and we are going to, it's already a single product, then display on single products, all single products. So if you want it to be on a particular product, so let's test this so that we don't blow up the site. So we would select the particular products. Let's see, who are we on? Let's click on T. Yeah, T. So we're going to select T and we're going to select her. So yes, and we're going to click on update. So we can exclude this user settings visible to all users. Expires on, you can put this thing to expire, right? So it depends on how you want it to be. So now we did it on T and let's refresh and see how it looks like. You could see this is actually how it looks like. We changed the way it looks like from normal to this. So if you calm down and apply more settings to it, you could see that you could see different kind of things and the way it is, so you can customize it to your taste. You already know how to build with Gutenberg, so you can come here and start manipulating things and work on it to your taste, right? So if you want to take, for example, now you can look at something like this, and when you come down you can see details. You can even put a product here. So that is how powerful Cadence is, and it still retains everything that you have originally. So you can use or do whatever you want to do, and each of every one of these elements is editable, right? So take for example, now we clicked on this. Remember that it's using this style. We can choose it to use the standard one where the product is going to show. If you click on update and we come here, okay, this product is a single product, so we will not be able to see that feature. So if we did it on this, we'll be able to see it. So this is who ankle socks. So if we come back down to here and we come back here, display, and we select again, and we select ankle socks. So you can test different products. So if you are working on your site and the site is already live, you can test this. So we are going to check the other page. I just mistakenly closed it just now. So we are going to check the ankle socks. So you could see it did the same thing, and we already have this here, and you could have lots of description. So you could also have different things here talking about what you want the product to be. So you can highly customize this to your own taste. You already know how to build with Gutenberg, so you can strategize and reorganize this to your own very taste. You can look for other sites, see what they've done. You could even see these guys, they kept their review at the very, 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 very bottom, right? So, and you can create more than one of these templates. Just for example, now, if you have a product that sold more and you just want to add some customizations to it, you can do this. You can do one for all the sites and one and duplicate it and do, some added stuff to the website. So yeah, so the next thing is size chart. So size chart is basically if you want to give this gives you option to add pop-up size charts to your product. So if I click on save, and so you can then also you can find size chart under products. Here you're going to find it, but we have to refresh. So when we refresh, you would come to product and you're going to come to size chart. So let's open size chart in another tab. We can close this. We are done with this. So yeah. So now this is your size chart. You can create a new size chart. So when you come here, you're going to click on, let's say this is for, let's just call this one modern. So then placements, bottom after cut. I'll show you how this is going to look like. So bottom after cut, sorry, button after cut, after add to cart, button before add to cart. You could read everything here, attribution and every other thing here. So if you come here, you can see modern color, modern text color, background, all the settings that you need to do, and text button, size, priority, chat category, all category. So which category do you want the chat to affect? You get. So that is what you are going to do. So now let's see, let me put this into modern. Let's just add, I don't know, a picture. There's no picture of a chat, so let me just put a table. I think there is a table. WooCommerce has table. So let's just put this table. two row, two columns. Let's create a table and let's just call it my units. Then you can add something here, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to click on publish. So you can view charts, how it's going to look like. Then let's see how it's going to look like on a real product. So you can come down here, come to store, click on it. Then let's go to a particular product. Okay, let's go to a product that we've not done some adjustments to. Okay, no, this is not, sorry, looking for. I hope we've not done any adjustments to this. Okay, so this is it here. We have this here. Let's push this here to have this on this side. So add carts to after, leave it at this. Then title color. So we're going to come down here and let's just select all, for example. Let's just select for example sake. Then I need to click on updates. Then let's refresh. So this is size chart. If you click on it, you're going to see it here. So this is more like if you want to have a, like, oh, there's a size chart. I think these guys have a size chart. So size guide, you could see it. So you can use an image because I don't think this moves, so I think they used an image. So you can just bring an image and upload it here instead of doing this manually. And when someone click on size charts, they could see it here and see the size chart. Even Jumia and the rest has it. So you can come down here and change each of these settings to so anything you see model means this button here. So it's a model background. Once it's when you now see model button color, model button text, everything that you are seeing here. So this is it. So yeah, so this is the chat settings, and you can configure what you want to configure on it, and you can have it as if you want a size chart on your website. So that is what this gives to you. Then global tabs, this allows you to create tabs and apply them globally to product. So if you click here and you click on this, so we're going to go to product again. So let's just go out of here. Let's just publish. You can come here, play around and try different things that you want to try. Okay, so we are going to go to product tab. So for this products here, product tab, so you can click on product tab to add new product tab. So when you are using Kadence, you have to be very good with Kadence block builder, so you'll be able to know how to navigate and do whatever you want to do with it. So now, take for example, now we come to our store and we feel like, okay, there's description, there is what do they call it, review. You can come here and say, well, I want to, add a tab for images, right? So we can call this images. Then we can add to every product, but I think this tab can be for every product or a specific product. So I feel specific product would be uh, preferable. So it's not all the product that is going to have it. So we're going to, let's say we are doing this for ankle socks. I think ankle socks is the one that did not have. Okay, no, wool double. Wool double is the one that doesn't have any of those newly added stuff to it. So here and choose priority. Priority is like how like 10, additional information, reviews, then 40. So if we choose 100, let me just put 40 first so you could see what it looks like and where it's going to position itself. Then we're going to create something. We have to create something. So we bring this in. Then we, let's just say gallery. And we just add medias, random media. So I'm going to select these three because these three looks like good positioned images. And I'm going to click on publish. So when I click on publish, I'm going to come here and I'm going to refresh. So now you can see I have this and I have this here, and you can see images. Isn't this lovely? Like, this gives you crazy amount of customization. So when you know the power of what you can do with WordPress, you'll be able to do tons of stuff. So this can help enhance your product, and it's not compulsory to use everything. You can just use to as big as your store is. You can add it. So them too, I think they I don't know if they had their, it just had reviews, questions, the load questions, and the rest. So they don't have so much on their own platform. So it all depends on what you want to do. So I'm going to close this and we're going to go to the next one. This is more like a, this changes the default notice style in WooCommerce banner. You know that banner that was at the top when we wanted to change this area here? That is it. You can change that, but it's not too much of a serious thing. And conditional banner, this gives you the option to add specialized notice to the cart page to entice your special. So if you want to add things, it's almost the same way we did the product page, but this one comes in to your add to cart. So if we come here, we would okay, let's go to let's refresh so we can see it. So we refresh and we come here and it's supposed to show cart banner. Did we save it? Okay, it's under WooCommerce cart banner. So we're going to open this in another tab. We're going to create cart banner. So we can add a notice like, let's say, let's call it Easter. Okay, so you can display type always show when a certain product is in cart. You see the customization is very crazy, like show when a certain category is in cart, show when the cart price is lower than this. So depending on what, so let's just put always show, and we're just going to put the notice. Let's just get more products for this Easter. Then cart notice button. You can put expiring date from what time to what time if you want. So let's just say from today's 11, right? From today. Okay, sorry, the expiring date and time is going to expire 30th. Then this is okay. So let's just first of all publish and see what it does. So at least when you know what it does, you can always at your own convenient time edit the notice button, because everything would affect. So as you are adding it, you would see it. So if I come to cart, let's go to cart. So you could see it here by now, like get more products for this Easter. So it's to me, it depends. So you can always show it. So you can see why they say show it depending on what time, and button type. you can say add to products button type, coupon, add a coupon code, add a product to card. So you can change it, and you can select, let's just say this, update. Let's come here and refresh and see what this gave us. Okay, this product has variation, starter kits. Let's just see. Okay, so if you refresh, so we are supposed to even take it to custom link. We put in the product it's supposed to take it to, but it's not going. We'll check that. So well, let's say we added a custom link and we put in a link. Sorry, let's see, let's go to shop. Let's copy this. Let's copy this and let's update. We go to carts. Let's go back to carts. And if you click the button, it takes you to the product. Well, for now, you don't need to do this. And yeah, always sure. So this is add to cart if you need it, right? Like I said again, not everything you'll be using. So you have checkout coupon. So this allows you to display the coupon input feed as a link in the order. So if you click on it, you can see between order review and payments, have a free promo, and click here to enter code. So let's just click on this so you could see what it does. So this is just turning on almost all the settings. This should display in, let's check the settings again. Between order reviews and payments. Okay, it's not reflecting there. Let's check it once more. Let's see the options. Before review, after payment. Click here to before review. Let's save. Let's see. Okay, so I've seen it. So for here, I don't know, it's not showing the other side. So you could see it enter code. This is actually nines. Like this is actually nines. Why is it not showing here? Maybe we've not added it to these particular settings, but this is it here. So you see why I even put two cards so that I could check the whole stuff. So this is it here. You can click here and apply the code and it would apply it. So not having it. So you can change whatever settings you want to change from here. Then we have checkout field editor. We already have a checkout field editor here. So it's almost the same thing. So going to turn that off so to avoid any complications on the system. So sorry, I went to product, plugins. So I'm going to go down to I think checkout form supposed to be starting from uh not mentioned here. Temporary. I should try to give these guys this thing, submit and deactivate. You can also skip if you want here. So now let's go back here and turn it on, and you will find it in WooCommerce. This is where we originally have it before. So this is its own settings. If you come here, you can come to checkout manager. You can click on checkout manager. So checkout manager, you could see it's almost the same thing, just slightly different. You can see here fields. So the same thing we did with the last one is the same thing you can do here. So I think the only difference is that we can add a new field, right? That is the only difference. So when you click on new field, you can add it and it's going to show on your site. So the other one we didn't have the ability to add, but this one is a paid one. We had the ability to add, right? So this is checkout field, and we've already edited something like that. So we need to so this is extra category description. So this gives you an extra description box for each category to allow you to place content below the product on your category page. So this option is on category, but I don't think it's really needed. So if you come down to products and your category, so let's open one category. Okay, so let's go back to shop 2. Okay, so I was wondering where the category was. So we're in this category, and when I clicked on edit, so I went down and I found the category, but I think it is when you edit it. So you don't find it here because initially I came here. So when you click on it, like let's say you click on this edit, you come down and you see the extra category. So this is everything you find in your shop kit, and it can be very, 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 very functional for your e-commerce and make your e-commerce look very, very sophisticated. So in this chapter, we will be talking about conversion and pop-ups, and we're going to use Kadence conversion plugin. We've already installed it, and where we would access it is here. So now we're going to come to conversion. So you can use this to do a whole lot, right? So what can you use it to do? If you want things like pop-up on your store, and if you want things like banners and some things that are time related, or this particular set of users can see it, this particular set of users cannot see it. Have you come to, let me show you one particular thing. I think these guys do it a lot. That's Udemy. Good, you see. So because of I've already seen that, I'm not going to get it. But this guy, new learner, I am actually saying this because I came here with an Ignito browser. So my IP has been registered that I've already gotten this stuff. So if you click on this, you can redeem this price. So yes, you can use these banners and you do lots of stuff with conversion. So this is why I love this plugin. So if you come to add new, it's going to ask you, how do you want this? Do you want it as a pop-up? Do you want it as a sliding? Do you want it as a banner? So the first one and one of the most popular ones is a pop-up. So we're going to start with the pop-up. So you could have a pop-up in your store. Though some persons use it for sales and some other things, and it's also a very good one to have on your site. So we're going to click on this, and they are already free existing template, and you can actually start from scratch. So we're going to use an existing one and build from there. So we're going to select this fine one. Okay, so if you have this, why I didn't start from scratch is we already know how to build things with cadence block. So it's the same thing. You have two rows. If you want to see how, take for example, if you want to know how this was built, you can easily come here and you say, okay, this is conversion. There was one role, two section, and this is section 1 that has the content, section 2 that has the image, and it's as simple as that. So you can walk up from here, or you can actually design it yourself. So we're going to change this, and we are going to replace it with something very familiar. So let's use this. This particular product would have been tired of me. So summer sale, we are going to cancel this so that it's going to pick the text from the website. So these two, we are going to cancel it, and it's going to pick from the sites. So this is like up to so let's give this 60. I kind of still like that 70, right? It's kind of big, and this, yeah, we're going to cancel it, and we're going to reduce this. We're going to reduce this drastically to something very, very small. So this, we are going to make it, sorry, let me go back. Okay, so you can go back, and I want to make this bold, so you can come here and make it bold. You want to make it bold, then you know our color, our background color, right? So our background color is milk, so we're going to come to background. You can, like I always tell you in the class, just close it. If you're overwhelmed, close it so you could get to understand it. You click here, and we're going to change the color to milk, right? So generally, I'll just change this color because I think there is a space in between here. So I'm going to come here and I'll just change it so that everything in the site would have that color. So here, I'm going to change it to the theme, and I think they override the color. So I'm going to change it to everything that's, even the border. The border needs to be black. So on hover, change it, change this to, I think finally I'm going to work on this button. I feel on hover, the button should have a stroke. I noticed that in the site. I'm going to do that. Sorry, I'm also supposed to title this page. Sometimes I get so drawn to design, I tend to forget to apply some stuff. So let's call this our pop up, right? So let's continue styling. Okay, so yes, I think this is fair enough. And yes, the button, if you want to put your link, you can put your link here. So you may see that it may not be clicking from the website, but here you just have to put your link. So now if I click cancel, I have my pop-up, and this is very, very nice. So now I'm going to publish. So now let me give you an example. For example, now you created this, and by the time you created it, you already had built your store, because by the time you probably have this plugin, you already gone find your business, and you might not be able to push this thing to all pages. So remember, when we were building our site, we had a page for tests, right? So whatever we are doing, it's always good to have a test page. So I'm going to open, right click this in another tab. So when I open this in another tab, I'm going to come down to pages. So we're going to come down to workspace and open workspace in another tab. So whatever we're gonna do, we are going to do it on workspace. So on workspace, I just want to have something on workspace, so at least it's not going to look like this. So bear with me a few seconds. I'm going to go to design library. So if I've not talked about design library, I think this is also a good point to talk about it. So pages, I just want something very simple, nothing too elaborate. So I'm just going to put this as a page in the site. It has imported, and this is what we have here. So I am going to just take these guys to the very bottom, to just drag them, and here we go. So we have this, and this is the page. It doesn't need to be fine. I just want it to have some content on it. So we're going to click here. So now we have a page to test whatever we need to test on the page. And the page isn't that bad. So we're going to close this, and yeah, back to here. So now if you tap on any of this, you could edit what is here. So we've already done this, and we have a 40% um, sales. So, and you have this here. So if you click on the body, you would notice that there's a different option here on the right. So now I'm going to be showing you each and every thing what this thing mean, because this is very powerful. So now, triggers. So now, how do you trigger this pop-up on your page? Is it time delay? Like, okay, after a few minutes, if you notice when you are on someone's blog or something, and after let's say a few seconds, you just see the pop-up. So this is time delay. Exit intent, when the person is about to try to leave the page. I know you guys have seen this one a lot. So when you try to leave, the thing will just pop up, right? Then scroll distance. I love scroll distance, especially for blog, right? When the person have gotten to, let's say, 30%, 50%, or whatever it is, the person would be able to see the pop-up, right? So you don't just come up in the beginning. When the person has, gone down, read this thing, it feels natural. Probably I won't find content that would inspire him or her. So we have end of content. Once the person gets to end of content, unload, and custom link. If there's a link on the page, once the person clicks it, it's going to pop up. So let me show you how this looks like. Time delay, you work it in seconds. Exit intent, nothing too much. Scroll distance, how long, I don't know, to be of truth, I don't know how this is calculated, but the best way to calculate it is do it and scroll on the page, and depending on the page, right? So end of contents, very self-explanatory. Unload, self-explanatory. Custom link, if there is a particular copy trigger, use this in the link field to trigger the opening. So you can just copy this and put it in that link, so it would trigger the pop-up. So now what are we going to use here? I would say on delay, and we're going to leave it in this. No, let me do something a little bit. Yeah, 300. Let's test this. Let's test scroll distance. I use it in my own personal blog. Yeah. So type pop-up sliding banner, but let's leave it at pop-up. And here is going to you're going to be asked if you're going to enable analytics tracking. So different conversion goal on click. That's if someone clicks the button. If someone submit a form, this is not, we're not submitting any form. So this click button, and here you can choose to close conversion goal. So now close conversion, like if you don't want this, you can close this conversion here. So let me close this, then repeat control, enable repeat. So now if you want this pop-up to keep coming up, right? So on close, if someone closes pop-up like, I don't want it, it will come back in 30 days. If you want the person that, okay, he closed the pop-up and you want it to come back the next day, you can just put this at 0, right? It just keep coming up. So on goal or event, meaning if the person click the button or something before he sees, because he has done the stuff, you don't need him to see it again. He comes back in the next 90 days, right? And you can name your campaign here. So positioning, we can just name here pop-up, store pop-up, and you can have as many as you want. So coming down here, we have position. Don't forget, anything you do, save, you never know. So position, center, vertical align, top, you can have middle, or you can have at the bottom, but we have it at the middle. So the next thing is size. So this is the size, the height of this. Sometimes you can leave it in auto, or you can use minimum size, or you can use full width. Sorry, so you can use full width or distance. So I leave it at auto. So don't forget, mobile responsive is also a thing. I know you guys would have been tired, like, oh, I have to do for mobile, I have to do for web, I have to do for mobile. Yep, welcome to World of Web. So the next thing is container styling, container background. This is the container background. If we put this, it would override that color. Or if we put an image, it's going to be on the container, right? So but we don't want that. That's here, so we leave this. And this is already, we've already done this. And if you want the container to have border width, so you could see, you give it border width, but we don't want that. I love the way it is. So if you want it to have border radius, you can, let's just give it, let's say 10. And that thing is supposed to 10, 10. So it's supposed to sorry, supposed to click on where we container styling. Okay, okay, border. Okay, we've not added the border, that's why. So let's just keep it to 0, because currently I still like the way it is, right? So padding, we already know what our padding is. Padding, top spacing, buttons with the side spacing. Then if you want shadow, this shadow that you are seeing here, if I turn it off, it goes. So that shadow does its job. So you can do blur and spread. So now let me cover this. Then overlay setting. If the more we increase this, you could see the is reducing. And you can put background, but we don't want background. Background will cover it, because we need to make sure they are still seeing the content under it. You get. So now target page. So now this is where the cocoa now comes in. First, we need to test that this works. So our target page is, we are going to target, either you can select entire page, front page, blog page, anything that has to do with blog related page, all single pages, all archive pages, and you can see single posts, single page, single products, depending on where you want to send it to. So now we are putting it on a single page, and we are going to put it on individual, because we need to put it on our workspace, so that we will be able to see how it works. So now I am going to I'm going to select the page, right? So we don't have much page, but in the process of where you have much page, you can search here. We click on workspace, then we click on select. So let me save at this point. So now target visitors or users. This one is not much. This is if you don't want it, want to log in users, administrators, customers, subscribers, depending, you can use this. So now target WooCommerce that only show when cart currency totals value is more than, you understand, it's more than a particular price, only show when cart currency, you get. So there are more we can't just sit down to start doing everything, because each and every one of you would have your preference. So the preference are here for you to do whatever you want. So you can say only show when cart currency value is less than, only show if specific product is in cart. So you can say, oh, only when, let's say, this product that has to do with this is in cart, you can add this pop-up and it just comes in. You get. So now hide if specific product is in cart if you want to hide it. So target device, you can target it to only desktop, tablet, or mobile. Isn't that cool? Then target requests. So this is if this is some coding stuff, so you don't need to worry your head about that. So schedule, you can enable this from one particular time to one particular time. Say you want this particular campaign to run, and let's say you are someone that is forgetful and you don't want to just slip up and forget that okay, take for example now, we are doing December. Um, let's say Valentine. Let me say Valentine is the easiest. So let's say Valentine, and it's supposed to be running for a particular time, just let's say 1st to 14th of February, or let's say till around 16th of February, still in the Valentine spirit. But you did not put this and you forgot. So people that when you now get to March or April, this pop-up Valentine package is showing, wouldn't make sense, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to enable range. So you will say, okay, I want it to start by so time, May, and expires so time. We are going to make it expire at the end of the month. So if you use this, this is going to give you range. Recurring is it's going to still keep coming. Start in the morning, stop these particular days Monday to Fridays if you have the pop-up, if you want this to show. So we are not using this, we are using range because this particular pop-up deals with a particular period. So this is just as an example. So depending again on your preference. So we have animation settings. So how do you want the pop-up to come in? Open animation, so fade in. So if you click on fade in and fade out, we can't see this until I think we you know bring it in, like we need to check on it. So we're going, that's how we're going to know how this work. I'm going to just click on update, then we are going to come back to play around this. So we come to close settings, enable close settings. So this close, if you don't enable it, outside click. So enable close on outside click, and outside click meaning you are going to, when you tap on the body, this is going to close, but we're not going to do that because we don't want them to click it by mistake. So we need them to cancel it by themselves. Enable close button, you can say it's outside or inside box depending on how you want to do it. Right, top, so it's inside, right, top, center. It's supposed to be on the right. So when it's inside, when we refresh, we're going to, but so it's preferable to have it on the outside. So it's going to be easy, not like bad UX where you hide the button and nobody's going to be able to close it. So you can still leave it there and you can configure the settings. So if you want it to be white, so you can just make it white, and we're not going to give it background. So, and you can make the button size smaller so it's not that obvious, and and the rest. So you now have advanced, if you have additional CSS, block name, and all those many other things, any other sweet things. So you can also have it as close, like close if you want it. I think this looks more modern, right? But let's just leave it as icon. Let's select the icon. So now we're going to update and see if this is going to show on our page. Moment of truth. So we are going to refresh. Remember, we're using distance, and we used how many distance did we even use again? Scroll distance 300. So let's see what 300 looks like. Voila. So 300 is more like the distance between the header to here. So I think I would like at least 700. Let's do that and let's refresh. I don't want to close it because if I close it, I'm not going to see this guy again till after 30 days. So I'm going to come down. So I think if I get to, yeah, somewhere around here, the pop-up. So you see how it fade in, that's the animation that came in. So if we come down to animation, we can say zoom in, like boom, in their face, and zoom out. Then let's keep this thing, let's give it 1005, please, because the page is longer, so at least the person can go down far enough in the page before it pops up. So we're going to come down, and I think, yeah, see, zoom, whoa, summer sales up to 40%, and you can use this one coupon, use this coupon right now to make sales. Like, are you are you thinking what I'm thinking? Right? You can just have a coupon and you can just tell your just like use this coupon to get 20% discount right now. That is going to be crazy. So you can actually do that and you can reward people that get to the bottom of your page. I'm already thinking of marketing strategies. Jeez. Okay, so yes, we are here. So this is it. This is pop up, and you can save and you can go back to your home page. So now this is just pop up. What if we wanted to do another style? We can have it here. I'm coming. Let me try something. I've not tried this before. I want to see if I can duplicate this. Oh, cool. I can actually duplicate it. Good. So you can duplicate this if you want and continue with these settings and everything, or you can start afresh. So let's start afresh with a new pop-up. You can also turn off the pop-up anytime you want. So now let's do a banner because banners are most of the times, cool. So we already have banner. I think we already have one banner on the side. Do we really need this? I can use this for cookies. If you are looking for a cookies plugin, we already know how to do a pop-up, and the pop-up and the banner are almost the same thing. So I'm thinking let's do the side one because that side one is also good for marketing strategies. So because if we do this, we'll have so much banner stuff. But you can use this the way Udemy used it, where we had it at the top, and you can put it. Let me just put this one. Let me just, we're already here. Let's do this. So we can have here, hooray, time is running out to get the best savings of the year. Simple as possible, right? So there's something I didn't check here. I want to check the mobile responsiveness of this. Okay, so this is good. So what happened was the other side of it was hidden from the desktop. So let me show you how that worked. So if we come here and edit this, I just actually forgot about the mobile side. And see, this is very, very clean. So if we switch to tablets, tablet still retains his stuff. So select mobile. So now when we selected mobile, because of this image was not enlarged, like there is nothing here to bring up the image, that is why it did not show. So take for example, now if I come here and I bring in a spacer, so if I come here and I search spacer and I hit here, so if I increase this height and I publish and I refresh, you could see that that space came. So it was not hidden. It was just that it wasn't, there was not enough space for it to show the full image. And I think this is nice. You don't need to even show much of the image because it will cover the whole thing, and it's not going to be funny. So this is even very, very nice. I like this design style. So you can actually copy this design style and use it in your own store. So that is enough for the pop-up. So this, we have a very simple this, and I like the way this communicates. So here we can click on the trigger. We can call this sharp sharp buy. So we can call this sharp buy and let's publish it. So now sharp buy, we are going to tap here and click on this in order to have this conversion settings. So we have to go with the conversion again from the beginning. So we're going to click on this and come here. So conversion again, we are going to have it on load. So this is going to be stagnant at the top. Banner, button click. Yes, we need buttons, just button click. Okay, repeat. So remember to always goal title your stuff. So repeat control. We can just leave this and close 30 days. Keep the campaign. We can campaign this to sharp guy, sharp sales. Then position top size or two. We don't have issues with size. Container, don't need to change anything. Trigger page, yes, we need to only show it on single page, all no individual, because we are testing before you can now make it show in all the page. So we have this. We're going to select this. We're going to select our workspace, select it here. Don't forget to update. You never know what can happen. Visibility, all users. Targets, we've already gone through this. I'm just looking for the one that is different. So let's do it only on desktop because of the so much information. So let's do it on desktop. You can even duplicate this and do the mobile one and do it separately on mobile. So that's another thing. Or you can duplicate this one and reduce the content for mobile. So scheduling, it just keep running. We just use this type of scheduling, 9 a.m. to 12. So let's just put 11. Then we're going to put it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's just do this for doing sake. So we're going to close. So this is buy button. So I don't think we need a close button, right? So this buy button will do the job. So you can still have a close button if you want, and the close button can be inside if you want that. So let's just leave this for now. Click on updates and let's check our websites. So we're going to refresh. It's supposed to show. Let's see which of the button. Let me just close this one first. Oh, sorry, 9. Yes, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Right. So we're going to refresh. And here it is. So this is the only problem I have with it. So you could see it here, and when you click on buy, it will take you to the particular page that you want. So you can enable close button. Let's refresh. Does close button affect? We already have this inside. Is it because we've already clicked on it? Oh, okay. We've already clicked on that button. So we are going to come back here and we're going to turn this off so that we would use it to test. So because of we click the button, you could see it here. So this is the only problem I have with this close button. So we can make it very small. So we're going to come here and we're going to reduce it a little bit. It's not even showing here in a way that we would even see it. That's one. So we're going to come here and we're going to reduce it. After reducing it a little bit again, then we are going to change it to white, pure white. Updates, refresh. Here you can see it here and you can close it. So you can bring it to the top, save it, click on here, and you can have it here to close if you want them to close it. But yes, we would want to close this. So now this is as simple we have here for the conversion button. So you can now do this for, we can do this for the other one. So same thing, almost the same process, right? So you come here and click on slide in. So we are going to pick one of these and we're going to pick this one. So you could see different things for sliding, like cookies and all this bottom stuff. So we're going to pick this and you could see what it's going to be for. So we're going to come here and do the same thing and cancel everything that doesn't make it look like this is advanced. So the next thing you have to do is we are going to leave it like we're not going to do too much. Let's even delete this, like delete this entirely. Then here we're going to convert it to the theme and we're going to close here, close here, close here, close here. So we're just going to publish and we'll call this side. So I just want to show you how this looks like. We're going to click on publish, publish. Okay. So now when we click on here, trigger, we are going to call this load on content. Let's still do delay on this. Let's do delay on this. Then we're going to come down here and slide in. So this one is a slide in. Then submit form. Just click button. We don't have form here. There's no form to fill here. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to repeat, no repeat, position, size, container. So we already know how to do this. So the target page, this is where we are going to just do something. Target page, come to individual, select oh, what did I select? Product, sorry, page, not all, individual, select. Then we are going to select this. Where are you? Then click on select. Then we are going to target visitors. Let's just leave it for okay, no, not target device. Let's just leave it for desktop for now. Then scheduling, no scheduling, we don't need scheduling. Fade in, no animation. I think there's supposed to be slide from right. Yes, slide from right, slide out right. So we're going to do this. We're going to, there's already the close button. The close button can be inside, inside, right, top. Good. So let's refresh our page. So let's scroll. Isn't this, I even prefer this than pop-up. Like this is crazy, right? This is just giving vibes. So you can edit this and this is going to be, this is even much better because this is not like the ordinary kind of pop-up. This is not pop-up because most people hate pop-ups. So you can have these like, hey, take this coupon and shop right now, and the person is going to be able to do this, and you know it's going to be nice. And I really like this. And let me see, inspect. I've done lots of okay, yes, mobile is also going to be very nice. I've done lots of header pop-up and normal pop-up, but I have not really done much of this. Me myself, I am going to implement this. So one last setting to close this chapter is we're going to go to customize. I want to make sure the button on hover it's stroke. I am not feeling that button. So we already know where to go to. We're going to go to colors and fonts. So colors and fonts buttons, and we are going to go for okay, border radius. we're going to have this. Okay, I think one problem is we didn't even have anything on it. So if you check this, this is now, we are now having something here, and we are going to add border and border color, that's on hover. It's supposed to, and okay, let me just active. Okay, maybe if I close it, it's going to, okay, let me check our page. We are done with this. Let me go to the store and let me look for a button. Okay, it hasn't done. Let me check border radius. No, border radius is 5. No. Border radius is the curves on the stuff. Let me see. This is supposed to, let me make it large, maybe. This is a little bit weird. Okay, so for some reason best known to it, it's not giving the border. I seriously don't know the reason why it's not yet. Let's give it another color green. Let's see if it's gonna reflect. Seriously not reflecting. So I don't know, maybe this is one of or two glitch, but I would check on it and come back for this again to see what exactly it's wrong with it. Okay, so I'm gonna cancel because I know I barely gave it borders. Then I'm going to refresh this. So at least it's not totally blank. We still have this as the background. So for the borders, I'm going to try work on that. So we have our store complete, and you can do everything you would want to do on your store. So in this chapter, we're going to be finalizing everything for the e-commerce website. So basically plugins that we've not installed or activated before, we're going to activate it. But first, we have to, we stopped at having issues when we were in our customizer for the button. So let's finish up on that. So I want to make sure we get it, because if we are not able to do that, that's going to be a problem. Maybe something has broken on the website. So we're going to come to buttons, then we are going to look for a button. So I don't know, let me try change this to this, maybe it will change. Let's try this. Still not changing. Okay, I know what to do to it. So let's try something different. Let me try something different like this. Publish, then let me open another page. At least it's not going to show. So let's see. Still not doing it. Let's click on this. Let's click on this and okay. So I just noticed that the button just affected itself just now. So let me give it to 2, and let's choose 1, and let's give it on this. This is it. This is exactly what we are looking for since morning. So I'm going to go back to our menu. I'm going to cancel in total, and I'm going to go to our shop. And okay, for some set, okay, I think for our shop we had a custom button. I just remembered. For our store, we had a button customizer. If I remembered, yes, we had a button customizer. So for the site, generally, there is a button that is already, the button is already working. So for anything that has to do with that is not override by the main setting, you can come to where it was overridden and change it. Okay, so we're going to go to WooCommerce. Then we are going to go to products catalog, and we are going to come down to, you could see the button, we selected button, and let's come to design. So there is no border. If we give it border and we give it 2, let's give it 1, you could see, voila, this is what I was looking for since. So because of we had a button, so this is override, so we are using this, and we've been able to customize. This is what I've been looking for since morning. So yeah, finalization, we finalized on that, and I am satisfied. So the next thing is all-in-one WP. If you've watched the former projects that we've worked on, this is just an all-in-one migration to for backing up. So there are tons of backup process. You can back up from your hosting, you can back up with this, and you can back up with Updraft. So it depends on what plugin you want. So if you come here, you can click on export. So if you click on export, you can choose export to file, export. So we're going to export to file. So I'm just going to stop it because it's going to, cook up a lot of files. So that is for that particular plugin. Then we're going to come to install. Then we are going to the next one. All these ones we deactivated it due to so Lightspeed Cache, I think this is the right time to activate it. This is just going to help us with storing information and some other, like when someone loads our site, even it's coming back for the second time, it's not going to load again like that for the person. So we're going to clear cache and clear everything. Then we have one last, let me see. Okay, 2 last plugins. So the next one is this is for security. So if you've watched our previous videos, we also went through the process of activating that plugin. We have one. Okay, so configure now. So if I go to, let me go to setup. It's going to just walk me through a simple this thing. It's an e-commerce site, security pro. Next, we don't have the pro. Direct, like is your website server is directly exposed to the internet, exposed direct. Client side, we're building it for our clients. Which user is your client? This next. Then should your clients be able to view and make changes to? Yes, why not? Then select your customers. These are subscribers and customers. Next. Then do you want to secure your customer's account with a password policy for, let's look at next. Then you can click here. This is where you put IPs and all that stuff. Just click on next. This is two-factor. Listen, if you want two-factor system on your site, two-factor is like when you log in with your password and it will require you to send a code and other stuff, but we're not going to use that. So click on next. Default. So we're just going to click on next. All, put email. This one is for notification. So manage and email sent to, no, we are just going to set up. So that's that on this particular plugin. So this is just going to help you for extra security. So the next plugin is used to see, so you have various kind of SEO. So along the class we'll try to come up with different SEO strategy, but I've used this for a while and they are very okay and do minimal justice. But if you want to go into full-time SEO, you'd have to put more effort into the kind of plugins that you use. So they would tell you to start SEO optimization. Okay, so you can click on continue. Organization, name, logo, very important. Then save. If you have your social profiles, you put them, but we don't have a social profile for now. We'll just keep on continue. Preference, no, I don't want to share my data. Yes, I don't want to share my data for now. And um, let's just go to learn how to increase your ranking if you want to understand this. So now if you have this SEO, so let's take for example, now I come to shop and let me go to my home page. So SEO works with pages, shop product page. So you have to calm down and do this thing. It's something that you have to go each pages and make sure they are optimized. It's not easy, but you know, if you want your product to rank on Google, it's always very good to do it. So if you come down for every product, for every page, you know, we did this with Elementor, we built this with Elementor, but if we want to do anything um, relating to SEO, we can also do it from the Elementor site. Let me show you. But if you're doing it from Kadence here, you can actually do it from here. So you can see that the information that it got. So let's first of all take it to Elementor first. So you just say USEO Elementor get started. So if you come down to this side, so you could see everything on this page. So the focus keyword, there's no major focus keyword here. Well, let's just use clothes. I think one of the most frequently used words here, let's just put Bimazi as our focus keyword. So that's our focus keyword. You can, if you have pro version, you can get related this thing. So you can come down to add related phase. All these ones are premium and the rest. So the only few things you can do for free is just this ones. And yeah, to me, just this. So if you want to do anything very more important with the whole SEO thingy, I think you would do it on, I don't think there's so much to do here. Okay, so I prefer we doing it on, let's exit this page, because whatever we do even on the Elementor side still affects on the Kadence side. So if you see the Bimazi we put in there, it's still there. So if you want to edit some other things, you can come here. If you see here, we have home. We don't want home to be what is going to be on our site. Let me show you what I mean. You can do it to every page and you can do it to one page. If you notice, we have home slash Bimazi. So how do we remove that? You can see everything. And when you are doing it real time, you'll be seeing it here. So we don't want site title. That's okay. That's what we want. The site title. Then separator, anything separator and the rest, we're going to remove it. Okay, so we have Bimazi alone. Then you can put the meta description. This description, you can put something here. Use AI. I think this is going to be their pro plan or something. So you can actually use it. So there are different kinds of SEO plugin. So we might probably later in the future do videos on the right SEO to use and how to optimize for SEO, because SEO is another thing entirely. You get. So you can just optimize your site and make sure whatever you are doing is we are using the right keywords as you are building your site. Make sure the keywords for this page, if you're using women, at least the keyword is supposed to be in one or two things. But generally, the website itself, the keywords are embedded in the website itself. I think if we even put woman, we would even rank more for the keyword. So that is SEO for you, and you're going to do that in every page, even down to the product page. So if you come down to our plugins, let's go back to our plugins and see what's left. Okay, so WP hide login. As usual, we always change our plugin from WP admin to this WP admin to something easy. So we're going to come to settings and WPS hide. Then we are going to come down here. So it's going to change it from, we're not going to be able to log in with WP admin, but we're going to be able to log in with www slash our website slash this, so that someone will not pick it up. So we're going to click on save, and that is all. So if we have any other thing, we're going to always add them to the chapters, and we are going to always improve on each of the chapters if there's any updates. If you've gotten to this position, congratulations, and you've really done a good job. See you on the next project.